Dead.
So one would be like a coma, maybe.
Wait, so a zero in
brain dead.
in any stat will kill you?
Yes.
Even charisma?
Yeah.
Yep.
Because you're brain
Are
dead.
you remaking
Because
your-
charisma is like basically who you are as a person, and it also is implied through certain saving throws to be like your soul.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Um,
I got some.
We all have
We
it.
all have dice.
Thanks.
do you want those ones?
I have a Russian egg doll of dice.
Any dice are
Look,
good.
Another bag.
I'll give you the plain ones.
Look,
So
Okay.
you lose
Another
it.
bag.
I'm gonna hand them back to you at the end of the night.
Dice inside the bag.
Other dice.
Oh, let's set the position.
I just love snorting.
Just having like, oh man, just super tiny dice.
There you go, Nathan.
I don't even know how much smaller they could
I
be.
thought you were
Can I see another one of those for like 2 seconds?
I got sweater weather stuck in my head now.
You're
But it's
welcome.
my own damn fault because I was singing it.
Is
But
it
I kept
is it the
replacing-
regular version, the slow
It's
version,
the
or the
slow
slow version
version.
with ham?
Well, it's the slow. I think it's the slowed version with ham.
Okay.
Oh yeah, so I rolled. I got the roll attractiveness for Mattimeo again,
Yeah.
and on a scale of 1 to 20 is a 16.
So is that good?
Yes. 20.
I can't remember how we
That's
rated our
really
attractiveness.
20.
I found this out like
20 would be 20 is perfect.
second.
Okay, so
Oh, right.
still in
Missing my
context
D4.
of the group, Naivara is still the hottest
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you rerolled your looks now.
Yeah, so now I'm a 16.
Yes.
out of 20.
Very attractive mouse boy.
Did
Did you add to your charisma?
Yes, I did.
Oh!
Yeah, he's rerolled because now he's not scarred.
I'm not ugly. Well,
What
my
were the
face isn't
rules
ugly as
for
fuck.
attractiveness again? On a, like you rolled like a D100, right?
Yeah. There's two different ways to do it. There's the one that I had you guys do, and then there's the one that I use for NPCs. It's faster. But the one that you guys did was roll a D100 and then add or subtract your charisma modifier by multiplied by 10.
Okay.
Get closer to 50.
Yeah.
By 10?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Oh, I didn't do
Most
that.
people with 20 charisma are fucking attractive.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't account for her charisma or lack thereof. Let's see. What is
Well, I went.
Why?
It's
She's already
perfect. It's too late.
Curious.
It's too late.
She's
I've
dead.
already let you guys I already gave you guys that
I'm
option.
not going to subtract mine. I'm still average.
No, it's too late. It's too late.
You're-
Unless you have some
Yeah, something happened.
look altering thing like that
What
happen.
about my eyeballs?
No.
This is more minus.
Yeah.
No, I think it makes
Oh,
you look
wait,
more
there you go,
attractive.
back.
Having like a gold
There
ass
you go.
eye.
And the other way to do it is just to roll straight D20 and add your charisma modifier, which is what we're doing.
Because I didn't have a D100
Oh.
on hand.
Like a 16 out of 20?
Yes.
Oh, that's much better.
Yes. What do you think?
Oh.
Oh, you thought it was a 16 out of 100?
I
No.
was like, what's your charisma bonus? Okay, Paladin.
Still, that would technically be more attractive than what I was.
He was at 100.
Yeah.
Fucking roll a 99.
You really couldn't do
Something
worse.
like
Well, I don't know
I-
if it's a
I'll
99
get you
or,
an actual
or
birthday card or
66.
something.
Well, we roll it. It can't get worse if it's 99. It gets 100.
My friend's like, yes, give her ballad.
But like, what I like is that you use that in your backstory.
I know,
Like,
I
that
was-
was cool.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm only sad that Mattimeo's not fucking ugly anymore.
I don't have
You
to
did
pass
that
this
I
on.
know. It was good for his character. It was good for his character.
Don't worry, we can.
Whenever you
I'm not ugly one anymore. You are.
Now you have to.
Now
Now you have
mouse
to. Now you have to prove, like, get her back. You have to
Okay.
fuck Yang now.
What?
Oh.
What?
It's just politics at this point.
Right there in front of you.
Yeah, probably.
Hey, who has a recap?
Oh wait, I have a joke.
Oh, boy.
Oh God.
Okay.
All of us just.
Just oh no.
I'm eager to listen.
Okay.
Well, it was a nice session. Bye, Parker.
And I'm outie.
Okay. So previously, on Amyssia, based on my notes,
Oh God.
Alonzi, let's go. Valley of the Grants Parade. Princess.
Valley.
The Grants? It's giant.
Oh, oops. I actually swerved my dot a little bit. Oops. Princess via
A lot of
Angels.
people live in that valley.
in the rings.
Yes.
That's what happens.
That's what happened.
That's what happened.
Does anyone have other
Let's just base it off of my notes.
We made it to Eaglefell.
Which is
Nice.
extreme French. Extremely French.
Not
and
bad.
wonderful.
I guess you just met
It's
someone
only-
who
It is extremely French.
It's an
Met
absurd
the-
amount of French.
Yeah. It's an absurd amount
I
of
think
French.
we met the equivalent of like an American guy who flies in with the flag up, American flag coming out of his asshole. Like,
Want 100 people?
100%.
Oh yeah, we met. What's his name? Louis Moreau.
Moreau. There's no N in that throws me off.
We don't know this. Only Naivara. He is lonely, looking for friendship.
Sad man.
But everyone knows.
I think we all kind of know because we became very quick friends. We became very quick friends though.
We went to Wheeler's and we saw fucking Trish Dickhead again.
And she tried to be all cool but fell and broke a case. And
Yeah.
It was kind of funny.
These two went to sorry. You don't exist.
I don't exist.
Yeah. Went to talk went to Wheeler's mentor and found out that the Wheeler that was with them was a fraud or had his memory erased.
Or Wheeler who sleepwalks.
Wheeler who sleepwalks, sleep talks, and and they found out that literally everything we know is a lie.
Why do you say that?
The champions killed everybody on the old.
You guys don't know that.
I don't know anything.
You didn't share that.
We don't know if that's actually true, though. We just know that they came for these wizards who weren't exactly great people at the time.
Yeah, they were
Sure.
imprisoning like
That's
innocent
true.
beings.
Yeah,
Sure.
That's true.
And alright, who knows about the champion things? I don't
Me.
know. You
It
know,
was just only me.
I thought
you were
on
on
Yeah. Oh, I did?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I thought you
I thought you totally did.
Yeah.
I thought you told
Yeah,
me.
So
you
then
guys
yeah,
are-
everyone does.
Yeah. Okay.
so everyone knows now about
Yeah.
the champion.
Yes.
And then he had like a
Because
bag
I
full
thought I
of...
was gonna roleplay it out.
No, we just said that that would be happening between that last session and this session.
Yeah.
Okay.
Works.
Yeah.
And he had a bag full of angel rings. Or
Which he
And
gave to one of the giants, and so we don't know.
yeah, which he gave to the giants, and there was
You're
like
not very close
Gave
to
to
a Goliath, and there was like
there were giants there.
and there was a giant that like no one recognized that was really big. So I'm assuming
So I have a bad feeling we're gonna have to fight another giant.
No, we would have recognized him. I mean, like this is probably a species of giant we haven't seen yet.
Or maybe an
It was
ancestor.
just a big giant. I don't know, 10 foot taller than stone giant. Wasn't that kind of
I thought
giant?
it was 10 foot taller than the cloud giants.
Oh, 10 foot taller than the giants that were with the giants,
okay.
which were stone giants.
Oh, okay. So it might have been a cloud giant.
And it would make sense for one of the cloud
For
giants
one of them to
him.
have, yeah. Okay.
Well, that'd be it. It probably was an arrow marker, but
Mhm.
Frost giant.
Ooh, storm giants. Or those sea giants that were hinted at in the cathedral room.
Sea giant? Oh shit,
That'd be fucking cool.
that's some Call of Cthulhu shit
know.
right there.
They're mermaids.
Mer giants.
we can't get into the temple
I asked
for a week.
Blake
Yeah.
to teach me how to look into someone's mind while they're sleeping.
Dream stock.
And I think that we're all overlooking the fact that Winona is pretty good friends with Louis.
Good.
Yeah, we had a good old ride with each other.
Also, do we know that like fucking Blake can look into our dreams now?
No,
Yeah,
he
I
told
thought
us
we were
that.
aware of
He told
that
us
for
that.
the entire.
Yeah, like he told, like since we met Blake, he told us that most of the dreams that Winona was having was Blake. So.
Yeah. And then we are about to go to a ball.
Yeah.
A welcoming
Isn't that-
dinner.
What's his name? Wizard is dead.
Oh yeah. Sardithus
It is
died.
Sardithus. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
was
the
telling some of
hardest
you guys
name to
today,
remember.
like, I fucked up, the reason that Sardithus' name was so inconsistent is because I flipped his name and the name of another NPC you guys have already met.
Oh.
I flipped his name and, Urzaman, the guy from the library that you guys know. So in all my notes, he was written down as Urzaman. So when you guys were like, Sardithus, I was like, shit, I had to go back and cross his name out and fix it. That's why.
Wasn't he the dude, the
Library dude.
man that we met on the floating castle?
You were there. It was. The session that the guy that took Ben.
Yeah.
Oh, that
guy.
Ellen Drod.
Yeah, Ellen Drod.
I thought you were talking about like the Castle Rock part.
No, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so look through your parents.
Yeah.
I think we all have fancy clothes. We have this
four pencils, but they're all
super.
fancy
We might be
pencils.
seeing Aldwin and
Oh yeah, they're coming
Edmund.
back.
They're
Yeah.
supposed to be coming this way.
With refugees.
That's exactly what I did. We should ask
need
the
a
Queen to
pencil.
make a foundation for
Yours,
yours, right?
Almost.
So should we get going?
No. Yeah, no, yeah.
So
Nasty.
Yeah, I am.
jumping back into things.
Thanks.
we are beginning in the afternoon. As you guys are just finished being caught up on all of the different champion things from the inn, I believe some people mentioned that they wanted to get some quick errands done before the ball. What I have written down here is that some people wanted to go check out the church quickly, and some people wanted to do some quick sightseeing. Is that still the case?
Yeah, Winona wanted to sightsee.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna have a good old time.
Okay.
And since I know Louis is coming to pick us up, and I was going to associate Louis and Chisa, I'll just leave Chisa in the room and go to the church board.
I'll go to the church work as well.
So those of you that head to the church, when you guys arrive, you do find that people are being informed at the door of the current state of the building. The main chapel has been closed off in preparation for the wedding that is happening at the end of the week. It will become available after the princess and Olaberis Nasser have been wed in 6 days.
Oh, that's who Olaberis is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the current state of the church. If you guys want, you can look around the church a little bit. But otherwise, that's, the information that is being given to you at the moment.
So you said like the main.
The main chapel.
Okay, are there like other side chapels?
There are smaller chapels, but none of which are none of which have any real altars. They're just kind of small places for prayer and offering.
Okay.
So what's this chapel look like? Is it like all? Is it like in Skyrim, that one room with all the different?
You can't get into it.
Well, I mean,
but like
From the outside.
Is it kind of like
Every time
There's a
wait, I'm not
large door that blocks it.
Okay.
So it is
Well,
indoors.
I mean, like the building in general.
So the building itself is big, rectangular. It's a building with a flat roof from last time. It's made entirely out of stone, out of granite.
Oh.
It has a very plain face and visage. And the front of it, two kind of large square portions kind of buttress out. And then in the middle, in the center, is a door that is open to the public that people are walking in and out. And there are two guys standing there that are answering questions about the main chapel.
Okay.
So yeah. Do you guys have anything else you want to do with the Church of the 16 Gods?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Those of you that wanted to go around sightseeing.
who was all on that? There was you, me. Is it just us two?
I think you guys mentioned that you wanted to go check out some of the Erie Towers the Griffins live in.
Yeah, I think I wanted to check those out. I wanted to see how they all do.
So there are 3 of them throughout the city. They are positioned in kind of a triangular thing around the main city square and the palace, so the temple and the palace. They are inaccessible, except by 2 different methods. Flight, and in the middle of the first one you guys visit, you can see that there is an interior ladder that goes up its kind of hollow frame. So the tower itself is 3 large poles with cast iron kind of weaving between it, kind of like a telephone tower or
Right.
And there is a ladder in the middle of it that reaches all the way up. The towers themselves are about 160, 170 feet in the air. They're taller than the palace.
Oh.
And then running between each of them, thick steel cable that you can see far up high that has birds kind of resting on it, connects all 3 of them.
Wow.
And one more little quick piece of information is that there is no one guarding them at all. They just kind of rise up out of the ground. Usually there's bushes or trees around them to make them look a little bit prettier. And the only thing keeping anyone from the inside ladder is a metal door with a lock on it.
Okay, is there like the top parts guarded or anything like that? Like, would I be able to tell from that or?
From where you can see on the ground, there are, at each tower that you guys kind of look at, there's dozens of griffins and riders. It does kind of, the base is huge. It does support a pretty sizable, building up at the top of it.
Right.
You can't really see the specifics of it, but you can see griffins constantly going in and out of it. You can see guys kind of leaning out over the railing, that kind of thing.
Well, I don't know about you. As I kind of point out the ladder thing, I was like, I don't know about you, but I mean, that seems like a lot of work just to get up there. I mean, when I can fly us up there if you want to go.
I'm just following you. Whatever you want to do.
Well, I mean, I want to check this out. This seems like a pretty cool set. So, I can just carry you up if you want.
Okay.
Alright, so I will use one of my wild shapes to turn into a giant eagle.
Okay.
Hope like they don't go, ooh, try to eat me.
Okay.
So, I turn into a giant eagle. Do you hop on board? Yeah.
She's a little heavier than the people you're used to, but
Well,
you
yeah,
still
I have
manage
carried
that.
her before.
Yeah.
So,
But she's a little bit heavier than Edmund or
Hey, don't
Mattimeo.
talk about my weight like that.
Oh yeah. And you spread your wings and you begin to climb your way up into the sky. As you get closer, you can see some griffins who were previously flying away begin to turn and kind of circle back around. And you get the feeling that people are watching you fly up.
okay. I can't say anything, so I'm gonna keep going.
You do also see that, 100%. And as you get higher and higher and higher, someone on a griffin does begin to fly towards you guys.
Okay. Does it look like he's just going to instantly attack, or is he gonna like...
He's making a beeline. Make it a nature check.
As a bird.
Oh.
First roll again, guys.
Well, it's not that one, but okay. 9?
9? Okay, from what you can tell, the griffin's body language does not seem aggressive for a bird.
Okay.
However.
So
We're gonna rip you to fucking shreds.
as it gets closer and closer and closer, a couple other griffins begin to kind of jump off the top tower and come down towards you guys. They pass you and they spread their wings and swoop up next to you, and the griffins begin to climb alongside you, and a guard on its back pulls his visor up. Oh!
Hi.
What are you doing? Scrub!
We were just wanting to check out the
The
area.
airspace around these towers is restricted.
We didn't know.
Please ground yourselves.
Okay.
We will be escorting you to the ground. Scrub!
Okay.
One of the griffins screeches back at you. He replaces his helm, and do you guys return to the ground?
Yeah. We're not gonna start. We gotta leave the city. We murdered everyone.
So the two guards on the backs of their griffins follow you guys till you're about 50 feet off the ground, and then they just kind of flap in place there until you guys land.
Okay.
So then they fly back up to the tower.
Okay. They don't like talk to us at all. They just kind of leave.
And they just leave. They
Okay.
just escort you back and leave you.
And Winona gets out of her wild shape and goes, "That was kind of disappointing. Do you think we have to take the ladder now, or?"
I feel like they don't want us there at all.
Aw,
Maybe you
Wanted
could
to
talk
see
to
it.
Louis and he
Didn't
could
say
help me get
airspace.
up there.
absolutely. We'll talk to Louis later. I mean, we gotta have some fun while we're here.
What do you want to do next?
Is there any bars?
I'm
You
sure we can
guys have
find
like
one.
2 hours. So you've been told
It's 2 hours to get trash.
You guys want a pregame? Be my guest. Yes, no, back to the hotel? Or back to the inn?
Yeah, back to the inn.
Uh,
That's our hotel. You're fucking right.
Alright, so
Do you know how to play
after
checkers?
your
I know the Sky Shepherd version of it. It's Chinese checkers.
I was gonna say that.
after you guys get yourselves all situated back in the inn,
Southern.
Southern
Chinese.
Chinese. That seems open.
so
That seems
around 3:30ish, you are all waiting in the inn. Are any of you guys doing anything specific? As
I'm gonna-
Louis comes in.
I'm gonna
So
be
we're all
playing
back in
with
the
cheese,
inn now?
Yeah, playing with cheese. Say what?
We're
Yes.
all-
Okay.
I'm going to teach you checkers.
I am also teaching you Dragonborn checkers.
I'm gonna be playing with the 3 list that Jesus somehow find for the fucking
Okay.
hot tub.
And
I'm gonna be playing with cheese with
okay. Anyone else? Anything specific?
Did anybody tell you about Raised Dead? My character.
About who?
The Raised Dead spell.
Oh.
So after a little bit of you guys just kind of chilling, doing your various different things, Blake pre-gaming, getting restraining yourself, you guys begin to hear the
Everything is
of the elevator through the hallway door. You hear a click, and you guys hear these footsteps stride confidently towards the door. And then there was a huge thud against the door. And just a big, and you hear a, and then the door opens and clicks open. Hello! The door was not actually latched last time! Oh, good afternoon, everyone! How is everyone doing today?
We're doing good. We're doing just dandy.
Fantastic.
Fantastic! Oh, I see you have learned what is happening with the pool.
So cool.
Oh, it is fantastic. Commissioned by the Kaleb family themselves.
That's cool.
So, are we all ready to? Oh, forgive me for saying this, friends, but you all look like utter shit. Where is your clothes? Where are your fancy vestments?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I did like a whole changing montage earlier.
I will wait out here. You all go get changed. He is wearing this like bright purple leather and silk kind of thing. He's got this ascot on. It's kind of like flailing around a little bit. He tucks it into his jacket as he's waiting for you guys. He reclines on one of the couches and just kind of sits there.
Yeah, now that you said ascot, no matter how you describe his character, it's Fred from Scooby-Doo as a Frenchman.
However you guys want to imagine.
Alright.
Nalane, did you find any large clothes for us?
Yeah.
Look around.
Yeah. Yes. There are clothes up for you guys.
Nalane, over here.
They were told that there was an Ursid and a Goliath in this party, so they haven't made proper preparations.
I'll
Put on my emerald robe and my purple sash.
Does anyone want to specifically describe what they look like?
It's
I
an
still
emerald
have
robe with a
purple
purple sash.
sash.
I want to be a bear in a tux.
Okay, the equivalent of a tux.
I think that's what I had last time was the
Yeah.
equivalent of a tux, so I think I'll do that too.
Anyone else? Any specific wishes?
I mean, I tried to dress up as Jessica Rabbit, but that was not allowed last time.
You don't have boobs?
So I don't have boobs.
Yeah, you would not be able to support that dress
I
without
won't be able to
straps.
support that dress.
I guess I also kind of want to dress
Just
like
a
in the
rabbit?
equivalent of a black tux.
Okay.
And then, like with purple accents.
I was expecting another Jessica Rabbit dress.
Omareth would be Jessica Rabbit.
Alright.
A lot of skin showing. A lot of
sunburn.
A lot of sunburns.
Work that I suffer for fashion.
Alright, dumb
Beauty is
question.
pain. Beauty is
I don't know what the style is yet.
How do dark elves burn? Like, do they get like lighter or darker?
Oh, it just hurts.
It just. I mean, like, do they get sunburns?
It feels like it.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. I mean, probably some reddish.
I think it would be like
the
lighter skin elves that get burned.
I know, but then.
Oh, everyone's burnt by the sun.
Well, yeah.
I'm saying, like, when they get to
But
do they get
he takes
darker?
actual damage if he's in it.
Oh,
I
okay.
take actual then a quick thing that I just thought of before, like, he comes in and everything, can I have, like, maybe tinkered with my goggles a bit more to make them look more
Fancy.
fashionable?
How do they look more fashionable?
Diamonds.
They're Ray-Bans now.
You stole
like Elton
Naivara's
John.
diamond.
They've been bedazzled.
Well, I guess.
And you also could have made it like a little spare pair if you want.
Okay. I guess because right now they're like slits more than.
Yeah, right now it's like this on your face, and then there's just little slits in them. They're very rudimentary, but they work.
I guess I would like to fix them so that there are actual like glass lenses. Or something like that.
Sunglasses.
That's a little harder to do.
Okay.
So
Well, then I would like to start working on that for another pair.
for now, you're gonna have to wear your big nerd goggles.
Big nerd.
Okay, so you guys change into either your specified or non-specified formal attire.
I think I'm gonna keep my shield and my sword.
Okay.
Oh, are we allowed to keep our weapons?
I am keeping my sword.
Or do we have to ask Louis? Louis, are we allowed to bring weapons to this? Like,
it is a little,
We are heroes, Louis. Of course we can.
yes, of course, but, really only members of the military bring any sort of weapon, and even then they are ceremonial, and he shows you guys that his sword is just a handle that is glued to his sheath.
Oh my gosh.
So, this is the kind of thing that we bring.
what about focuses?
I don't know why you would need such things.
Well, in case we want to make the party more fun.
Okay.
Please do not do that.
Okay.
Alright.
I mean, come on. It is going to be a nice night of fun. You will not need any sort of swords or shields or large blood-soaked hammers.
Flash forward. We actually need those things.
We
now.
needed those.
Yeah.
Alright.
Quick DM question.
Yes.
Does Winona need her spell focus to transform?
Alright.
Shouldn't have wasted one.
I'll leave my shield, my sword, but can I?
You get wild shapes back on a short rest.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was a long
I'm
rest.
almost positive the short rest.
Okay,
Or a moon
should
druid.
I look it up?
I think it's a moon druid thing.
But can I keep it?
Yeah, I'll look that up.
Yeah.
Can I keep a dagger on me?
Yeah, you guys can. He's not going to search you for weapons.
Yeah, I'm gonna warn.
And he makes it clear that no one is going to be searching you for weapons. It's just that if you're walking around with a weapon, it's going to be weird.
Alright.
I'm needing charisma. Let's see how this works out.
Okay.
I will just.
crossbow too then.
Okay.
I'll take my ball dagger and then the Yuri dagger.
I'm leaving most of my weapons. I'm leaving my weapons. I'm taking my spellcasting focus.
I'm obviously keeping everything else on, like ring,
Are you
belt.
guys wearing armor?
We can't.
Well, we're
wear
in formal
underneath,
outfits.
but it just doesn't count.
Wear armor underneath.
Oh, you need your tux?
Yeah, but it doesn't
What kind of
count.
armor?
Like a breastplate.
You can't wear heavy
Yeah,
armor underneath of the
It's
coat.
not heavy though. It's medium.
Even then.
All right.
Is it your adamantine plate?
Yeah.
You could try and hide that. It would just look really weird.
Bulky for a mouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even a moon druid thing. It's just starting at second level. You can use your action.
Yeah, I was looking in the moon druid area.
You can regain expended uses when you finish a short or long rest. It's just a straight druid thing.
Yeah.
No, because that's part of your code, is what we kind of decided.
Sorry. I did so little preparation when it came to Winona. I'm like learning things still.
It's alright. Yeah, fuck it. I'll go without armor. I know.
What
I'm
would
a
your
fool,
character do?
He would
Well,
go with armor.
Winona doesn't need armor because she's same AC no matter what.
Yeah.
Naivara would go without armor.
Yeah! Woo!
You know what? I'm gonna make it look nice so I have armor.
Yeah, okay. Sweet.
I'm gonna make it look nice.
Okay, so please just decide now if you have.
I'm literally bringing everything I know.
No.
You really?
Yeah, I'm bringing my equipment sheet.
Yeah, because I don't want
I'm
any
bringing
take
it
back.
Yeah, no, okay.
So armor or not?
Okay.
No.
Question. Would the bag of
No.
holding look dumb with like the former
It's a
outfit?
sack.
The only armor that I have is
It's up to you.
She's taking
You
the
can,
bag
you can
of
ask some NPCs, but I'm not here to DM and give out passion flags.
That's
One
fine.
or the other.
Change my mind. Naivara's gonna stuff all her weapons in the bag of holding and take the bag of holding.
Okay.
Fancy purse.
Fancy purse.
Caden thinks it
Very.
looks tacky.
Ooh, now you.
Does he say that?
Yes,
He says
he does.
That looks
Okay, then
Oh.
she's gonna leave the bag of holding.
Okay.
I will take the bag of
She's
holding.
dumb.
You're whipped!
Yeah. Naivara is
He
dumb.
also expresses his
You're whipped by an
disdain
imaginary
at you, and at anyone else who is wearing armor or blatantly bringing weapons.
Not bringing any.
I don't have to worry about that.
Would spell focus really be obvious, or like?
Depending on how you.
Wait, okay.
Like mine's just like
Yours is like a little stick.
mine's like a Harry Potter one.
Caleb,
You can easily hide that.
Yeah.
in a
Caleb,
I was bringing that.
you still have the astral
Just-
inhibitor,
Yeah, just
Can
for
I borrow
clarification, I have my spellcasting focus still.
and I'll just put everything in the hole.
Not myself.
Well, I mean, like,
everything.
The bag, and then
Okay.
I'm gonna put like my armor and weapons in the hole.
Okay, are you gonna write down the actual inhibitor?
Yes.
Is it okay if I put my rapier in the hole with it?
Yeah, sure.
Just letting you know, it does take like 10 minutes to don on armor.
Actually, it takes 1.
Does it really?
Yes.
How much does it take to take off?
For medium armor, 1.
Wait, where does it say that?
It's in the armor rules.
Yeah. It's heavy armor. It's like,
So that's 10 rounds.
yeah, I know.
Like, yeah, what about it?
I think at your point you'd be better off casting like Shield of Faith or
That's
something
true.
like that.
Yeah.
I also want to throw my Arcana Mechanical Coat into your bag.
Here.
Would chainmail look stupid
God, I love
on
your
you?
character's
guys?
aesthetic.
I'm just dumping all my
Yeah,
shit
it's
into the
kind
bag.
of like a
of holding.
steampunk wizard aesthetic.
It,
So
well,
great.
I don't think it would. No,
So
I'm
is
gonna
that
wear
the
same
it.
same
chainmail that you've been wearing
Medium
this whole
armor?
time?
Yeah, I thought it was
I'm
like
not the
5 minutes
one
to take it
that
off.
I
5 minutes to
had.
put it
The
on.
one that-
1 minute
Not
to
the
take it off.
one I
Oh wait,
not
drink,
the
jump.
full
Done.
plate,
I
but
forgot
the one I
about
had before.
So
that.
it's
Okay.
50
But
rounds.
it's- it's-
Jacky, I get it.
Chainmail you were wearing when you fought the
Get
giant.
my focus out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just have like
So it's gonna be kind of rusted and it's gonna have chinks in it because it's used. So it will not too. So if you ask Caden or Louis, they will make a little weird face.
I will ask Louis if the new shiny blue breastplate looks tacky.
pretty ceremonial.
Yeah, it's blue.
It is.
It's
It
brand new.
is unused.
Bringing in a nice
Oh
shiny.
no. Armor is, unless it is has some sort of gold or silver on it, it is bad taste to wear in royalty's presence.
I will not wear mine, but I'm bringing a bag of holding with my full plate.
We're all like just so
We're so
paranoid.
we are.
Like rightfully so.
Apply to you, but like I'm blatantly having my ring on, of course.
Yeah, I'm
Ring.
keeping my ring on.
No, no, no.
Isn't my
And
spell
my
case just like
spellbook
a
in my
little?
coat,
Okay.
and also a couple of the silver daggers.
In your coat. All right.
Yeah, I'm taking the two
It's
daggers.
just a
I'm not,
focus
I'm not
is
putting
still
on the
on me.
armor.
I still have my
wrong.
spellcasting focus.
Okay. I'm now. This is gonna be honor rules. So if later you guys want one of those things and you told me you don't have it, I'm not gonna remember. So don't take
The only
it.
thing Winona left behind is your sex sword, so.
A lot of things
I
are in that
have my
big
bag
old
of holding. That
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I'm not leaving that behind because that has the giant slinger
It
in it.
looks tacky.
I'm going to
I
approach
Wait, what are you doing with the bag of
Louis
holding?
Chiso.
Huh?
Put it in the hole.
I'm bringing
Yes.
it with
Yes.
me. Oh, I'm
Wait,
not
what?
Not
letting
too
go
simple.
of it.
Okay. He stands up
I
as you
refuse
approach
to
with
let
this
go of
baby
this.
griffin. Oh yes. I meant to tell you something about that. I have arranged someone to watch after the little one while we are. They will meet us downstairs as we get into our carriages. Is that acceptable to you, friend?
Like a 13-year-old girl with braces and pigtails.
Trust me, it is people from the militia. Please, you may ask them any question you want. It's up to you, but I figured that you would like a babysitter for the night, no?
What a background check.
She knows CPR.
He wants an inside check.
Do you know the number for poison control?
Does he know the Heimlich maneuver?
Does he know the Hammock mover?
So while you guys are getting ready, Yuri is very, very excited. He goes on and on about how he's going to meet a bunch of new fancy people.
Oh my god.
As he's kind of running around. My grandfather always said that fancy rich people were dangerous, and I'm really excited to find out if that's true. And he puts on like a little like kind of vest thing and asks Louis if he should bring instruments, and Louis says no, that there will be a band. So we leave the instruments here. Blake emerges from his room dressed very well. He's cleaned up quite nicely, would be very handsome if not for his repeatedly broken nose and the fact that he is a little drunk right now. His big amount of hair that you guys only see when he takes his hat off has been slicked back with some kind of greasy liquid.
Saliva.
And he's about to put his hat on, but Louis makes him leave it here. Which he is not happy about, but he does.
What kind of hat does Blake have again?
He's got he's got like a wide brim craft farmer's hat.
Gotcha.
Now, while you are all getting ready, and as you are all finishing, you enter to Yang and Louis yelling at each other very loudly. The argument being about how she will not dress up. And she is, the two of them are, he is bent over her, shouting down at her, and she is shouting up at him with her fists clenched very hard down at her sides.
I'm going to intervene.
Okay.
And I'll ask, Yang, can you... Please, it's for one night.
I'm not a big fan of these fancy people.
Well, you don't have to go with them. You can stay here.
She looks around.
That is... a 5.
Fine, I'm not going. And she goes over to the bar and just kind of sits there.
No, that's not
I want
good
to grab
find.
the dress that can fit her,
Okay.
go and put it on her over whatever she's wearing,
Okay.
and pick her up and be like, good little doll, let's go.
You need to make me grab it. Yes.
He's gonna kick your ass!
I want to see this. I want to see her stun your
What do I
ass.
add to it?
You had your athletics.
That's a 3.
Well, +5.
I will
Your strength.
Your strength too.
And yeah.
So yeah, so whatever you had to athletics.
Why is that a what? I don't have.
You're not proficient?
No.
Yeah, so just add your strength.
Okay, well then 6.
6? Okay.
Much better.
I will say that as you kind of walk over with the dress, and you're like, she looks at you and confused the entire time you walk over, and as you approach, what's that for?
You're gonna wear it, and yeah.
And as you go to do that, she jumps off the stool, and you just kind of put the dress on the stool, and she runs into your room and shuts the door. And you hear a click.
I was kind of hoping that she'd freak out again at the party. I thought it was pretty funny.
I'd rather not, especially if it was a ball dedicated to, you know,
With the royalty there. Yeah.
and her insulting the princess.
Oh, but she has to come! She is part of your group! They're expecting 14 of you! Well, 12 of you!
14 or 12?
12!
Well,
I don't care. She'll show up.
We can just say that she had diarrhea or something.
Alright.
While you and Caden are getting ready, he goes on and on about how excited he is for this, how he's really excited to show you off to all these rich people, and he dresses as
Like this.
extravagant, like a prince. Like he finds the most expensive thing he can and puts it on. After you are all kind of arranged back in the main area,
Okay, question. Does he like show her off like how pretty she is, or like
that's all he says.
okay?
So,
you have to pick up on the signals there. Like,
Oh, that's the worst way you could have put that.
that's the worst interpretation.
anyways, so you guys all gather back in the main area, and
We
Louis
all have-
kind of gets you all in a
with
circle.
Chisa.
Yes. All right, so allow me to run you through the plan for tonight. In about a few minutes, the elevator man will let us know that our carriages have arrived. We will go down in. I had to get 2 because there are a lot of you. We will head a couple blocks to the palace. We will exit. We will look very pretty. We will greet people as we are on our way into the building. We will head to the 3rd floor. That is where the party is happening. Then we will begin with a little bit of mingling before dinner. This event is being treated as a precursor to the wedding later this week. So many lords and ladies have arrived and are just planning on staying for 6 days. So a lot of important people will be there. So
Who are some important people we need to look out for?
it will mostly be people from around the kingdom. No one from outside or anything yet. Officials from Sapor, Elandra, Tarlington, and Meadowguard, they'll all be here at the end of the week. But for now, it will just be mostly people from around the area.
Is there a traditional greeting we say?
A good thing to do is to bow when you meet someone.
What if I don't like that?
In that case, you don't have to. You can also go for a handshake. It is less customary and traditional, but no one will fault a mouse vote for that.
Racism.
Right.
What did you say?
So, during the mingling, appetizers will be served on platters. Please feel free to indulge. It is rude not to. Now, drinks will be poured. People will begin to make connections, and I want you all to do the same kind of thing. People who are reclusive at parties in their honor are seen as strange people, and will reflect badly on me and on Her Majesty. Those are both 2 very bad things.
Okay.
People will talk about, they'll find out who they'll be sitting with at dinner. They will make plans to dance with people later on in the night. You don't have to worry about seating at dinner. That has already been arranged. You will be seated up near the queen and myself and some other important people that will be attending.
Like the princess?
The princess will be there. A envoy from the Great Tribes will be there to meet you as well. Dinner will be served after the mingling.
What is for dinner, by the way?
I hope you no one is allergic to crab, no?
I've never had that.
We have delicious seafood off the coast of Eaglefell, so that is what will be prepared. There will also be different things from different allied cities. It'll be a whole thing. So one of you will have to make a speech. So I hope someone got ready for that. It'll be very exciting.
wait.
Can you go back to the speech part?
One of you will have to make a speech.
What kind of speech?
About
Thanking the queen for the banquet, telling a little bit about who you are, where you come from, something like that. It'll be.
Why not Nen? He's actually
Wait,
from
have you
here.
not prepared a speech?
No.
We didn't know that we were supposed
No
to.
one told us.
What about Nen? He's actually from here.
It's very easy. All you have to do is just thank the queen, say one or two things about how nice and lovely the city and the palace are, people clap, and you bow, and then you go back to your day. After which the queen will make a speech for you. Anyone else who wishes to will, people usually don't. Then after dinner there will be more dancing, more mingling, very exciting. Then as the night ends, the guests will begin to leave. As the guests of honor, you are welcome to stay late into the night and stay as long as you wish, and I'm sure the queen will want to have some kind of personal audience with you. That will most likely happen after most people have left. Other than that, are there any questions?
What's the policy on alcohol here?
There will be lots of it, but please do not get drunk. Very distasteful.
Looks over at Blake.
Looks at Blake.
Looks at Blake.
And you look over at
Ronnie.
Blake, and he just
Feel
kind
like
of
we
smiles a little bit.
Blake, are you already drunk?
Me? I've only had 3 bottles of ale.
It's such an
Absolute champion.
only 3. That's horrible. I got a 10.
Alright, other than that, are we all ready to go?
I'm gonna go back over towards the Yang store. Not.
Okay.
Yang, are you in there?
I'm not going!
Are you sure?
Yes!
I wouldn't just want to leave you in here all by yourself.
You guys, quiet.
You can come with us. You don't have to do anything too extravagant. You just sit, maybe eat.
I won't make
Do I
you
see
wear the dress.
Make it a switch.
Yang? It's probably not smart to be alone.
Make it advantage.
Okay.
We already know about the doppelgangers. We can't
14.
leave anyone.
14?
Yeah.
You hear little footsteps. And you hear the door opens and she comes out a little bit. She looks around and she sees you.
Okay.
No dress.
Yeah.
Can she just put the dress on top of her armor?
No.
She
I
doesn't have
tried.
armor.
She didn't want.
He doesn't have armor.
What would she
He's a monk.
Does she want
a tuxedo?
You still have nice robes from the temple? Just in honor of our
The
tradition.
door shuts. I'll wait about 5 minutes and she comes out and she's wearing the same robes but not dirty.
Works.
You look very nice.
Her ears kind of like flatten down and she looks up at you but you see her blushing.
Don't worry about it, guys.
Tell me. Does she look hot?
Oh my god.
Oh, I didn't even ask you
It's
this
the
time.
same robes but
I'm
cleaner,
kidding.
so...
Oh, I thought there was gonna be some romance there. No, considering
My heart's taken by the first mouthful guy laid eyes on. Outside of the party.
No. You said it.
You guys hear a ringing of a bell down the elevator shaft, and you hear the light at the bottom call up. Carriages have arrived. Oh, that is us. Okay. There is one more thing. What am I going to tell the herald to announce you as?
Oh God.
I forgot what it's called.
Everybody know about giant slayer?
Yeah.
That's what we know.
That's what we've been
All right,
going with.
Team Rockhard.
Figure it out now.
I mean,
Figure out
What
your
are
party
we?
name.
What's our party?
The fuck bringers.
I heard somebody earlier said
Oh,
Heroes of Tottenham.
Heroes of
I kinda like
Tottenham,
that.
that's fine.
That's fine. That's appropriate.
Your face.
Top 10.
Top 10 hand.
Wait, Tottenham?
Yeah.
Wait, how'd you say it?
Tottenham.
Oh, Tottenham. Tottenham.
I
Okay.
added one letter by accident.
Okay.
Fuck
Which
Nathan.
one?
Yeah. What's his name again? Sardithus? Sardithus? Yeah?
What?
What?
Sardithus is the dick.
Yeah, I
He's
know
a
I'm giving
dead
you
boy.
shit because you
He's a
gave him
corpse.
shit about
Is
one
he?
letter.
While you guys are talking, I'll get some water.
Okay, cool. Are we down for
I'm good with Heroes
I'm
of
fine with
Tottenham.
Heroes of Tottenham.
Now I'm really like pronouncing how I say it. 'cause
H.O.T.
H-U-H-O-T.
Hoo-ha.
Heroes of Tottenham, HOT.
I'm actually gonna have to tell you.
Team Hot.
Team Hot.
Team Hot.
Team Hot.
There you go.
And then in the other Pokemon world, we're facing off against Team Cold.
Yeah.
Remember how I said that we have like the team of the actual champions who are all cooler than us, but except for they have Yin because Yin, like we got Yin who's the only actual champion in our group, but like they have like just a shitty version of him.
You can say we're the champions of Tottenham. That's still around Heroes. It's not like.
You just want to be an affiliate with the champions.
Yeah.
I just like that there's like a better anti-version of us out there who's
Speaking of
actually helping
which,
people.
Parker,
Yes, sir.
what's the name of the other group that's playing in Amyssia? Like they
They are the Burnt Marlins,
the Burnt Marlins.
which has a couple different meanings. The ship that they were shanghaied on was the Blue Marlin, and then they ended up burning that ship down. They are also the only surviving members of that crew.
Oh.
So they basically took it to mean as like they're fish that survived the fire.
Neat.
Yeah, that is their name.
We should call
Are
ourselves
they alive or
Croissant Brûlée.
is it also going? Is it like at a different time period? Or
No,
like exact
it's,
same time?
they're non-canon in each other's universes. As far as
Okay.
We don't
outside.
exist.
So like I said, in the other Pokemon universe,
So our team name should be something like Poisson Brûlé.
Ensemble.
So we're going.
In Amyssia
Heroes
Emerald,
of
they
Team
have
Hot lady
Team Hot,
Team
the
Hot.
heroes of
I like champions of Tottenham, but Naivara will not
Team
contribute.
Hot.
Team Cot.
Team Cut.
Team Cot. Team Cot Ramrod.
I like Heroes of.
Yeah, Heroes.
Okay,
It's gonna be. I think it's better for like clarity purposes for when like we get called champions because that way we're not champions before we're champions. If that makes sense.
If we are champions.
If we are champions,
You're not champions.
unless that cooler team out there who has all the champions minus Yin, they have like some dumb panda or something. They have Kung Fu Panda like Jack Black.
I gotta tell you guys something funny over the break
Okay.
that I did for shits and gigs earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, so Heroes of
Oh, you're not telling us now?
No, I'll tell you over the break.
Yeah.
It's a
That's when
story. He doesn't want to distract.
So I'll have to pull something else.
I will take the dress that does fit Yang.
Yeah?
And I will just give it to him to put into the
Me?
yeah
Where?
in the hole.
I mean, this would look great with my eyes now. But
Yes, you got your scars removed. Now you're self. Okay.
yes, I am.
Can you just
Have
put
you
it in the
been, like,
hole?
I
Just for emergency.
Oh,
Yes.
can we also
Thank you.
establish that Naivara did
I
her
have a
hair and
question
whatever
about
makeup
your
is
character now
acceptable
that
in
his
this
face
time
is all cleared
period?
up. Have you been like looking in the mirror all the time and checking yourself out?
It's not Draven.
It's
Draven.
All right, so Louis, you have your
Enough about it.
you all and Louis make your way down to two horse-drawn carriages.
I will look for the guy that needs the whole cheese.
Louis introduces you, the two of you, to a gentleman who is in a Skycat military uniform, similarly to what Louis was wearing when you guys first met him.
I check to see if that's real.
Yeah. Insight check, yeah, or perception check.
I'll just do insight.
Yeah.
24.
24. I mean, yes.
Yes.
So, I'm not going to trust them. Sound very well.
Okay.
You don't trust anything.
You guys make your. Louis brings you up to him. He's an older gentleman. He seems to be. And he has a couple different colors on his shoulder than Louis did when he was in uniform. Seems to be of higher rank. This is my friend, General Theodore.
General.
He will be taking your small baby griffin for now.
So the general's watching over the griffin.
I will be bringing it back to me. So we'll take care of the little one as well as we take care of our own. I can greatly assure you.
My hand's still extended for a handshake.
Sorry, any Trust me, I would not do anything wrong with the griffin of the guest.
I trust him.
And he takes her and he scratches her in the same place that Louis did earlier, and she kind of instantly relaxes. So, y'all climb into your pumpkin carriages as he walks off with.
I'm assuming I'm not in the carriage with Lonnie because we're both like the two biggest.
Yeah, I mean, you guys separate into a way that you can all fit.
Peace Bros.
You guys travel like the 5 or 6 blocks.
Not very
towards-
far.
Not very far at all. Towards the palace entrance.
It's like literally next building over.
Why didn't we just walk?
Oh, excuse me, it's actually much farther.
Oh.
Okay, just the same time. I kind of wanted to take just
Yeah, yeah.
We're here.
It's not short though, because
Louis, why didn't we
because,
just walk?
the Cathedral Inn is very close to the main thing. No, it would have been much more practical.
We'll do a quick bit on
Louis,
GFC.
Louis,
So you guys make your way
Making my way downtown.
towards the palace entrance.
Oh, yeah.
I was like,
Fried chicken. So, as you guys arrive, you can see the very front of the palace. The front of the palace has a large courtyard that is ringed by a cast iron fence that goes about 10 feet high, but you can see into the courtyard as you guys approach. The gate is open for everyone as different carriages are arriving in front of the palace to drop people off. There are dozens of very rich, very pretty people dressed in bright blues, bright greens, bright reds, married couples walking arm in arm, military people showing up in uniform.
Are you gonna do that? Walk on and
Are you guys married?
As you
We have a
guys
child.
head through the courtyard, Louis makes himself very presentable before he steps out of the carriage, and then strolls very confidently through the courtyard with you guys in tow. People are all staring. People are whispering. People are kind of looking in awe. Some people are doing this to each other.
Well, guys, you know what they say. Work. And I'm going to try to imitate Louis' confidence as I kind of, in a word, strut towards.
Make a performance check.
Okay.
Can I assist this performance by having like little fireworks go off?
No, you can't. No, you can't.
He already rolled. He already rolled. He already rolled. He already rolled.
That is a nat one, my dude.
Alright. Strong. So, as you are walking forward, what are you wearing?
I'm wearing like a blue dress, like
Yeah.
fancy dress that we got.
As you stroll forward past the gate, you stumble a little bit, but you catch yourself. And as you go, a little piece of your dress catches on the gate. And as you walk, you hear this horrible sound as a large piece of your skirt is just torn off.
You're showing cheek, man.
How much has been torn off?
You may be showing a little bit of cheek. And you do hear people behind you gasp as that happens.
Winona is going to run back to the car.
Okay.
Hold on. How does mending work?
Not like that.
Is this mending ever
Okay,
work?
hold on. When you run back, do you try and...
Yeah, I try to rip the dress away.
Okay, as long as you have all the dress.
Yeah.
Then,
I think I take like the
then
ribbons.
mending would work.
Okay, I cast mending.
Does mending ever work?
Okay,
Well,
so
one time it
you,
comes
yeah,
to
so
pieces.
you, kind of, is that touch? Is that what that is?
Oh fuck! I already flipped away. Shit.
I believe it is, yeah.
Sure.
So you, as you kind of hold on to both edges of
Yeah, it's touch.
the dress, pulling it together, muttering little arcane incantations, it seals itself back up, and it's almost up.
Okay.
Take two, Nova. Try again.
Work
I'm
it.
just gonna stay in the car now, guys.
No, we gotta go mend.
Gotta come on.
No, we gotta go.
This is your shrimp, Winona. We gotta
I'm
keep
gonna
going.
put my
wanna
arm
die.
through
I
her
That's how I felt with the
Let's
shrimp.
go.
We all look weird. Come on.
Winona, that's how I felt about the shrimp. We gotta keep going.
Okay, someone else go first.
I will go.
All right. So you all begin to file out of the carriage.
Fuck, that was comedy gold right there. The best time roll now one.
Making your way out of the carriage. Once again, people. Say what?
And I'm homebound.
Anyway, once again, people kind of staring and muttering to themselves as you guys make your way in. Louis is waiting at the gate. He's a little confused.
Let's just talk about it. Let's just go inside.
Her dress
It's
rip.
just nothing. Breathe in confidence. Exhale out. I'm a god. And he begins to make his way down from here. The courtyard of the palace is just kind of full of different bushes, different trees that do not have any leaves on them currently because of the winter. But also along the pathway into the palace are a few bronze statues of lions that are in different poses as you guys kind of make your way in.
Is the snow like snowball type of snow? Or is it what?
There is no snow.
Oh, okay.
At least not in the courtyard. You guys enter through a very large door and are directed through a series of servants up a large spiral staircase up to the 3rd floor of the building. As you guys go, you can see that the stained glass windows going up are different for each floor. The first one that you guys just barely get a glimpse of depicts a large amount of ships landing in a very recognizable Valley of the Giants. The second one that you guys see seems to be people building the city at the very beginning. And as you guys get up onto the 3rd floor, you can see that the stained glass, this is just an enormous ballroom. The entire floor is just one large kind of dining room. One half of the room is dedicated to just this wide open space with different chairs kind of strewn about. The other half is full of these enormous tables with a large amount of chairs with different places already set. At the far end, away from the stained glass, there is a kind of double-tiered kind of stage with 2 tables on each tier. The stained glass of this floor seems to be a portrait of a woman sitting on a large chair that looks to be made out of stone. The back of the chair is made out of pillars of rock that kind of come up in an arc above her head. Sitting at the top of the throne is a very regal bird, possibly an eagle. She is sitting on the chair, and the chair looks, and her face is very somber, very serious. And at her feet, at the base of the chair, are 2 lionesses. And they all just kind of stare forward into the portrait. Sitting on her head is a crown that is just kind of a silver circlet with an emerald in the center of it. Band is playing as you guys enter. The walls are made of stone and wood. The floors are polished wood tiles. And for the moment, people are just kind of filing in and out of this room as the party is beginning to get started. What would you guys like to do?
Is there any people with trays going around?
Not quite yet.
I'm gonna make a little huddle with everyone. So we've agreed that I'm doing the speech, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I thought I could have done it, but I don't think I can anymore.
Okay. I think I have something prepared then.
Cool. That's
Break.
Naivara, thanks for fixing my dress.
You're welcome.
So,
As a trade-off, this time you can put no more shrimp in my dress at this party.
That sounds fair.
Yes, please.
Oh, right. You were
I
there
thought-
for that. That was you.
That was you.
Holy shit, was he? Wait a minute, it was that guy. Just kidding, no.
I thought it was hilarious and tasteful at the same time.
That makes one of you.
No, that's...
I mean,
Louis,
it
is
worked.
this the part where we
Yes. Over the course of the next hour or so, people will be arriving. People will be led up the stairs as you have just been. Please just mingle. Dinner is in 2 hours or so. It is time to meet people. Make connections. Then I suppose make a perception.
What is it? 2 hours?
Do you need to go up on my shoulder so you can look?
Yeah, it's like 4 o'clock.
Fuck.
There's still plenty of sunlight coming through.
10.
10? There's not any mouse that you can see for it. Okay. It seems to me mostly people, mostly humans. Couple elves, couple dwarves, mostly humans.
Can I keep my eye out for if Trish Red Band tries to come into this party?
Oh, yeah, go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay, quick question, just for like the party. Do you guys remember like any of the people that we saw at the last party we were at?
It was mostly just people from Safe 4.
We saw
Evan.
Caden. I remember
I
Caden.
remember Evan, the halfling.
Yeah.
Isn't that the guy we tried to pretend to be?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, you tried to pretend to be Robin, okay?
No, you just mixed the two names. His name was Robin.
Oh, fuck,
you
again?
pretended to be Evan.
Evan, yeah.
Shit!
Wait,
That's
Who was Evan? Was Evan a nobody?
Yes, you guys got his name wrong. That's what happened.
Wait, wasn't that why it was so weird that he was there?
Yes.
Because we pretended to be the wrong person.
And
then I tried
to
to
exist.
and then I tried to coax a tiger into attacking Lemmy, and he wouldn't do
What
it.
did you get for your perception check?
19.
19? Okay.
I
So,
think we've come a long way.
you kind of situate yourself in a very easily, in a vantage point with a nice view of the entrance, and just kind of keep an eye on things. But who else?
I'm gonna approach Yang.
Okay.
So, how are you feeling? Not anxious at all?
She kind of looks around as more and more people begin to file in. I like this.
Okay, you don't have to stress out too much. Just worry about relaxing. Maybe you can go grab some food. Some appetizers should be coming out pretty soon.
I would like to talk to Blake.
Oh, real quick.
You can sit down if you don't have to stand. I know.
That'd be fun.
Okay, one, there's.
Do
you mean Mattimeo or Edmund? Remember, you should. If you're trying to make friends, you should.
I mean
use
the
names.
one that's not covered in shit anymore.
So,
I'm not here.
no, that's Mattimeo. My bad.
Right.
There's. He got rid of his scars from his spell. I'm pretty sure.
You just do that?
Why he spells? If he got rid of his scars like that, then maybe he could do that. That's the first time. Okay.
Legit like some Obi-Wan. What happened to Obi-Wan?
What happened to Obi-Wan?
I forgot to inform you he died in the movie.
You want to talk to Blake?
Yeah, just like a real brief thing, like,
Okay.
like you know how to like know any special techniques to get rid of shame.
Drink.
Why do you think I would be able to do that?
I don't know.
Well, I've always found that nice little dose of something spinning past his flask.
Okay. Winona is going to take a swing from the flask.
Okay.
Drink the whole
It's
thing.
gator juice in it. So it's, yeah.
That helps.
Let me know if you need any more about too.
You guys, I love Blake.
You're not
Oh my god.
Son of a bitch, he has my flask! I offered him my flask and he never gave it back.
24.
24, okay.
Oh, I thought you rolled a 3. I misread your dice.
Oh,
New
How'd you get
canon.
24?
Blake's
Holy
just Trevor.
So,
I mean, yeah.
you're just listening for interesting conversation? Okay.
One that ended by the way.
Oh. I'm just going to tell you what's happening because I don't know what you like. There are lots of people talking. Just kind of, there are people discussing you guys quite a bit.
All good things. All good things.
Mostly good things. Only one or two people that are a little confused as to why this has been called, especially since the wedding is at the end of the week. Some people saying that it's a little convenient that they had to come out this far, but mostly people seem to be pretty excited to hear about this because everyone's heard about the Cloud Giants. Everyone wants to hear first-hand accounts of what their castle was like. Many people are very excited to meet you guys. And they're very excited to hear, for when the Herald arrives and people start getting announced.
So we gotta hear before the Herald, my lord.
We did.
Man, those cloud giants, right?
So you jumped into a conversation with a dwarf, an elderly woman, and an elderly man.
Crazy happens. Who are you guys doing all that?
I'm sorry, is that a warhound on your back?
Oh,
Oh, we had to go meet some people. And then the dwarf stays. Right, how are, yes, hello.
where were you during the cloud giant attacks? Because I was fighting.
Make a persuasion check.
Mattimeo is like watching this, and he's just like,
Unnatural one. What a one.
31. Woo!
31!
And he just walks off.
Handled successfully.
Louise also sees this, and he marches over to you and thinks, "What are you doing?" They said that they saw someone else. They pointed at nothing.
Well, these things normally go for me.
And he kind of pulls you over to the side. Listen to me. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to, after they announce you, make yourself very visible, make yourself very known, and then put yourself in a place kind of up to the side of the party so that people may come to you.
I'll picture my entrance.
I don't want you to outshine the others. But find another, and then pair up with another one of them so that you are more approachable. Right? Yes, I do. What is this? And he shakes the warhammer handle and thinking, what? I told you not to bring that.
It's funny as fuck.
You are putting kind of a power on it, so you can just try and be a little less strange. And he kind of walks.
Are you wearing the owl bear's
Oh yeah.
Caden is literally dragging Naivara from person to person, introducing you to different people. He is getting a little disappointed because the people that are here so far do not seem to be nobles quite yet. They just seem to be lower level people of notoriety, people with military rank. So he's not as excited about this, and he seems a little bit miffed. Blake, after he talks to Winona, begins to follow you around a little bit.
Oh, I was actually planning on awkwardly following Blake around.
Then Winona and Blake are both following you around.
I'm just still pacing, trying to figure out my speech.
Well, Blake and Winona approach. So, how's the speech thing going?
I said I haven't, but I've never done anything like this before. Especially not even in front of like super important people.
Well, I think some like public speaking tips, like some good ones I've heard before is like you don't want to like feed, as we call it in the Sky Shepherds, feeding the chickens as you're throwing out points out
Here's
there.
the actual speech.
You can get prize.
Oh, okay.
You want to serve them a sandwich as you come out with your big points. Serve them the sandwich and project real loudly.
Is there food coming by?
But not a literal sandwich. This is just a movement you do with your hand.
Because I was going to stress to eat.
No. Blake just watches you do it. Yeah.
Is he drinking too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, I wanted to kind of talk to you. They said that some Goliaths will be coming tonight. Do you think that maybe they might be some people that we should talk to?
Yes, you mean as in like that suspicious guy? Or you?
No, I mean the bag of rings.
Okay. That might be a possibility.
You worry about that. We can talk about that after. Okay.
Hey, guys, don't lock your knees.
So after
yeah, I know. My masters have taught me that like day one.
After a little bit, more and more people have shown up. Lee does come and find all of you, and he brings you kind of back to the back of the room near the staircase, and he takes you downstairs. They're going to reintroduce you to the crowd.
But we're already there.
But the important people are coming now. He takes you off to a side room. You can see that a lot of people who are dressed even more extravagantly are beginning to file in. Many of the lords and ladies have actually arrived, so they're going to introduce you. Or they're going to introduce the lords, and then they're going to introduce you afterwards as the guests of honor. Alright?
Okay.
Is it like individually, or are we just like a group?
As a group.
Okay. Just making sure like I didn't have to like do like a wave when they said my name or something.
No, I did not tell them your names.
Okay, good.
They didn't ask.
Even better.
Frankly, I do not think that they care.
Fantastic.
Honestly, I mean, I was honestly surprised that they didn't ask. I said, do you want to know their name? And they said no.
So are we just here as like a spectacle?
We are here as furniture.
Ah,
To be
you
shown
are
off.
here as a group.
To be shown off.
The Herald is a bit difficult.
The Herald is?
Yes.
Herald.
Herald.
His name is not Herald. He does not appreciate those kinds of jokes.
Well, if he's a dick, he has no opinion on it.
Please do not call him Herald. He's very upset. I have to apologize.
He is the Herald.
Yeah, no.
No, but his name is not Herald.
What is his name?
His name is not Herald.
What's his name?
His name is Jeff.
So Jeff Herald.
Jeff.
No. He's Jeff the Herald.
Jeff the Herald.
Well, what's his
Well,
last name?
Herald Jeff. Or Herald Jeff.
Jeff
Yeah,
Herald.
Herald Jeff.
Jeff Herald.
No. Do not put Herald in his name. You'll be very upset.
What's his
Mr.
last
Herald.
What's his last name?
His last name?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Wait, so can we just call
He came
him?
up to me and said, "Did you like to know my last name?" And I said, "No."
Wait, so
you guys
I think all of us are actually laughing.
continue in this
Yeah.
kind of roundabout way.
Yeah, I'll laugh at Louis' joke.
what if we just call him? What if we just call him the Herald?
And after a while, you guys begin to hear people being announced upstairs. A couple different names, none of which stick out to you guys, and Louis talks over the whole thing.
Or matter?
Yeah.
Just small, important people.
Very, very small. Very important people. Each of them is preceded by either Lord or Lady or Lord and Lady. Louis explains that is a title that is given to anyone who is in charge of anything from a town to a small city in the Kingdom of Eaglefell. It's also a title given to people who own large amounts of large estates anywhere in the kingdom. Also people who have ties with the queen. Anyone who's on the queen's council is also given that title.
Oh boy.
It's just kind of basically a denomination of
Important.
importance.
I hope we don't meet barons.
Hardcore flashback.
So, after a certain amount of time, Louis ushers you guys out of the room into the line of people. As he kind of shoves you all out into it and he gets you all in line, he begins to line you up by height, and in his own words, so that the people can see everyone. And as he's kind of getting people, getting you all arranged, with Yuri in the front and Nalane in the back.
Yeah, no, Yuri is short. Wait, how tall is Yuri?
He's like 2.5 feet tall.
Same.
I'm actually curious. How exactly is Yuri dressed?
He's dressed in like this kind of. He's dressed in like a little like vest.
A hobbit vest.
Am I wrong to say? Never mind.
And then as he's arranging you guys, the people in front of you look back with this like very confused expression, and you're just kind of like, "Hello!" And they both just kind of make a face at each other and then face forward. Over the course of the next 5 minutes, people kind of make their way forward, like Grand March at prom, and you make your way up the staircase until finally the people in front of you make their way out. Louis is kind of looking up like that. So I have given him the name, and it's all going to be fine. We're all going to be very, 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 very honorable.
Very, yes.
You smell alcohol.
Not me this time.
Wait, my breath is perpetually minty fresh. It shouldn't be me.
He gives a weird look at Blake, and Blake just kind of smiles at him. I will be, I'm not going to be announced, so good luck. And he goes off.
Good luck.
The other people step in front of you guys. Did you guys?
I was asking, did the people in front of us wave as they were announced?
So the people in front of you step out. They pause for a moment. The herald announces them as Lord and Lady Vandertramp. and they just kind of stop for a moment. They smile at everyone, and then they just make their way down.
Okay.
At which point the herald looks at you all.
I'll step forward and then wait.
Okay, so you step forward.
Dude, I'm just excited that the Dr. and Mr. Bandit camp is a thing.
Are you all stepping forward? Or are you just stopping and talking?
Be nice to him.
Guy, for fuck's sake!
Why are we stepping out?
Yes.
Well, like bumping into each other.
As you all kind of assemble in rows. Ladies and gentlemen, the heroes of Towel Town. People don't kind of look, and there is clapping because he does introduce you as the guest of honor.
Sorry, Jeff.
I'm not. You know he's a dick. Who cares?
And you guys are still standing out in front of everyone.
Step forward.
Winona accidentally claps for like a second, and then like realizes that no one else is doing that, so she puts it down.
When he announced us, I wanted to do like dancing lights and prestidigitation. Like,
Fireworks. I was all eerie. I tried to pose with my warhammer.
And then as you guys make your way back into the main ballroom, you do hear Jeff just kind of.
I'm just getting like, you guys remember that like episode of SpongeBob where that guy like almost stabbed himself in the face with a spoon?
Not today.
Not today.
I'm just imagining that guy.
So, there are now a lot more people, a lot more very important people going about. Attendants are running around with trays of appetizers. They have small pieces of crab, small little biscuits, cheese platters kind of running around.
I'll grab 2.
I'd be racist if it wasn't true.
No one.
I'd be offended if this cheese was so goddamn delicious.
Okay. What are you grabbing?
Some crab.
Okay.
Yeah, Winona's gonna grab another your plate.
Make you gang immediately filtered off.
Oh fuck.
So.
If I
and people are walking around with drinks.
alright, if I know that she's not gonna be in one spot, I'm just gonna eat myself in.
I would like to just grab a drink.
I would like to grab a tray for the people going.
Oh no.
It's again 23.
No one told me that was wrong last time.
Kind of that do seem to be here like in attendance as guests, and there are one or two that are also working. You were.
I straight up just grabbed a tray from one, like the entire thing.
Okay.
Little guy.
So you find yourself. You have this little tray of what looks to be like little tiny shish kebabs, of olives and cheese. Yeah.
I'm eating.
Okay.
I'll grab a drink and then I'll go.
Okay,
off
no,
to
not to
side
eat the
and look
toothpicks
approachable.
though. I know that
It is wine.
All right.
Wait, where side are you going on?
I'm just going to a side to look approachable.
It's like
See, that's what I have too.
like,
Perfect. Like each other?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I'll put that else smoke together.
Yes, those are mice.
Sounds like stuff I'd eat.
Ever since you got your scars moved, you're a lot more conceited.
Important people.
No,
again.
I'm just being an
Okay.
He is having a lot more fun. He is introducing you as the war hero Naivara Xiloscient.
Oh god.
Oh wait, that's your last name?
Yeah.
They've said it a couple
nothing about
times.
us, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Naivara's xylophone.
Yuri follows the two of you.
Did you know
Oh,
that
God.
Edmund's missing an eye?
I know that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still remember
Yuri
last
follows
name,
the two of
don't
you
say it.
around, and Caden seems to kind of try and lose him, but he gives up and begins to introduce both of you. You and Blake are just chilling, acting relaxing, all drunk.
And drinking.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Oh shit. I just remembered what Yang did last time, so I'm actually gonna try and look for her.
Make a perception check.
By the way, I want to go over to Nalane and say, I want to go
Hey, that is
alone.
really fucking good.
Okay.
Perception check?
I
25.
want to eat all of it.
Nice.
People might look down on me.
You do
Well, I will
find
definitely help you. I don't know how to
that she
use
is just kind of she is currently just kind of sitting near one of the tables and just kind of surveying the party.
And I'll grab some more food and like 2 things of wine
Okay.
and sit down with her.
Okay. As you kind of sit down with her, she just kind of takes one of the glasses of wine from you. Have a drink.
Insight check?
Oh, yeah, insight check.
13.
And she moves on her drinking. Seems to just kind of be
You sure? Because okay, I'll put both of them aside because I wasn't gonna drink either. I was only gonna drink if she was.
Thing's not drinking.
She's kind of looking out over everything.
I'm going to into the. Everyone has their bracelets on still, right?
Oh, it's a door.
It's an accessory.
Guys,
Naivara took it off if Caden said it looked tacky.
God, you're whipped by your imagination.
Oh,
God damn it!
He's not crazy about it.
You never said anything about it though, so you can't pick that up.
Yeah.
You can't pick that
Too
up.
late.
guys, I think someone is here trying to slander us because I don't think Yang was the one that was drinking that one. Do you recall drinking?
Yes.
Is that you?
Don't drink now.
Never mind.
We have nothing to get.
Smash the window!
Important question. Did Caden say that he didn't like the bracelet earlier?
It's too late.
it's too late.
Okay.
You can't.
I said no tasty
Quit,
back.
quit trying to whip
You
yourself.
can't appease your imaginary boyfriend.
Naivara is stupid. You gotta remember.
She's a military commander.
So yeah, so you're sitting with Yang.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, Nalane and I have been chowing down on the.
Oh, I also got us some drinks. We're not getting drunk, but I'm not staying away from
Omareth,
Oh! Okay.
What am I doing? I think I'm going. If I notice Yuri following those 2 around, I'm probably gonna like try to bring him more towards me and be like, let those 2 do their thing.
Squeezing.
So a 16.
Damn. Hey. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Noise.
Hey, that's not a nat 20. We only do those on nat 20s.
Nice.
Man, you do manage to kind of pry him away from him. What?
We should let those 2 do their own thing.
Why?
Well, because Caden is one of those.
Oh, but me and Caden hung out while you guys were out doing things in the city.
I understand that, but right now he wants to show off Naivara.
Oh, but he said that we were best friends. Well, no. But I said it a lot, so I figured it was,
Sticky.
What are you doing?
I was just gonna kind of walk around, drink and eat. See
Oh,
if anyone wanted to talk. I'm sure they'll be much more likely to talk to me if you're around.
okay.
I'm going to ask Yang, since now I know for a fact that she was the one drinking. Why do you dislike royalty and rich people? And I don't know what specifically about my voice is gonna go slightly quieter. What about the prince? Why do you have what's wrong with her? Because you seem like it's
Not just the princess. Not the princess specifically. Just all of them.
Oh, okay. If you just keep that mentality, you can't expand and meet new people. You can't just.
I told you much about before the monastery.
I just knew that you were thieving around 5. Up to that now.
That's what I thought. She gets up. She makes her way out into the crowd.
I'm going to trail her.
Yeah, make your perception check.
That is a 11.
You do lose her a little bit in the crowd as some people kind of push past with platters and whatnot. Mattimeo.
Yeah.
You are approached by a couple people.
I'm there as well.
He is there as
a couple different people just kind of asking you about the different, what exactly it was like, what cloud giants looked like up close, just general questions about what the experience was like. And they are immediately pushed aside by Yang, who pushes them out of the way. Your face looks different.
Yeah.
What happened?
Oh God, what's his name?
Wheeler?
Thank you. That was in character. Wheeler.
Or are you two standing together?
Yes.
I
No.
thought you said you were opposite.
No. We are
No,
together.
we were next to each other.
Okay.
Holding hands. Wait.
Okay.
Yes.
Because he just confessed his love earlier today,
All
so...
right.
Wheeler helped fix my face.
He gets rid of scars?
Yeah. Sometimes. It said it was really expensive, but he did for us because we helped him out before.
She turns away from you, and she takes off like the outer part of her robes, where she has kind of a thing on underneath, but she pulls it down off of her back.
Mhm.
How about this? And she has the brand like in the middle of her back.
I don't know, he didn't do mine yet. Where'd they get you at?
She turns back around. My family lived in the Southwood.
What happened?
All I really remember is that I got away. Face looks nice.
Thank you.
She walks.
You look nice too.
All right.
What an awkward relationship
Yeah, I know.
is budding.
So, after a little while, unless anyone had anything else they wanted to do during this phase of the meeting,
I'll show people check out. Pull out my javelin of lightning. Don't touch it, yikes!
Yeah. Those of you that are kind of like leaving yourself open are approached by several different people who just in general want to know about different things. A couple of them seem scholarly, but no one seems to be asking for information other than,
What was it like?
yeah, just in terms of curiosity.
Yeah.
After a while, the herald shouts to get everyone's attention. People kind of stop for a moment. Everyone turns towards the staircase where he's standing. Announcing an envoy from the Grey Mountains. May I introduce Keothag Bearhand Muthaligane, Kumag Helmcrusher Muthaligane, and Thabavek Wise Hunter Valu-nakanu.
How he could pronounce that about Tottenham?
These three.
I think you got it wrong. I'm
These
moving.
three tall Goliaths, all dressed in what you would recognize as traditional Goliath kind of formal wear. Was just a simple, brightly colored long sleeve tunic, kind of a deep V-neck. Around the collar and down the front is a design of kind of white patterns that is very similar to Goliath face tattoos. Around their belt is just kind of a around their waist is just kind of a simple leather belt, and they wear these kind of thick fur boots. There are three of them, as he announced. The first one that he announced, Keothag, seems to be pretty short for a Goliath, about 6'6". Very muscular, has a very strong jaw, and his face tattoos are very simplistic. He's wearing an orange tunic. The second one, Kumag, is larger than him. He has a little bit of a sharper kind of features, a larger nose, and he's wearing a kind of a purple tunic. And then the third one is the tallest out of the three, but still not. They're not huge. They're all shorter than you. And he is visibly aged, a lot older than the other two. Not as strong, a little bit scrawnier. And there is some applause from people as they all just kind of stroll forward into the crowd.
Vaughn, you want to talk to him? Got you, girl.
So, what are you two doing?
I'm not making another performance check. That's a bad idea.
I'm gonna walk up and hug Baba.
Okay. So as you approach,
It's my dad.
as you approach, you are very visible over the crowd. And as you approach, he does turn and see you, and his face kind of lights up, and he extends his arms, and the two of you embrace in this very strong hug. And he kind of pulls you very close. Nalane! And he kind of pushes you away. Oh my goodness. How long has it been here?
Yeah.
He kind of puts his hand on your face. Oh, bro.
I tried.
You're taller than me.
I tried.
He is aged very visibly since the last time you saw him. He has kind of wrinkles on the corners of his eyes. His jowls are showing a lot more. The other two both notice you. Oh, please let me introduce you to these two. You remember Keothag? You do. Keothag has been leader of the Grey Tribes for the past 6 years. He usurped the old leader, who was his brother. And when you left, he was trying to work with the royalty of Eaglefell to try and bring some sort of peace between the tribes of Eaglefell. He turns and sees you. Oh, fearless leader. And he pulls you in and gives you a big Goliath hug as well. Oh, it's been a long time. How has it been? Do you remember my nephew?
Not really.
The third one, who the herald announced as Kumag, is taller than Keothag. Like I said, in kind of a purple tunic. Make a history check.
Not one.
Yeah, you don't recognize him.
Well, my points last.
We're paying for it.
You used to date and you don't remember.
For shame.
That'd be funny.
Your father kind of turns to you. What are you doing here?
We're the guest of honor? Yeah.
Oh, my little girl. When I heard there was a Goliath with them, they didn't tell me what the name was.
Yeah, they didn't really care to know.
Oh, speak of that herald.
Punch him across the room.
Like a
Mispronounced our clan name. It's just disgraceful.
It's not okay.
Your mother almost tore him in half last time.
That sounds like mom.
Where have you been? Please, tell me everything.
Whatever to say.
I'll tell him everything. I'm gonna suck at describing it.
Just like, oh, this is
Damn,
Did you walk
the ceiling is great.
I did walk over, but I'm just gonna awkwardly standing around.
Oh yes, and this is Winona.
Gesturing down.
Hi. I'm a sky
Very much down.
Hello. Valu-nakanu. You can call me Wise Hunter.
I apologize.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, you've made some strange new friends.
Yep.
Just different from where I come from. You know, cultures and all that.
Please allow me to introduce Keothag and Kumag. Chaotag such for. Hello.
Hello.
I am Chaotag.
I'm Winona Ryder. Nice to meet you.
Very sharp. I am Jarl of the Eighth Yard. Or as the Galvarabni call us, the Grey Tribe of the Grey Mountains.
I got most of that.
He said Dalrossi, which is giant for valley people.
Valley. I don't know. I'm gonna get it right down. It's just like valley people.
So you're gonna recount a lot of what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Winona will chime in if you get any details wrong. So if you have to make some sort of check, you have to pay.
So you're telling him everything.
All the good parts.
All the good
It will
parts.
take a little while.
Okay.
to
Probably about half
a lot
a
of
year.
stuff has happened.
Removing the parts where we brutally murder people.
Removing the parts where I vote people out of jail.
I forgot about Grand Theft Canal.
Oh my god. I love how half was like surrender, but the other half was like, no, we're going for it.
Oscar Mayer forever!
Oh hell, Oscar Mayer.
Let's take a short break, guys.
Okay.
I gotta pee really bad.
Yeah, me too.
What was that thing you wanted to tell us?
Oh, okay. So I just for shits and gigs, when I was planning out some of the sections for this arc, I remembered how someone said something about like an anti-party.
Oh god.
And so just for shits and giggles.
Oh, you made up like anti-characters?
No. I was like, if there were some.
Oh.
Hold on. Because I remember just like who your guys' counterparts would be, like of people that you already know.
Yeah, I straight up said Abigail is like the cooler, better Winona.
Oh shit, I don't have it on here. Okay, I had Winona's counterpart being Abigail. I had Yin's being Yang. I had Alvin down for you. I had Umtana down for you. And I couldn't think of any for the rest of you. Unless like possibly Ethris, maybe for you.
Yeah, that is kind of the evil version of
Not
you.
an option anymore.
No.
I guess the exact polar opposite of you would be that guy you fought in the
The guy that I fucking blew his head up with.
Yeah.
Or, oh, fuck, what was the name of that? Sir Plumber. The other paladin.
Yeah, Sir Plumber, yeah.
He got bit in half.
Yeah, it's weird that we remember him so well, but he was only in
He
there
was
for
such
like
a
20
memorable
minutes.
character.
Wait, is Sir Plumber mutton chops?
Yeah. He was such a memorable character and he died in like 20 minutes.
Okay, so let's take a break.
His most memorable feature is being
I
two.
am supposed to encourage everyone here that there is hot chocolate being served downstairs.
Ooh.
Supposed to.
Yeah, Austin said it.
Yeah, awesome. Good. So.
Yeah, fuck it.
Yes, we'll all go down there.
Hot chocolate sounds great.
Kick Austin Rick's ass.
It is winter time.
Just say and kick Austin Rick's ass.
Yeah.
Let's do it. I'll do it. If we all roll down there, you can't find all of us.
I'm gonna put googly eyes.
But I called dibs on the bathroom real quick.
So we all take our dice to roll initiative?
Yes.
Okay.
maybe we should figure out some kind of like actual Secret Santa if people are buying each other Christmas presents.
No, I'm buying everyone gifts.
All right.
I told you that the dinosaur was gifting up. The best gift you can give me, Jackie, is to not stress about me during the holidays.
Go for it.
Fuck you.
I love my two
Okay.
so much. I want to put like a little like collar on it.
I'm
Oh,
They got you that
If
gift.
everyone
You're
100% gonna accept it, then your hot chocolate somewhere
That's what I want for Christmas. Fuck you, Jackie.
I didn't say what I wanted. They just
Wait.
got it for me, and
I
I
love
love it.
yarn.
What in the shit is this conversation we're having?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I will tell you, I don't.
I already know what I'm getting you. I'm getting you those earbuds too.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
One in a competition.
Haley, is there any
And you didn't
specific
put any
kind
effort
of
into
yarn?
it because you don't love me as much as your other friend.
Oh my god.
I'm not crying, it's fine.
Haley, any kind of specific kind of yarn?
And what color?
Oh god, no, I don't know. I like fuzzy stuff. I
Okay.
like chunky stuff.
Dumb question: is Aristocats the one with where they
With
have
the
the
cats.
Siamese cats?
Yes.
Like we are Siamese.
No,
and
No,
that's
that
me
is-
in the
Good. I was about to ask,
Yeah.
or is that lady in the trim? Because I can't tell
We
them
are
apart.
Siamese.
Because I haven't seen them since I was like in my fever dream.
Also,
of my
fun fact I didn't know
What?
before.
I don't know. It's just,
Fever
Each
I
of
think
the
about like
Siamese
when I was
cat has
really
their own
little, it
name.
felt like a fever dream because I don't
Their
remember what
names.
was real
I don't
and
remember what they
wasn't.
are, but I remember their names.
Okay.
'Cause I had a vivid imagination as a
He's
kid.
like squishy. Yeah.
Oh, he's squishy? I thought he was like a solid
Squishy.
thing.
Cinnamon Altoids.
Oh, you're right. Like I thought you
He's
were
like a
calling me
squishy
too,
toy.
and then I like grab.
He's like a squeaky toy
I can
consistency.
just like play with it.
What do you want for Christmas?
What? I don't get asked that question, so.
I don't. God was looking at me. I
Is that
felt bad.
embarrassing that you were playing with the dinosaur?
A D&D flavored book?
Yeah.
Yo.
Did you say D&D flavored?
I can make good talk.
D&D tastes like.
Sweaty
Oh my gosh, we should take a
Uh,
picture of us with our hot chocolate, guys. Take a picture.
What?
Somebody
What?
take a
What?
What? Picture!
Barker, take a
Hot
picture.
chocolate picture.
I guess
You're
I'm
just
getting you
holding
that
it
T-Rex.
For loud and yell.
We can
Everyone look
share.
nice and cozy with
But
their
I
hot
have a
chocolate.
T-Rex.
Oh, Caleb, lean in. Did I step on your? Okay. Look how cozy. Oh god,
So Dylan, the T-Rex.
Oh my god, the best picture was when Parker got his drink.
So the T-Rex, you said.
Thank you, Dylan.
I'm not getting you a Switch. You're not dating
I
me.
know. I know.
Wait, we get a Switch if we
Wait, I
date
thought
you?
you guys were together.
Yo, I'm single.
Oh,
He
sweet.
bought his girlfriend a Switch.
Wait, so if we all date Jackie, we all get switches?
Hey!
Hey!
Polygamy!
Jackie, will you go out with us? Please.
How you ask not for just yourself,
For everyone. Yeah.
It's,
Hold on a second.
it's too gay, yeah.
We're a package deal.
Does that mean I'm dating myself?
No, not you.
Oh.
Yes, Jack, you have to buy yourself a Switch now.
So yeah, Nathan, what do you
I'm
actually
sorry, I'm
want?
not good at taking pictures.
I don't know.
I barely got Caleb.
There's
Oh,
really
there's a
not
cup
much
covering
that I
Ryan.
want.
But I think what's worth it is Parker's expression in this
Just
picture.
crop it
and
to
that's
just
what really
Parker.
matters.
I will probably be like super ecstatic if you get me almost anything Lego.
Lego?
Liz
He's
knows.
not even kidding. He goes to Walmart. He spends like an hour in the aisle.
Oh my god.
I like
The
them
first
still.
like 5 times I took him to Walmart, he's like, I have to look at the Legos, and he just spends like half an hour there, and I'm just like, can I like leave you there?
Hey, at
He
least
won't let me like leave him there because he's like, well, no. Then then he feels the need to leave, and I'm like, just look at the Legos. Just let me get the groceries.
at least
I'm sorry.
he brought me to Walmart, and I reorganized Walmart. Like I reorganized one of the clearance bins.
So in pain.
Oh no.
I'm sorry,
What do you want
Parker.
for Christmas?
But I also, in all fairness, I should not have been trusted
Whatever
to take the
reminds you
picture.
of me, that's super cheap. That was super cheap.
I should
So at
not be
least
given any
$25.
responsibility
No.
ever.
You should add that
Like,
to the
less
group
than
photo.
Oh right, yeah. Let me see if I can figure that out.
I could pay for everyone's
That's all
gift.
that
If they're
works
all
in
$25, I could pay for it in 2 weeks. Everyone.
I don't want to make you do that.
My face there is great. Like, I'm just looking at Parker like,
Enjoying his
Okay.
pain.
Oh, it's just like Parker just
Physical
looks
pain.
like
I'm done with that.
at
for a
the
while.
family pictures, like, oh,
Yeah,
I'm
you
having
want a
hot
keyboard?
cocoa.
Oh Jesus.
A mouse?
Ow, my uvula.
The newer college.
The dangly
uterus.
Is that dangly thing in Bob's boxer shorts?
That hot chocolate was so hot it burned my vagina in an alternate time.
Osmosis
I
Jones.
feel like my brother.
Which one?
Oh, my penis is really feeling it now.
I love that.
Oh, hold on.
movie.
No,
I
sorry.
watched the
My
shit
baby
out
arm
of
is
it.
really feeling it now.
What?
What?
Was it? Were you trying to say what I just said?
Yes.
Where I burned the hot chocolate was so hot I burned my vagina in an alternate timeline.
Yes.
I feel that.
It was because Parker said it. He burned his uterus.
Honestly, I'm so.
No, he said uterus after he
That's
said
uterus.
uterus.
What said both?
What did you want?
Like, I'm pretty sure
Will
almost every time.
Yeah, actually, that'd be great.
I'm
kidding.
having
No.
a
I would give you one if I had one myself.
Depression.
I know.
It would high five, but I'm actually paranoid of spilling hot chocolate right now. I'm like terrified, actually. I feel like I'm sitting in like a minefield.
forget how to hold things?
No, it's just where it's such like a very nice big table with so many people holding like heavy paper.
Oh my gosh, I don't want to spill.
Haley, I just have learned that I am stupid and will somehow spill stuff, so I gotta be careful.
Accidents happen.
I'm stupid and coke.
Yeah, accidents happen. That's why I'm here.
Sometimes roll nat ones in real life. All the time.
All the time. I have a -6 to charisma.
Haven't you ever been like looking for something as you're holding it, and like that's a real life nat one on a failed perception?
Yeah, last time I did that was 7 years ago.
Or when you like enter a room looking for something and then like you immediately forget everything from birth to death.
Or just like basically anytime you trip, you roll a nat one.
Yeah.
Like,
How often do you guys trip?
more than I'd
Four
like.
times a day.
I have a bad ankle.
You're going,
I'm joking
yeah.
completely.
You're going shooting and you like have a misfire round. What's in that one? It's horrifying though, but it's in that one.
That's the worst time you can get in that one.
Yeah.
I'm getting your earbuds. Those nice earbuds that you wanted.
Thank you. I need to do that.
All right.
I shouldn't have nice things.
Now that I am burnt through and through.
Thank you.
The character voices are going to
My
be a lot
trash
more
can
fun.
to ruin.
Watch out, hot chocolate, right there.
I got this water to make my throat feel better. What do I do? Not bad.
This cinnamon is so good.
All right.
What?
Like a peppermint.
You know, like, I don't like hot chocolate when it's kind of just like lukewarm.
Oh,
So you don't mind if I give you
It's like at the point where it's essentially chocolate milk.
Use it.
I
You
guess
know
I
what would be
don't
really
mind.
good?
Holy cow. $30.
$5 chocolate.
So, I'll have to pay you something.
No.
Shut up.
No.
Jackie enjoys being
Looks
too
like
fucking
everyone's
nice.
thought process, Jackie.
Fuck you, Jackie.
Anyway,
How dare you be so nice?
how dare you?
I'm gonna put these on my Amazon thing. So
T-Rex is fine, please.
You know, Caleb
T-Rex
actually
good.
wants John.
I want.
I
I'll send
would
them an
like
Altoid
free
container.
college.
Doesn't even have to have Altoid.
Right?
Put that in your Amazon cart.
But if it does have
Amy's
Altoids,
tuition,
even better.
Emily's tuition would be great as well.
all the tuition.
I so badly want to take a drink of this, but I know I'm probably gonna burn my face off.
That's
Oh,
what
listen,
I
I'm almost done.
Just do like the spoon thing. The spoon.
you have that one.
Just go like this.
Are they serving hot chocolate
Stop
here
being
since
a
it's
baby.
winter?
They're serving hot chocolate because they have like a winter safety thing.
No, I mean in game.
Oh, I thought like that too. I'm like, when did we have a winter safety
What's
thing
this dog?
in Eagle Fell?
That's
I
set up
would
for
take
that?
a bigger.
That's silly. How dare they have non-alcoholic drinks at a party?
Has chocolate been invented
Do
in
it
this
till it
world?
hurts.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's. Why do you think they have mousefolk sleeps?
Oh,
Ooh, dark. Sorry.
it's like I guess they, yeah.
Okay, anyways.
I guess, what is
Now
it?
that we've brought up slavery, let's move on.
Slavery
Let's go back
again.
into the slavery.
Remember, everything's recorded.
Evidence.
Okay.
I want to listen to our first session again.
You were speaking to your father and the other two Goliaths.
Winona was awkwardly
You
there.
just want to chill with them and just tell them everything that's going on?
Yeah.
No, you're awkwardly there as well.
Yeah, I'm just kind of there. I think Winona's realizing that this isn't like a scene she was meant to be a part of.
The rest of you can very much
You
see
were so
the
ready to be
four
my
large
woman.
Goliaths in the center of the room if anyone wants to go over there. Otherwise, the party just continues.
No one cares. I just hugged another Goliath.
I'll go over there. We're friends.
Ryan's just like, mm-mm.
Okay.
I'm looking for Yang.
Hello,
You know, I'll go
I'm
with
being
you.
dragged
Yeah.
around.
who are these folks, Nalane?
Well, this is my father.
Oh, sir, nice to meet you. Oh, living
He bets to bend over a little bit, but he grabs your hand. Oh,
so he wants to tell her how to play checkers.
no.
She's
You
just
play
natural talent.
checkers now?
Yes,
Oh,
I.
you play sometime.
Okay.
She's pretty good. I've never won once.
He's gonna kick your ass.
Wow.
This is Edmund.
Ed?
Yes.
And how about this other one?
Mattimeo.
Oh,
Even shorter.
Yeah.
all right. Wow, this is wonderful to find out that you've made such good friends.
Your daughter is a fierce warrior. He's a fly. You,
Just like my sister.
you taught her yourself? Or?
No, Idea did. You still have the, wonderful.
Well, I've counted on her many times. Life's been in danger.
Oh, danger? Oh, so?
I haven't gotten that far yet.
She killed a T-Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex.
It was incredible.
Oh, what?
Giant
Big lizard.
Teeth the size of me.
Winona, I guess I wouldn't have my book on me. I wouldn't have taken that away.
Not to mention her work on the cloud giants.
Oh, yes, I have heard about that. You met Cloud Giants. Interesting.
Did battle with few of them.
They were not.
All three that we met.
Kaotag kind of speaks up. Oh, I'm sure Methuselah would like to hear about that. Do you remember Methuselah? Yes, we do.
That one!
Oh, man. On surface.
Doing
Don't
it.
roll on the paper.
Don't remember Methuselah at all. Which is convenient for your companions, I guess.
Could you refresh my memory?
Methuselah is the priest of the old religion that was in the tribe.
Right. Yep.
Old religion.
Yes. In the Grey Tribes, we don't observe many of the religious traditions of the dull robbery.
I'm a little
I'm gonna
confused
say
on the
that I
words
don't-
you said. Oh, wow.
Oh,
It's
it's a giant word. Who must
Frick, I never
suffer
got to that.
for the people that live down here.
You were from?
I live in the mountains.
Oh, it's for us.
Yes.
I would probably.
Alms the scat.
Saddleback looks a little concerned. It's not terrible. It means badly evil, but over the years it has grown to mean many different unflattering things.
Well,
Yes.
picking up a jar.
There you are.
Well, perhaps we can discuss more of your adventures, not in the center of the ball.
That seems like a good idea.
Brothers, do you mind? And Kaofag and nods. You and Saddleback head off to kind of the side. You guys going with?
Are we getting the vibe from you that we should follow, or are we getting the vibe that this is a private conversation strictly between father and daughter?
I'm going to just assume that it's
Right.
father and daughter.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna wander off.
So we're just awkwardly
I'll go
standing
back to
around.
my wall.
I'm gonna see if I can find Yang.
And I say to the two giants, well, enjoy the party, bye!
I've been
I just leave
actively
it
trying to get to you.
Okay, both of you make perception checks. Unless you're working together.
Hey, nat 20.
That's fine.
That is not. Fucking.
Doesn't matter.
13.
Yang is chilling with Blake and Ned.
Oh.
So she's just kind of sitting there. You didn't notice her up until this point.
Oh, okay.
She's chilling, but she's not like, she hasn't said anything. She just snuck up kind of behind you guys and is sitting there with you.
That's hard.
So
Gotta sit down then.
What'd you get, Matt?
13.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just gonna sit down with them?
So awkwardly trying to prepare my speech, even though real life Jacky has done it.
Can I say that Winona has gone off to find Omareth and Yuri?
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
What are you doing right now? People are kind of approaching you guys.
Water.
We'll probably. I will make small talk while Yuri says everything.
So then we were in Castle Roth, right? And then Caden almost got assassinated. So we had to.
Maybe not those bits.
Am I at this part, or did
Yeah, you walk up as that's happening.
Yuri, they really like the giant parts that.
Well, but I wasn't there for the giant part.
Yeah, but as a storyteller, you gotta learn to tell parts that you weren't there.
Well, but people have already told those stories. I'm trying to tell my own.
Fair enough.
That's fine. Tell him
Well, then
everything.
we were in the path, and we had to fight a guy that was a dragon, and he's gonna continue unless you guys want to.
What are we not supposed to tell
So then Ethrith, he's the bad guy I mentioned earlier. He caught back up with us and he tried to kill us, but they let us do a trial by combat, and they guess a large crowd begins to.
You're not supposed to be letting people know this.
It's up to you guys.
We've already burned our bridge with Castle Ross.
Yeah, let's fucking torch
Honestly,
it.
Eaglefell and Castle Ross don't get along that well.
Right? Yeah. So they probably like this part.
This will show them that we like Eaglefell and hate Castle Ross.
Hey.
Yeah, we went to get to the safety of the.
This is totally how this will work.
So over the course of the next half hour,
Someone's gonna
Barry
challenge
tells
us to a
this
duel.
crowd everything that he's seen.
Let him fucking try.
All right.
We will mute the sensitive bits.
Yeah. What kind of roll will we make to mute sensitive bits?
Especially the stuff that has happened.
Including the
since we
bits where he
entered
sees
Eaglefell.
Caden and.
We will like.
Then does it happen including since? Okay. Did you catch Yuri on everything that happened at start business?
I assume it was only the hero.
Okay. So he doesn't know anything about that.
Because that's what I was actually planning on part of my speech, because I was going to have to...
Don't let us know.
Okay.
Let us know.
Okay.
Spoilers.
Okay.
So then he does go on to talk about the killing Marcus and that dog.
That's a sensitive bit.
Is it?
I feel like that's a sensitive bit.
Technically, should we go collect our bounty?
It's a sensitive bit.
Okay, you said it while you guys are just.
Hold on, I believe that's a sensitive bit. So I think Winona would try to censor him. What kind of role is that? So I don't think Winona's proud of that.
Rewrite history.
Straight charisma check.
You definitely didn't try.
Just
18, 19, 20.
20.
20.
Okay, so you do manage to interrupt him, but he rolled high enough. He does get out the fact that you guys killed Marcus the Mad Dog, not the part about ripping his body apart.
Okay, good. Okay.
Oh, that's fine.
It's fine. That was the part I was worried about, where people were like, "Oh my God, you're savage."
After he talks about Marcus the Mad Dog being killed, there are several confused looks in the crowd. Then he goes on to talk about a little bit more into detail about the assassination attempt, since someone asked, which he details Lady Glass sending it, not the Kings.
That's maybe.
You guys have to decide a lot.
We'll not talk about these.
Okay. And then he goes on to talk about what Winona told him about love, since Caden and Naivara are in love.
I'm gonna let that slide. We won't let him talk about that part.
Are you those topics are very surprising to this crowd.
Are you going to do this in front of the crowd?
No, in front of the crowd.
People begin to wander off from the crowd, whispering amongst each other.
Well, we're good friends, guys.
Good whisperers or bad whispers?
Whispers.
Listen.
Since I can't find Yang, I'll just go off and stay by his side, being approachable again.
Hey, look at us.
Hey, what's up? This is awkward as hell.
Very few people are coming over to you guys because they are listening to the Big Mouth Hat.
That is fine.
And he is described as such.
Big mouth family.
Okay. In the middle of this interaction, the Herald actually blows a trumpet to get people's attention. And there is silence. Yuri continues to talk,
Silence.
Wait, what? Oh,
I just covered his mouth.
okay. And the herald steps forward, introducing the princess Ivea.
Say that again.
Ivea. And he
Evea.
steps back. So coming up from the staircase is a strikingly beautiful girl. Seems to be pretty young. She has golden brown hair kind of braided up under her head. She's wearing a dark green dress, and she has a kind of high collar that comes up onto her neck. And these kind of silver designs kind of running down the front. From a distance, it's a little hard to tell, but it glints as if it's real silver. On her head is a silver circlet match, and from a distance, you guys notice that it seems to have like a visible missing socket in the center. As she enters into the party, people bow.
Yep. Bowing.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm taking kind of Yuri with me as I bow, like to make sure he does it too.
Okay, and she has entered the party. She immediately just kind of stops in the middle, kind of looks around. She greets Keothag and Kumag, who are both still kind of just nicely greeting different nobles in the center. And Caden begins to drag you directly in their direction.
Oh god.
Partner. That's how it's actually pronounced, right? The herald didn't fucking butcher it.
Ivea. That is actually how her name is pronounced.
I feel like that's the one person he has to learn.
He would be butchered.
What was Louis' reaction to it?
Have we?
Make a perception check. There's a lot of people.
I want to know too. Can I help?
Seen Louis?
How do you help move his head?
Fair enough.
That is an 18.
18? Okay. I'll get back to you in just a second. So, Caden...
Is she prettier than Naivara?
Yes.
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 Oh.
Jealousy.
It's pretty... I think it's safe to say this might be, like, the prettiest person you guys have ever seen.
She's either
Depending on your
49 or
personal
51.
Yeah, Caden brings you right up to her. She is currently speaking with the other two Goliaths in what sounds to be very broken giant. You get the impression that she's either practicing or doesn't know very much, or they're just kind of weirdly conversing. He leads you right up and injects himself into the triangle layer form, kind of getting himself between. Oh, hello!
Naivara looks very uncomfortable.
Ivea, it has been so long, and you look just as beautiful as you did the first time.
Oh, she does not like that.
Ivea kind of looks at him and smiles a little bit. Yes, you are just as charming as you were the first time.
Shots fired.
Keothag kind of gets this like weird
Does she?
smile.
Okay, can I roll insight on her? Like,
Sure,
does she
go
look
ahead.
annoyed by him?
Roll insight.
Wait.
Nat 1.
No,
Yes.
that is not a nat one.
Absolutely.
Inside. Dirty 20.
Damn.
There's recognition in her facial expression. I don't know if I would say that there is pleasant recognition.
Okay.
I would. It's more neutral than anything.
Okay.
Keothag kind of gets this kind of smile. Oh, I don't believe we've met. Keothag.
Is that towards me or towards Kate?
Both of you. Keothag with the bare hand with Saligani. The Jarl of the Great Tribe.
Honored to meet you. Is what shakes his
He has earned the name Barehand, as he completely encloses your fists in his grip.
Well, I figured he's much bigger than that stuff.
He also takes Caden's hand. Caden seems to be just kind of doing pleasantries. Oh, yes, thank you. Ivea, I would like to introduce you to someone. This is war hero Naivara Xiloscient. Ivea kind of looks at you and smiles a little bit. Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
Tell me, a war hero. What's a war? Oh, it's very famous war. I'm sure that we can go through this a little bit over dinner. But for right now, I was just wondering if you had heard anything from home, from St. Maya. Oh, I'm sure you will hear from him very soon. If you'll excuse me, I have other guests that need a dinner. And she gives kind of a little bow. Keothar gives a very deep bow. Kumar gives a little bit of a shallow one. Kate does as well.
I am a date.
Okay. And she just kind of breaks away from the group and heads back off into the crowd.
Yeah.
Kate does kind of watch more.
I don't fully feel comfortable being called a war hero.
What? Wow.
I don't think I was very heroic.
Well, you're very famous throughout Amyssia for it.
Doesn't mean it's right.
People don't know.
Sure.
He continues to kind of bring around different people. After a little while, Yuri still mouthing off to the crowd, people murmuring around the crowd. The crowd grows silent, and they kind of part a little bit as the princess comes forward through the crowd.
Oh shit!
She just kind of stands at the front.
Can Winona, like, with her facial expression, kind of like, it looks to anyone else like, help, 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 help?
As soon as she gets, like, up to the front, I'm gonna, like, try to nudge Yuri a little bit and be like point at her and be like, the princess is here.
Oh, she's the one that just came in!
Yuri, you gotta be really respectful around the princess. Like, as respectful as you possibly.
Of course, okay. Hello, your Majestiness! My name is Yuri. I'm with the heroes of Toweltown. You might have heard about us earlier. I was just getting to one of like the good bits in the story. Is that okay if I just keep going? She smiles and she just kind of nods.
She understands that he's an idiot.
Okay, so there we were, having breakfast yesterday with the
Wait, is this sensitive information? I can't remember.
I mentioned earlier, like, anything since we came into Edelfeld.
So he's just telling a story about breakfast. So I had an omelet, and there was a bunch of cheese in it, so I don't do all that well with cheese. And he goes on to talk about his adventures with flatulence that occurred throughout the evening.
Yeah.
In front of the queen, or princess, might I add.
I guess rolling this happened.
What are you guys
humored by this, or is she like?
She seems to be enjoying it.
I guess if she's enjoying it, I'm not gonna stop it. Yeah.
As long as she's like entertained and she's happy.
Yeah.
We'll let it happen.
Yeah.
Okay. Nalane, you're talking with your pop-up?
Beep pop.
So he does kind of press you about specifically what different monsters and things you have faced. So
T-Rex.
which ones do you want to tell them about?
Well, the T-Rex, obviously. The cloud giants.
I'm not gonna leave out the part where you said, "Oh yeah, Winona tamed one of them and then rode it out of the city."
Totally gonna leave that out.
Stuff that we fought.
I guess the trolls that were so
Oh, the
like
bunko.
have no stealth at all.
Bone coat?
Oh yeah, I guess I'll bring up bunko.
Yeah, you got stabbed by his weird
Everything about the
sword.
bone coat?
Yeah, I want to see what he says.
Okay.
You got stabbed
He
by
does.
that's
His
right.
face just get like when you describe the bone coat to him, his face does kind of get this very concerned look.
Forget, like,
When
when
you said
soul.
you felt something deep from you. Oh, honey. You have definitely definitely face things that Nigeria can never never imagine herself bringing down. She feel very proud of this. Now, remind me, did she ever tell you where she got
She just told me it was from her first battle.
that? Yes. Very famous. They called him Artemis the Monstrosity. Yeah. He was a dragonborn.
Oh yeah.
Ugly.
Yeah.
I never met him myself, but the way that she used to talk about him.
Used to.
Between you and me. The scale is green, by the way.
Oh shit! You have a pendant of his skin.
Well, this is all,
You should inform him that he's a corpse.
this is all, this makes me very proud. I'm sure your mother will be ecstatic to hear that you're in the city. You have to come visit home.
How is she, by the way?
Oh, she's doing quite well, given, the circumstances. Kaothag and the princess have, reached an agreement last year. Griffin's Eye has been abolished. No more are they harassing us in our camps and our houses. It's been a very peaceful year. We'll be very happy to see what's become of home. However, there are people who are still unhappy. He kind of looks back over his shoulder at the two other Goliaths. But Kaothag keeps everyone in check. Good to see you again. At the end of that conversation, there are more trumpets that announce from the entrance of the ballroom. As the herald steps forward, presenting Her Royal Majesty herself, Mother of Lions and Empress of Eagles, the ruler of the Sky City, Queen Eleanor. And he steps back and bows very, very lowly as more trumpets sound, and the Queen steps forward into the room. There are a lot of people kind of behind her, holding up the trail of her dress. She's dressed in this very elegant long-sleeve gray gown that matches her gray hair. Her features from afar are very regal and wise. And on her head rests a circlet of golden feathers. And in the center, visible from even where you guys are, is a very large emerald. That's worth it. Lots of people are applauding very loudly as she descends down from the stair landing into the room. She makes her way kind of towards the middle of the room, where you have noticed that Louis is speaking to the princess. And as
what's Yuri doing?
Yuri is still just kind of going on, talking about his bowel movements. As the queen makes her way over towards the large crowd that is gathered around you guys.
Oh, Yuri. Gotta stop talking about bowel movements now.
Oh, but you're not eating it up.
Yeah, the queen by now, you got it.
The who?
The queen!
The queen? And he turns to the crowd as people are beginning to really make a lot of room. As her two attendees with their holding her skirt up, she makes her way forward, her hands kind of pressed together, a faint smile on her face. No, please. If you are discussing your bowel movements, I should like to hear it.
Well then, I guess go on, Yuri.
Yuri is like white in the face.
Can I do an insight to see how exactly Like if she's
Serious.
trying to be sarcastic. or
Yeah,
she's
but
just
Winona
trying to
took
be
it
nice,
as word, like, okay, go for it, I guess then.
Doesn't know the difference between vowels and
That's
vowels.
toxic.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's good. I wish I had the other one. So that's a 13 then.
She seems very hard to read. Now that she's a little bit closer, you guys can tell that she does seem pretty aged. She has a lot of wrinkles. She seems her eyes are lively, but the rest of her posture seems to. Or excuse me. Her posture is lively, but her eyes seem to betray this kind of just weirdness. Even her eyes are kind of like a shape.
Here we go.
I think I'm done talking about my group.
Can
That's
I?
okay with you, Your Majesty.
The crowd kind of, you hear a little go. And she just kind of smiles a little bit. I think I would like to speak with my guest of honor. Would you mind assembling the rest of your group?
Yeah, no problem. Winona
Okay, can I
skedaddles.
see that Louis is talking to Avea?
And it's a little bit hard since he's at the front of the group, and he has stopped since the queen.
Okay.
So, you guys gathering everyone?
Yep. Winona skedaddled, like, oh shit, oh shit.
I'm just doing a quick bracelet thing, like the queen wants to talk to us.
The crowd disperses.
Okay.
Now, is that us, like the original
Very-
us, or
Guys,
the
quick
12?
refresher, which one kneels?
Briefly, while this was happening, you and Blake, and Yin and Yang all just kind of chilling over in a corner. People just kind of approach you guys every once in a while. But at one point, you are approached with a kind of a silver platter. And it has like just kind of a normal kind of like stuff on it.
I'll take a crab.
And as you kind of take the crab from below the platter, you're messing. And the
Poison
attendant kind of moves away. You're not reading that.
What the fuck, Jacky?
I was with them. So I don't know.
It just says, "Hey, bitch!"
We poisoned the crab.
So,
Hey, look over here.
So you guys are
Bitch.
all being kind of assembled towards the queen. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Blake and Yang don't take any notice of that envelope as they begin to make their way over.
So again, I re-asked the question: is that the original 8 or all 12?
All 12.
Everybody.
Okay, I will go grab Blake and Yang
You're there with them.
They're coming.
to the queen.
Yeah, no, they're coming.
They're on. They're coming.
Okay.
You coming too, man?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
All right.
Then goes off on a side quest.
Then commit suicide.
Oh.
Just takes across.
Eventually, all 12 of you are kind of assembled. The princess is kind of standing in just kind of this big kind of semicircle. The queen standing at the head of you guys. The princess standing just behind her, and Louis just standing just next to her.
I did want to have a thing of wine too. Just
in your hands.
yeah.
So, you are all just kind of assembled before Queen Eleanor. First, I'd just like to greet you all before things really get underway. Please, tell me, these giants that you slay, how difficult was
Well, a couple of us nearly died, and pretty harrowing.
I was thrown off the
Louis
cloud.
behind you.
Oh, that's right.
I had
You
to-
set the tower on fire,
Flames were everywhere.
and then
I saved like 2, 3 people from falling to their deaths
That's-
with my eagles.
yeah, and then You had me ride a lion through the fire, and then I jumped on. What was it? An arrow bar?
Cloud giants knocks him off the tower.
Yeah.
My eye is missing.
Oh, okay, that was awkward.
And the people of Upton, they are safe because of you?
Absolutely, I'd say that there.
More than once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was many dangers, not just giants. There was trolls too, and all that.
It was the first time we went into town, and like, there was like a bar fight.
Yeah, there was
They were gonna-
bandits too.
They're planning on burning down the town.
Have they expressed their gratitude?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
That is nice. So few times do the people that we have so little gratitude.
Yeah, Castle Roth was not too happy about it.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Castle Roth didn't like us.
I'm sure we will talk more after this. For now, I just want to thank you personally for all that you have done for Amyssia. The world has been
Insight check.
great in need of heroes, and it brings me peace to know that there are still some.
Inside check. I want to know she's full of shit.
As you sit off the side,
Not
squinting
great.
your eyes.
Not great.
What's your
Let's-
game?
What are you playing at?
Parker, you have messed us up so much.
We're so distrustful.
That's
Don't trust
13.
anybody.
We're like puppies that can't be held anymore.
She seems to, like I said, she's very hard to read.
Oof.
She's kind of carrying herself in a very poised, practiced manner. So yeah, she bows very slightly,
We bow.
Yeah,
to
bow
you.
day.
and
Grab Yuri's head and make him bow.
she and Avea leave you guys to go mingle with other members of the party. Louis kind of comes over, you guys. That was fantastic.
Oh, God.
Great job. That was great. You didn't embarrass me. You didn't embarrass yourselves. Okay.
I think that's a first.
I'll be honest. I did not think you could do that. That was.
I didn't think we could either.
Why do I feel more comfortable wearing 20 plates of, like, 20 pounds of armor on my chest than I am this fucking robes?
I'm more comfortable when people are trying to murder us, honestly. It's like,
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
Okay.
I felt like things were weird.
Okay,
until-
we're not done yet. There's still the hard part to come. We still have to get through dinner and the speech.
Okay, like, is there any weird utensil things we gotta be aware of?
Well, you are aware of
Not
the
this
4
episode
forks.
again.
You're aware of 4 forks and 7 spoons, yes?
I've
Yes, you
been-
eat from the outside in.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, you guys have informed me about this. I kind of remember.
What about typical finger?
There will be no typical finger foods.
Like,
Over the course of the next 10 or so minutes, Louis explained to you the different intricacies of eagle fowl cuisine.
Evan, just imagine that, like, you're stabbing him with the fork.
I'm just reminded of Tempest having to learn how to eat a fork.
I remember fucking what character was
Great
that
soup,
put a
Mrs. Q. Shrek, no.
You guys have about 30 minutes until they're gonna start calling people to dinner.
I suppose there's never
I gotta try to find Louis.
Okay. He is just kind of genuinely mingling with people, just kind of trying to, talk to people.
I come up to him. Hey, Louis, can I talk to you for a second?
Dylan,
Of
it's
course.
because it's
Excuse me, one of the guests of honor is me.
It's not easy to say. So yes,
Oh, wait.
I would like this is knife
Oh.
in the east corner.
Yes,
Like,
we need
yeah, my
to
quick
do
name
this.
very
anxiety is
sensitive
ruining this
conversation.
interaction.
Alright. I'm missing out on quality mingling time for this. He takes you upstairs to a bathroom and just kind of shuts the door. Alright.
Okay. So there's 3 assassination attempts that are about to happen. I've been informed that.
No, hold on.
Yes, no. You need to trust me.
Oh damn!
hot
That's
shit.
a,
Fuck.
That is gonna be a 36.
30.
Okay, he's instantly, he just kind of like rubs his eyes a little bit, and then he kind of looks at you and he's all business. Okay.
Fuck.
So I've been informed that there are 3 drinks in this building that are poisoned. And apparently magic is not going to solve this, and I pull out the little vial from the envelope, and there's only enough to cure 1 person. This is an antidote.
Where did you get that?
From a message that I was handed.
Where were you handing this message?
It was down in the ballroom.
Who gave it to you? I don't know. Some random butler guys. One of the platter people?
Yes.
Did you not grab them?
No.
Oh, we need to speak to this platter person.
He's got a beaver tail.
It's got a dumbbell.
Well, okay, well then what is your plan?
I don't know. Do you have any way of, like, I guess, alerting people or something?
The drinks have already been poured.
Fuck!
What do you want me to do? Go down there and tell them that there's poison and that we need to cancel everything?
Or maybe we could just get other drinks. I don't know.
We can't get other drinks. There are 300 people here.
Okay.
You're telling me 100th of the drinks are poisoned?
No, the 3 of them.
That's what I said, 100!
Basic math.
Yes, math.
Oh,
That's...
so what? This person poisons 3 drinks and then just gives you an antidote for 1?
Yes.
But does it tell you which ones?
No, it was someone that probably had put the poison in the drink. Someone that like knew that the poison was put in the drinks. I don't think they did that.
You think that it is 2 parties involved?
Yes.
This platter person grows more and more interesting.
Okay. You just figure out something to do. I'm
Just
just gonna get the rest of my group.
I'm gonna write a letter
Question
to
did I
to detect though.
Okay.
Get tech.
I'll go talk with the rest of my group.
Yes. Curiosity. Dinner is in
Half an hour.
Yes. Yeah. That is not a lot of time to open 300 drinks.
Yeah, no, not right now. So I'm guessing there's probably 3 primary targets, like the queen, the princess, and somebody else.
No. We can say this echo.
I have no idea. I was just informed that this was happening. Yeah, I think we just go with the plan. That we have the rough plan that we have.
Okay.
Just like,
Yes.
What? If things do get to look like hairy,
Yes.
members of the Sky Cats, he takes out a little whistle. This is inaudible noise, but our griffins will come.
Okay.
Alright. Should we make some kind of signal to each other? Maybe some kind of code name?
Your best guess.
I will be handsome. You can be
Some less.
I will be handsomest, you be handsomer.
I am handsomest.
Alright, you be handsomest, or I will be handsomest.
I
I feel as though that is equal.
Oh, okay. I mean, sure, but I like the longer title, so I was thinking the most handsome of us.
You can be the most handsome of us, I will be the handsomest of the room.
Most handsomest of the entire ball that's bigger than the room.
Okay, fine. You be handsome, I'll be handsome.
I thought they were gonna go for handsome 1 and 2.
Fucking comedy scene in the middle of a fire.
So he branches off towards what you must assume is the kitchen, and you get back into the ballroom.
And I message everybody over the bracelet.
Oh fuck!
Poison?
No, for everyone who's gathered.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Alright.
so what's going on?
Where are we gathered?
Nothing to ruin this ball. Hey, man.
Everything's perfect, guys.
This ball is going great.
I don't know why. I was still
So
on
yeah,
guard
there's
before.
poison in 3 drinks, by the way.
What?
What?
I knew it.
Okay,
I
so
mean, I didn't.
I
But
was informed that there are 3 drinks out of all of them in this ball that have been poisoned. However, the issue is, apparently, magic won't be able to cure any of it.
Cure
From what I've been informed,
the poison.
magic's not going to work on the poison.
To cure it?
Yes.
So we're gonna be able to detect
However, I have enough of an antidote for one person.
Okay.
Dude, let me see that. Can I pop it open and smell and see if I can recognize any plants or herbs that it's made out of?
I gotta roll a good check.
Hey, it's coming in handy.
Nat 20, nat
So
20,
that's
nat 20.
gonna be.
Oh! Doesn't matter, that one. No, I can dig.
Nice.
So, yeah.
You can wait. So, and the drinks have already been passed out.
I don't think so.
The dinner drinks or like
It's
pre-game
just
drinks?
3 drinks.
These are the dinner drinks have not been passed out, but pre-game drinks have definitely been.
Alright.
I'm drinking.
I've only
You
had
can cast
tater
Death
juice.
Board, is that right?
Yes.
Have you met the Queen and Princess?
Where are the dinner drinks
Yes.
While they're doing that,
Yeah,
I want
talk
to
to
merely
me.
warn my
Going
father.
back to the kitchen
With
stuff and
Warn your father?
Yes.
Okay.
On
I'm getting
I want my father.
Is
being
there, like,
poisoned.
can you put 1 or 2?
I have
So what are you saying?
spell slots of that size.
I'm gonna
Not to drink
1 on the
anything.
Princess, 1 on the Queen.
What?
Keep the antidote for the guy that goes.
There's rumor of poison. We don't know where. Just don't drink anything. Huh? Don't know.
I'm gonna go to the kitchen.
So, as you enter, Louis is currently shopping at the but this kitchen is very large.
Yeah.
And yeah, just initially it's just him kind of shouting at people.
Where are the drinks at, Louis?
Just in the back.
I'll go to the back.
Or these snakes are keeping them. As you kind of head towards the back. Tell me who the better person was! And you gotta pull a stool up, and there is a large table with just
How
what
large
seems to be hundreds of
How
glasses.
large is the table?
He's gonna drink it all.
What I'm saying is it larger than a radius of 30 feet?
In a radius of 30 feet?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
But what you can is that this is not like
A radius
this is
or a
just
diameter?
the table of drinks people have been taking from it
All right.
so far this whole part.
I am going to cast Detect Poison and Disease.
Okay.
And let me pull that up again. Sorry.
No worries.
Just on the drinks that are there. If they exist or appear within 30 feet of you, you detect the presence of poisons, poisonous creatures, and diseases. Their location and type also becomes known to you. The spell is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of dirt and wood. So
you're casting that just right there on the table?
Yep.
Okay. You do not detect anything.
Shit.
Alright.
Alright. Is that... alright. I'm gonna... Can I use my wand to detect magic? Just, is there anything magical about any of the cups?
So there are hundreds of cups.
Yeah.
And you will have to go to them one by one.
I mean, like, I can't just, like, wave, like, in the general direction and see it. Okay.
I mean, it shouldn't take too long.
Wait a minute.
It's got a few charges.
Is it unlimited or does it have charges?
It's got charges.
I'm gonna cast Detect Magic.
Does anyone else have it so that they can help out?
Well, okay.
He's in the
I don't
back,
have it
so I
prepared.
didn't say anything. So.
Well, first of all, I want to see if Detect Magic is in the area.
I'm sorry.
Ryder, stop drinking so much.
My throat hurts.
You know,
Cough drop.
You know, Parker, this is an intervention. We are
So,
concerned about your drinking.
Those glasses, or the ones that are left, are probably going to be okay. I'm assuming that the poison ones are out.
Yeah.
Probably.
Okay. Here's my game plan. She has 2 spell slots of Death Board. 1 on the Princess, 1 on the Queen, and then we just antidote whoever the fuck's left.
See, my question is like, why? It sounds like it's 3 random glasses. It has to be glasses, not liquid. Or they, I'm talking about. It can't be like they poured in. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's got. They would have had to have gone to each glass and poured
Well, okay, let's think of possible targets if they're trying to.
But here's the thing: is how do they make sure that each glass goes to each target? Dinner drinks I could see, but since those ones are right there and haven't been poisoned yet, or aren't poisoned,
or I can't detect it.
It's just three random people who would get poisoned.
Yeah,
and that's just like
yeah.
They're so so
they want panic,
distrust, and stuff like that.
So if we go around telling people that a whole bunch of people that there's poison, then it might cause panic.
Yeah.
Which might be what they want in the first place because it is random drinks.
I'm trying to think of like.
Unless they didn't even do it in the first place. They could just take it if you're lying, just to cause anarchy.
That's absolutely true.
Didn't you joke? Someone
Oh,
say that
I
the
lied.
antidote
I
could be
have
the poison?
3 4th-level spell slots now. Because I leveled up.
Let's try to think of all the people that they tried to be poisoning.
Princess,
the princess, the queen.
There's a lot of important
The
people
Goliaths,
to be
because if
hitting.
one of the Goliaths dies, he's
The
the
Jarl?
leader. The Jarl.
Something
if
to
he
think about
dies,
possibly
there's gonna be a
Louis
war.
too, because he probably has
Louis.
enemies.
All right.
We also
also us.
All right. So if I cast,
If one of us
if I
dies,
myself
is it really?
cast detect magic, I can detect magic within 30 feet of me.
Okay.
So
just any magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you sense magic this way, you are able to use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic.
Are you using a spell slot?
Yes. So I will do that.
There's no more servers handing out drinks, are there?
There are plenty.
Still handing out drinks? I will start grabbing platters and bring them back into the kitchen from them.
Okay.
So these are up to code.
As you do that, people bringing it back into the kitchen. Okay, hold on a second.
Nothing. All right.
Bringing it back into the kitchen.
Yes.
Someone does kind of stop you. Kind of larger dwarf. Hey, what are you doing?
These aren't up to code.
What is that supposed to mean?
It means that they're not up to code. No, I'll grab it. I'll rip it away.
Okay.
Was it glass?
Is he trying to grapple me?
No, he's trying to take the platter.
So am I making
You dare challenge me?
7.
He takes it from you, gives it to a server who takes it back outside. What are you doing?
I'm a guest of honor in this house.
That doesn't mean you're gonna
I can't do it. What are you talking about?
He continues to yell at you. Louis comes over and kind of looks down. What is going on here? Louis, you get these people out of my kitchen right now. We have reason to believe it. Damn it! And he leads you back outside into the ballroom. That same dwarf is now finding you.
Okay.
What are you doing in here?
I am making drinks, sir.
I don't know you. Get out of my kitchen!
No! This is my kitchen! I moved into this kitchen.
He stabs 3 times, and 2 larger dwarves come over, and they grab onto you.
I will contest.
Okay.
Kick their asses.
Well, that's a 2 plus 6, so that's 8.
They pick you up, and they take you out of the kitchen and throw you back out of the ballroom.
Dickhead.
And you hear the main chef who kicked everyone else out. Just set on her mouth. They do not fuck her up.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. Let's go do this thing first.
I would like to try to find some kind of vantage point where I can see over the crowd a little better, and then see if I can spot namely Trish and or any other suspicious looking people.
Alright, so I'll...
By the way, can I say that I've been going around saying flatter people? Even though I don't know what I'm looking for?
Right?
Dirty 20.
320? No one stands out to you as especially suspicious. People just seem to be normal guests at a party. You're doing
I am trying to I'm stopping flatter people and going, I just need to get a good look at your face and then realize I don't know what I'm looking for and be like, man, what the person look like?
I don't remember. Starts beatboxing.
You didn't get a good look at him.
Yeah.
Alright, cheerio.
At this point, there is a bell sounding which signals it.
I'll talk to Louis before we go. He's like, alright, I tried detecting poison or magic in the drinks and I couldn't find anything.
It's in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Is it at least half of them? Ish.
Okay.
there like so for the dinner, is there like a seat where I can like sit closer to like the royalty?
You are all going to be seated at the table below their table. So remember how I said there's like a 2-tier kind of stage? You guys are here, they're up here.
Are we able to reach their drinks?
Well, the taller you are, yes.
From our
Who's considered the taller of us? Because I'm
Are they
6'2".
within? Are they within?
The tall folks, 1, 2, 3.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say they're within 30 feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
I will.
Guys, maybe we should start swapping drinks.
Are there already drinks up there?
No.
Okay.
Maybe one of us should stand by the door, and if
So,
someone tries to serve drinks, we
you
trick
guys
them.
can decide how you want to
Would we
sit.
burn down the palace?
Make sure no one gets hurt.
So the way that the royals are sitting,
Where are the Goliaths sitting?
Hold on, give me a sec.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, come on, dude, wait.
No,
Queen is
fuck
sitting
you.
in the middle.
I want my information immediately.
On the side of her is Princess Bea, and then a general that you guys don't recognize, Louis, and then 3 people that you guys don't recognize. And on this side of her is Keothag,
No, pass me those.
Savavek, your father,
Behind the
and
wagon.
the third
There's
Kumag.
this, bag. Yeah, that.
And then another 3 people that you guys don't recognize. And this isn't like obviously 5 by 5. This is just the seat.
Mhm.
This isn't each of these isn't 5 feet.
Yeah.
That'd be a huge table.
So you guys have 12 seats. 10, 11, 12. So yeah, you guys can sit anywhere along this. So what seating arrangement?
Oh, we're sitting at the big table with them.
No, you're
We're
sitting
at the tier in front.
Yeah, in the
We're
tier
in
like,
front.
below.
drop down.
Oh, okay. It's like
I
I
seating.
would
want
like
to be
you.
close to my dad.
right below.
I would like to now interject. Okay.
I mean, if you want to,
So
yeah.
it's
This
water
just might be a
dogs.
little bit easier to visualize.
I'll be right there.
Also, I know I'm on this side.
Aw, buddies.
No, look.
Where's
Checkers
Caden
down below the
sitting?
table.
I would like to sit
Dude,
also
cards
next
are
to
so much
Nalane.
easier. I can
Cards,
teach
yeah,
you.
there we go.
Okay.
You told her to remind me something I wanted to do.
Caden did want to sit below the queen and princess in the center, but it's getting crap.
Okay. So I'm just gonna sit next to him.
He's going to position himself on the Eagle Fell side. Okay.
Whose phone is that?
It's just my alarm.
Oleson.
I'll be just in front of the queen then.
Since you're getting
Does anyone else? Have,
Yeah, I guess since I'm giving a speech.
Does anyone else have detect poison?
I don't have it ready.
I would have had to take it as and then do that.
I might be able to if I was able for it. Go ahead. Well,
You hear him? Yeah, take the road stuff.
oh.
Who's
Some
left
people,
to find a spot?
you, Mattimeo,
I will sit here.
Mattimeo,
I will sit next to Mattimeo.
Who's Cam that again?
Better for this.
Okay, it's
Or is
Whatever
that?
his name
I'll
is.
see it.
One of
Oh,
those.
is that?
Oh,
that's
that's
that's Keothag.
Gotcha.
And then Blake. Okay. And then Yuri sits either at one end or the other. He'll probably sit with you since he's been chilling with you. Okay.
So many people.
I'll take your
Is this
seats.
all one table or are they sectioned up?
They're sectioned up.
So is it like
So
the Last
imagine
Supper
it as
style?
this is their table that they are sitting at. It is about it is elevated about 5 feet up above you guys, and so it's kind of up on a riser behind you, so that people can see both tables very visibly. And then you guys are sitting on a riser below at your own table, and then there's another little drop off, and then there's the actual main ballroom. If that makes sense.
Are we sitting like Last Supper style on the table?
Yes, all facing everyone.
Oh god.
Did we tell Yang and Blake about poison?
I will give you a quick heads up not to drink.
I will also tell Caden not to drink anything. we got a message.
He's been around us long enough. He knows.
Can't you just trust me, dear?
Sweetie.
Okay.
Schmuck.
So you're all taking your seats, yeah? So the stained glass begins to turn different shades of red and orange and yellow as the sun begins to hit the horizon. The plates and the silverware and everything are all already set in front of you guys. As different guests begin to take their seat, people sitting at these 3 enormous tables that stretch throughout half of the hall. You guys are seated at a table just below the royals, the Goliaths, and some other people that you guys don't recognize. The chairs are very comfortable. The table has no cloth on it, and it is just made of a dark pine wood.
I was about to say, because I was thinking of just like if there was tablecloth, I was gonna reach up and just like yank all the food off the table.
Honestly, I was actually thinking like if there was a tablecloth that would have like covered our hands, I could like simply mage hand it like.
So there is no tablecloth.
Dang it! So many of our tablecloth-related plans have been soiled.
I was interested in the ghosts.
So yeah, on one side of the queen is a lot of her are people from Eaglefell. The princess, 3 men and women that you guys don't recognize that are at the end, but they were announced as lords by the herald. 2 military men, one of whom is Louis. A general has been set between him and the princess, but that doesn't stop Louis from leaning over him and behind him and talking with the princess. Then on the other side is the Goliaths, Keothog, Thavovek, and Kumog. And then to the side of them are 3 members who were announced earlier as members of the Queen's Council. Keothog is sitting nearest the Queen. Eleanor is sitting right in the middle of everything with a clear view of the room. You guys can kind of see at the edges of the hallway, servers begin to kind of stream out with these large plates and forks. And they begin to distribute them to everyone who has a seat. They put it all in front of you guys first. The royal table second, and then to the rest of the room. Katie kind of picks it up and just kind of smells it a little bit.
Gosh, what are we doing?
Drinking wine?
I'm gonna cast Detect Poison again.
Okay. So what's the radius on that again?
30 feet.
So, okay.
Radius or diameter?
30 feet from him, right?
Radius?
Let me look it up.
I think it's just 30
Within
feet
30 feet.
of him.
So that's a 30 feet diameter.
Okay.
No, that's a radius.
Within.
Radius.
That's a radius.
No, within 30 feet. Yeah. Oh, no.
30 feet of him?
So, like,
30 feet that
30
way,
feet all
30 feet that way, 30
Yeah,
feet
that's
that
right,
way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should have fed you more.
Yeah, that's alright.
Oh, the table's
Well, the important
could
people are in his
probably
radius,
You could
so-
probably make an excuse to like get up and whisper something again, like a good luck, and then go do it there.
Yeah, you currently do not detect anything. Mark down that spell slot.
Got one more slot.
All the drinks have been served up for us.
Have they been served for the royals yet?
Yes.
Hey guys, what are we doing? Someone's gonna get poisoned if we don't do something.
I can't detect anything.
None of them have drank anything yet. Because after the drinks have all been served to the rest of everyone, no one has drank anything. Except you. The queen stands up, and kind of lifts her glass up in the air. The room goes completely silent. Well, it's very lovely to see everyone here tonight. As you know, we have our guests of honor here with us, the heroes of Tottenham. They are the heroes of the Midlands who saved many lives from the cloud giants that sought to invade our humble. Please, we would like to hear from them now. I believe they have prepared a few words. He sits back down.
Working
I
there
will
somewhere.
stand
Don't
up.
drink.
Okay, Louis is kind of sitting there, and his eyes are wide, and he's looking at you.
And I will hold up the glass of wine and just, I would like to make a toast on the behalf of Queen Eleanor and Princess Evea. And on the behalf of the heroes of Tottenham, we are honored and humbled to be invited. We thank you for the food and this wonderful ball. We wish you a pleasant evening and a smooth wedding, and even more a tranquil marriage to the Queen and Princess.
You stupid
And
furry.
I look up to Louis, just
Handsome.
he okay, so sits back down.
I will take the first drink.
As he kind of lean back and say that to Louis, he.
Can I take a look at the general sitting next to them?
Sure.
Is he doing anything? Is he looking in any direction?
He seems generally annoyed with Louis at the moment.
Okay.
Other than that, yes.
I would like to accidentally, like, reaching for my glass, tip it forward, like, spilling it over. And then, if I can subtly somehow turn that into a mage hand to not maybe someone else's glass.
The Queen?
The queen.
Okay.
Just not for very long even. It's just like
No, you can definitely do that.
Just towards us.
But she is gonna notice it.
Notice
Mage
that I'm
hand.
doing it?
No, she'll see the mage hand
for
itself.
like 2 seconds.
Yeah. Okay.
Will she know who does it?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Just assume that it's the wizard sitting directly in front of her.
So, she. Okay, so. You are speaking to Louis.
Yeah.
And you are mage handing. So you reach out with and you kind of focus in on your spell, and up from the table above, you just hear this just like slight exclamation of surprise as the glass falls off the table
Hits me in the head.
onto Yin, just covering you in wine, but the glass has shattered on the ground the same way that yours also has. And in the commotion, Louis switches his and the princess's drinks.
I hope Louis wasn't the target then.
And everyone except for the Queen and Omareth.
I don't take
I've
a
already-
drink.
No, I don't.
No?
I told my dad.
Everyone at this table.
I told my
drinks.
dad not to.
Does Caden drink?
He doesn't.
Yeah.
And everyone except for well, okay, correction. Everyone drinks at this table except for the Queen, and you just keeping a little eye on your father. He takes a sip and then back in the cup, and he puts it down. So the Queen does not take a drink of her glass.
I wonder why.
Sorry.
An attendant quickly rushes a new glass to her, puts it in front of her, and she takes her glass and stands up. A wonderful speech by our guest of honor.
Wine soaked there.
I am very sorry, I must have slipped a little bit.
I'm gonna do
There
detect.
was not at all any kind of indication of
I'm gonna detect poison
where
on her, like on her drink
on her drink specifically.
specifically.
We're just gonna smack another glass at her.
I feel so bad
on
about
her glass specifically.
On her glass specifically. Nothing.
Okay.
I'm just starting to think it's not magic.
I'm starting to think I can't detect it, and I've just been blowing spell slots because I'm a fucking idiot.
So, she lifts her glass up. This will be a big week for the kingdom. As you all know, my lovely daughter is turning 22, and as the treaty has arranged, she will be marrying into Elendraz nobility, which will finally, after 11 years, cement the Silver Alliance in Amyssia. To the peace that the Alliance has brought, and that these heroes continue to preserve. Once again, another toast.
Drinking wine.
Licking the glass.
I have an excuse not to drink because it's not there.
They brought
Did
you
you cast Death Ward on anyone, Naivara?
No.
I told you to. You should do it. You should do it.
Is it gonna be subtle? It's touch.
It's touch. It has
You
to
are
be
sitting
touch.
next to Katie.
Can we reach their feet?
Not subtly.
Not subtly, and not you can't.
Well, you might just have to do it.
So,
and consequences be
dinner
damned.
is served.
Yeah.
You are all brought.
It's not even a drink. It's just a food.
You are all brought some delicious meals of crab. The servers inform you that the crab is from Eaglefell's coast. The wine and the dates that are with the crab are from Safeword. And then that there will be pineapples for dessert from Caden begins to kind of eat his dinner, and then he kind of looks at you.
Pat on the back and say,
I'm gonna touch him and cast Death Ward.
Okay. He takes a big sip, switches around his mouth, swallows.
Dies.
Oh my god, he always outdoes himself. Yeah.
Fucking, I'm gonna stab this piece of shit.
Naivara is still delusional, and she will not appreciate that if he's
I
dead.
don't care if you appreciate it.
Okay.
Winona's not touching her food, by the way.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Can I once again kind of survey over the crowd in another now elevated spot?
Yeah, sure.
Just any people that are sus now? I don't find anything. That one.
Now I
He's not to stab myself in the eyes.
Fifth or sixth one. I'm pretty sure that's
The assassin is getting away with it today.
Can I want to take a look at that general. Is he getting shifty eyes, or is he looking expectantly at somebody? Okay.
I'm maybe missing something.
Fucking great. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I mean, he just seems like he seems to be angrily discussing something with the weed at the moment. But
fucking human face is so hard.
You can try to listen.
Doubling over pain or anything like that, or like signs of poison type deal.
Can I listen to
Yeah,
general?
say,
Can I try to listen up to their stupid conversation?
that's what I was going to do too.
make a perception check with advantage. You go ahead and make a perception check.
Big ass ears. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22?
So both of you can hear that the general is currently just in angry whispers asking Louis why he's so strong. And Louis is just kind of dodging the question and saying like that is just kind of a fun little prank.
Can I insight check Louis? Is he trying to save the princess's life
Yeah,
from this?
but
Or is
just
he...
listening to him make it a disadvantage because you're just going based off his voice.
That's on that one.
You guys dice is fucking cursed.
I know.
That's like
Yeah.
8
Can I roll at a
nice.
disadvantage and see if I get like an even lower in that one?
Wait, there's
Do
a
it.
negative
Just
side to
fucking
this?
do it.
Okay, can I just look out like
God
out?
damn it!
What's the other one?
18.
Can I look out in general and see if anyone looks like?
That's what he already did.
Yeah, I already tried to.
Yeah.
What'd you
Do it
get?
again. He got a
You
nat one.
maybe cast Death Ward on
Well,
someone.
also I didn't.
Cool.
Did I
You already
see you do
cast
that?
it.
Because I'm just gonna try anyway.
Can you do it more than
It's
once?
concentration.
Oh, no, it's not.
It's not.
It's not concentration.
Trying so hard, I took
It's not
a sip.
concentration.
No.
You can just grab someone. Just do it. Just do it.
Yeah, you can.
Can I
I'm
like
going-
look out and see if anyone looks poisoned?
Make a perception.
I don't think that you understand
Guys,
how
we're gonna have
poisons
fucking
work.
3 people die.
Dirty 20.
Yeah, we're-
People are enjoying it.
I hope my cup is poisoned so I can die.
So, dinner
Should have Blake drink all those fucking.
lasts about
Guys, what if we get so drunk that the poison doesn't work on us like Rasputin?
That's true. Yeah. It slows your fucking heartbeat down so fast that it doesn't like.
I think it's like something with your, like how thick your blood is.
Yeah.
Something like that,
Yeah.
Or
He
thin.
was so dehydrated that his blood like was a little thicker, and it also
Yeah.
slowed his heartbeat, so it didn't spread throughout his entire body. He's also just a fucking insane asshole.
Oh yeah.
True.
Yeah, they like shot him and like he didn't die, and then like. See, the funny thing is, when we were doing Kashi the Deathless, I wanted to play that song, but I forgot.
Oh.
Does anyone else know Revivify, and would Naivara know that they know Revivify?
No. You are the only cleric.
Okay.
You are the person who is most suited to handle the situation.
You are our support.
So Naivara is definitely not doing it. You're what healer?
I just got an idea.
Reincarnate?
So,
who should I should tell them not to drink?
It's a bit late. Everyone's drinking. Yeah. Except for people in your party that you were told specifically not to.
I guess I go to ready and hold an action to see if I can grab a fucking bolt if it comes around. Because I feel like if this poison assassination has gone wrong, they're just gonna try and
They're just
murder
gonna
someone.
fucking shoot at us.
So, dinner goes off. An hour passes.
No one keels over.
Can I hold movement to run at someone if they start keeling over? I don't think that's how that works. Okay.
I mean, you got reincarnate, I guess.
I just wanted to say it just in case. You're like,
where's Nen? Where are you sitting in relation to me?
Right underneath the princess.
Oh. You still have that fucking note?
What?
You still have the note?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys are talking to each other? It's gonna be. Are you whispering?
No, I'm. This is out of character. I was just wondering if you still have the note. You're fucking got plus infinity to everything. See if you recognize the handwriting or some shit.
Recognize the what?
Handwriting.
It's like Parker's handwriting.
Parker.
This looks like God's handwriting. God, bro, wait a minute.
I've come
This
with
is the
word
same
from
handwriting that we
God.
got on every single note ever. Here's a link.
Not every note. Sometimes he prints them.
It's true.
oh, my knee.
My
Love
knee.
it when he knocks. All right, I don't know what we want to do, guys.
Let's just fucking continue on
Yeah,
to dinner.
I guess we'll die.
If we can't think of anything, there's no use in stalling.
Yeah.
Guess we'll die.
We'll wait for death.
About time.
Today,
Parker,
seems like a
quit
good day
thinking
to
up the
die.
story of when two fucking important characters die.
So,
3.
No, we haven't had it for one.
And don't always
So,
We have reincarnation.
after about an hour of dinner, people having finished their meals, pineapple having been served.
It was the pineapple all along.
Fucking hell, you draw.
You guys have this kind of very nice couple slices of pineapple in front of you. People are chowing down. People love it. Yuri is fucking just eating it up as fast as he can.
Kill Yuri, I swear to God.
At this point, there
Girls
is
fucking love.
there is a little bit of a hush that comes over the crowd as the queen stands up once more and
Ching, 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 ching.
Kaleb stands up, very haughtily over everyone else.
What if it was like 3 drinks that weren't poison?
He doesn't. And he kind of towers over everyone. I am Jarl Kaothag, Barehead Thaligan. Many of you know me as the Jarl of the Grey Tribes. Now we begin a tradition that has been birthed in the last year of peace between our peoples. Please, bring out the peace goblet. A waiter comes out with, on a platter, this very elaborate golden cup that is just brought out and set on the table between Kaothag and the queen. The queen stands up. She takes the glass, takes a big swig, gives it to Kaothag. He takes a big swig. There's applause throughout the hall. And it's put back down and take it away. They sit back
Do
down.
you recognize the platter person on this dude that brought out the golden goblet?
It's one of the people that has been serving drinks this whole time. So, dinner's over with that. People are free to get up and mingle. As Louis said, this is second mingle time.
Just tensely like.
You know what I like to do after a hearty meal is, make myself throw up.
That is called dining in the Roman style.
Yes. Would anyone like to join me and throw up a meal for more room? Is that true figure? Winter is known as the sexiest of the seasons.
I didn't need anything. You can
buy.
Good.
I'm just
talking to random people.
You are not listening.
I am sitting with my head in my hands.
The band picks up a livelier tune. People begin to move towards open spaces for dancing. So what do you do?
I'm gonna head off to a place where I can overlook the crowd pretty much, but I'm kind of back away from people.
Okay.
It is. We failed.
Oh, we have
We are literally gonna have to choose between the Queen of Eaglefell and the fucking Jarl of the Great Tribes.
I would like to do kind of the same thing as Ned, looking out. Off in a corner, looking out for suspicious beats again.
Trying to find that golden goblet.
So we're trying to find it?
Yeah, we're back in the
We're taking that.
I'm trying to go find stuff.
Yeah, stuff.
11.
As you kind of sneak your way through, you immediately hear.
I run over to where the goblet's at.
Do you know where it is?
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I'm skirting around.
Okay, you don't find it as you're running
I'm
around.
going to continue to look around. Where's the goblet? Where's the
The
goblet?
two large dwarfs come over and try to grab you.
I'll resist.
Yeah.
I don't think it.
So you better shit, man.
So 4 and 5.
God damn
Our
it!
dice are
15?
generous.
No, actually more. 12 plus 12. 17.
17.
Damn.
What
Jesus.
the fuck?
5!
They still just beat you. So they pick you up and you fight quite a bit, and you see that the goblin is just kind of up on a countertop as they're taking you out of the kitchen, and they toss you out.
Oh, God. Okay. Where are the general race sits in there?
In there,
Yeah,
lots of different kinds.
Well, go to Mattimeo. If you can grab the goblet, maybe check to see if it's poison.
I got nothing. I can't check anymore.
Some history of poisons. A little here and there for the sense.
Okay.
If I can get in there, it's on the counter up there. If you can grab it,
Okay.
chalice or so.
Is there an empty-looking platter around anywhere?
There are people carrying it back to the kitchen.
I will take a platter.
Okay. Hey, as what has been happening this whole time when you guys have been going platters, they just give you a very confused look and then head back to the kitchen.
Thank you very much.
I would like to bring up the fact that during socializing 1, she took a whole platter and it's just out there on the floor still.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna walk in carrying a platter looking like I belong there.
Make a performance check.
Remember how she tripped over one time?
Yep, because I rolled on that one.
That one because.
Yep.
I was trying to do some practicals and then
Be like 12.
Pretty quickly, you're spotted by that same head chef. He comes over. Listen, I thought I would keep all you people out of my kitchen. Why do you keep coming in here?
Because someone got poisoned.
Sold my cuisine like that!
Shut the hell up! First of all, I cannot cook you any day of the week. Second of all, someone's been poisoned. And it's not because of your food.
Make a intimidation check.
Hell yeah! Wow! Well, cool.
I think that deserves advantage.
Do I get advantage because of that or no?
I think he deserves it.
I think that deserves inspiration.
Yeah! He gave you inspiration, you just used it. That fucked up.
That didn't help at all. Intimidation.
Yes.
Can I add my strength?
If you want. But either strength or charisma, not both.
I will just do strength. And that'll be a fucking 14?
Are you wearing that belt?
Yes, I am.
He kind of bristles at the mention of the cooking. You get out of here. And you never come back in my kitchen! Challenge him, you cook up! Get out of here!
No!
Snaps 3 times.
Yeah, I can make sounds too.
Those 2 dwarves are gonna come over and try and take you.
I'm gonna resist.
You're gonna resist? Okay. Go ahead.
That's a nat 1, they break my fucking arms.
And they got 20, so they pick you up and they throw you out the door.
Okay.
Yes, Nalane?
Fuck these dice, man.
What?
I want to ask my dad
I
to
haven't
dance.
rolled anything higher than a 10.
I want
what?
to ask my dad
Sorry.
to dance.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
He is very willing, although he does not know very many dances.
That's okay.
So you're gonna have to lead him awkwardly around the dance floor.
Oh, I'm not very good either, so that's okay. We're gonna have fun. Daddy's such a daddy's person.
What am I missing?
Caden asks you to dance, Naivara.
I will go try to dance.
Do you know how to dance?
Is that like marked down as a skill or something? I don't think I have
Both
it.
of you here's what I want both of you to do. Make performance checks, but use dexterity instead of charisma.
Okay, I'm pretty good at that.
Oh, thank God. You said use Dex?
Dex instead of charisma, and then if you're proficient in performance added.
21.
You know how to dance.
Yes, Nalane? Yes.
Lanky motherfucker.
That was so lucky.
12.
Oh, she's just fun.
Acrobatics.
Yeah,
I
you
have
and
a
your
+5 in performance.
you and your dad are very bad at this, but
Better than the
We're
average.
having fun.
you're having fun.
Better than the
You and
average.
Caden are just whirling around the dance floor.
Yay. Okay.
Still better than the average.
Louis comes over to you after dinner.
He asked you to dance.
So like this happens.
I mean,
I drank the princess's drink, but I have no feeling I'm poison.
It might not have been a poison in the drink, or it might just be really slow to trigger.
You don't think that they were trying to poison me.
They might have.
And the general totally saw, so he was gonna get fingered for it.
Been the queen or the princess over you. Because no offense, you're not as valuable of a party as they
What is that?
are. You know exactly what that
This is a
means.
fucking country.
That is fair. What are we supposed to do now? The party's going to go on into the night, and afterwards the queen is going to talk to you, and I'm going to have to
Wait,
explain
the
to
queen's
my...
going to talk to me specifically.
What do I do?
Okay.
She might speak to you specifically. She might say, "Hey, you, I have a question for you specifically." But I don't. I'm not aware of these plans that she might have.
Okay, that's great.
That's forward to it.
Make two guys, specifically.
I don't know. I mean, rather call the party off, or we let it keep going as it is.
At this point, it doesn't seem like anyone is ready. Poison, per
That's
se.
the issue. That's right.
You said you got an antidote?
I do.
What drink did you put it in?
None yet.
Did you put it in a drink?
No, I was saving it to see if, I don't know, someone got
Is it a neutralizing agent, or is it a... Did it say antidote, or did it say something else?
It says antidote.
Okay.
So I would assume that it's here after the poison state.
Obviously, whoever did this is some kind of criminal mastermind.
Actually,
Someone
wrong party. Sorry, guys.
Maybe this is just some kind of elaborate prank. Do you have people that pull elaborate pranks on you?
No, I don't. Alderman?
Does anyone else that you might know?
Well, no.
Is there anyone in the city that might be after you? It was addressed to you.
Well, you know the whole thing about the eagle's eye being abolished? That's a load of bullshit. What do you mean? I can guarantee there's still a faction out there.
Oh.
I just learned about it. And I show them the note.
This person is. I mean, that makes sense, but. Is that a pen name? Is that some sort of title?
I would assume it's not.
That doesn't ring any bells.
No, it doesn't. Can I look at the note again and see if there were any symbols on it?
Make an investigation.
That's,
That's a 64.
This guy's the only one rolling nice tonight.
Yeah.
25.
25.
Oh, technically, my last roll was nat 20, so.
I've had nothing over to
As far as you examine the note, it just seems to be made on simple paper. The envelope just is normal. The file doesn't seem to be really any kind of special, except that
I didn't
it
get that one in any
does
of those.
have a little inscription that says that it is from Wheeler's General Magics.
The note is
The fire of liquid.
oh.
And the handwriting itself kind of wanders around the page. It's not anything specific. It doesn't give off any kind of personality or any kind of signature. It's very. It changes as it goes along.
Maybe I'm going to be overthinking that. But that's all the information I have. There's not much to it.
Maybe this is just some sort of pepper prank. This is something that someone has done to mess with you. Specifically, this is your problem.
Well, who would know about all of this that would mess with me in particular?
Do you have any friends in the city?
Well, I wouldn't consider them friends. If they're still around even.
Where did you go yesterday?
Yesterday? Why
Yes.
not?
At all. You said you had errands to run.
Well, I wanted to check to see if my uncle was still around, which he's not.
Okay.
I was going to search for him later, but we had important stuff to get to.
Okay.
He doesn't know that I'm here. So can
You
you
don't know?
Yes, he does not know that I'm here.
Maybe this is some sort of welcome back present from him. He doesn't know that I'm here. Maybe he figured it out. Listen, you sit here, you figure it out in your brain. I'm going to dance with the princess for what may be the last time. And he goes off across the ball. You guys watch as he does go over to the princess. Bows very, very, very deeply. Asks for her hand, and he leads her out of the dance floor.
I have done this to just be a little bit closer.
Yep. What do you do?
Moping around, I guess.
Has like anyone come by to clean up the food or anything like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if he said that.
Still be sitting just picking up the food side.
Was it Winona? She was watching the festivities.
She's trying to do something.
She and Kaleb are both up there.
Can I? Oh shoot! I
I still haven't left my seat.
Can I head up there and surprise you?
Just plop yourself right down where the princess was there.
Oh god.
So you just kind of make your way up. You see some people looking at you with kind of weird faces. And you just kind of pull out the chair and plop yourself down. The queen and Kaleb seem to have been speaking about something, but as you approach, they stopped. The queen kind of turned.
What did you interrupt? I just said you did. I hope I'm not out lying.
You're sitting on my daughter's.
Anyway, are you familiar with Marcus the Mad Dog? Blood Bandit. Yes. He had many bandits in his army. They were weaving, but they were slaves. And we had to members of our party, I'm trying to say before it gets lost. They are on our way towards here and back up with us and mentioned they need refugees. Again, I hope I'm not out of line. I expect your answer either way, but would it be in your power or in your whatever your motivation is, would you feel that some of these Nine. That's rules tonight right there.
She kind of, once again, she's very hard to read. She just kind of turns and looks down at the table for a second. Kaleb kind of leans forward a little bit.
If need be, we could also house many of these refugees in the mountains.
I think make something work. When can they be expected to arrive?
We were told they would arrive a few days after us. I'm not sure what the amount of people coming.
I will have my Minister of Borders look into it.
It's more than I ever I'll bow very deep.
Okay.
I'll go and plop myself back down.
Alrighty.
Let you die.
Aaron laugh.
I gotta pee again. Drank so much.
Two people you just talked to are probably poisoned.
Anyone else do anything specific?
Can I see if Vea likes dancing with Louie? Like, does she like him?
Insight check.
Insight.
Why is it we roll high on stupid shit we don't need to worry about when it comes to something important?
19!
Nat 1. Nat 1.
Yeah, she's enjoying herself.
Like, does she
She's
like...
smiling, she's laughing.
So she likes... That's what I'm getting at.
It's a very charming.
It's a very charming sinking
Go
show.
to the
What are you doing?
I'm thirsty.
What was your question?
Yeah,
He was asking if you had a cup so we could get water.
Yes, we have cups. You should need cups.
There's cups in that top right corner,
Or
or there's plastic cups in the bottom left corner.
How thirsty are you?
I'm thirsty.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Grab one from the top right cover.
Bye.
We don't have very many liquids.
Oh.
I drink out of the sink.
There you go.
Smoky water.
Pretty warm. Kind of gross tasting, but you know.
Smoky water.
Yeah, it's not.
What?
Oh god.
Yeah, careful.
Okay. Are you gonna cast Death Ward on anyone else?
Anyone particularly important? Like 2 leaders of 2 countries.
Well, I don't know if I can get to them. I might be...
I just went over and sat by him.
Yeah.
Oh, good point. But Naivara is a chicken. Maybe she can get to, like, Vea.
Well, you do what you need to do.
What you doing?
You weren't kidding when I said it's weird tasting.
Yeah, it's not good.
Are they still dancing, Louie and Avea?
Yeah, they are. I mean, you can wait till a song ends and you can kind of approach them.
I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the bottom and go get some water bottle.
Something
Did you
right.
try that sink bottle?
It tastes the same.
Same
Oh,
See,
it
smoke.
does.
mine last year tasted completely
The
different.
reason why
Bottle of water.
We just got a Brita filter last year. That's what we
I have a
got.
red filter. Excellent.
You just know what?
Fill it up.
Fill it up.
Parker.
Yes.
I guess we think first. But
So the song ends. People kind of clap for the band, and you have a moment where you can kind of get away from Caden and go talk to some other people.
I'm gonna go to Avea.
Okay. Louis is kind of holding on to her hands and kind of like leaning in and whispering stuff to her, and she's kind of giggling as you approach. She gets her hand out of his and kind of pushes him away slightly.
Look, you guys are fine. Just for my own sanity. Do you mind if I cast Death Ward on you? Just
Direct. Good job.
just for my own sanity.
Can I ask why?
Well, it prevents death.
Thanks, Sherlock.
Am I in danger?
We don't know.
I feel like they should have like someone cast Death Ward on them for every party. That seems smart.
Persuasion.
That's a thought.
That's a 10.
I need secret story.
She kind of looks at Louis, who kind of nods a little bit, and she extends her hand out to you.
I touch her hand and cast Death Ward.
Okay. You now have 2 death wards on 2
Yep.
different people.
You have one more, you said?
Yep. Or I can always upcast, but that'd be 1 upcast.
You have 3 4th level spell slots.
I know. I love leveling up. I didn't realize I did either.
Yeah. I have the
Sounds
same.
Right. Really?
Yeah.
You guys get 3 4th level spell slots before you get a 5th level?
I have a 5th
Fifth
level.
level as well.
I mean, if you both have it, I believe you.
You can check it. Like maybe I might have done it wrong, but
I get 4 first and
But you're also half fighter.
yeah, I know. I'm a half caster. So
Was I wrong? Oh, cool, sweet.
Hard for people to know this stuff.
Well, he can't keep track of everything with everyone.
After level like 4, I don't know shit about classes.
Yeah.
Unless I played it. Okay.
That's okay, because I thought I had only 2, and then I looked again and I was like, oh no, I have 3 4th level spell slots.
Okay. So the night is going to go on. Dancing is going to continue. Is there anything else yet? Yes.
I want to just one last time, like, deeply try to look at, like, everyone.
Make another perception.
12.
Fortunately, no one stands out to you as being shaky, suspicious, or anything like that. A couple of the people that were let in before nobles were begin to get a little bit farther into their cups. And when people seem to get obnoxiously drunk, they are escorted out by attendants. But other than that,
Yeah. Did I see her in Death Ward?
if you were watching, then yes.
Okay, because I mean, I was watching the princess and everything. So
Yes. You definitely see that.
well, then I'm gonna head over by like the queen, just like more closer to that area,
Yeah.
just to like be in a
Shiver?
position
Yep.
if something should happen.
You're still sitting at that seat, right? What are you doing?
sitting there soaked in wine.
What is that called?
Picking at my food.
The same
The food is people come to take it. You want to wait away.
Oh, if they take it, I'll just wander around kind of in front of the green. Right here.
Just trying to look. Just wander around.
Approachable, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
As approachable as a wine-soaked bear could be.
Okay. Oh, you are offered like a rat thing yourself. You were offered one of the gates, but I did get that. So they didn't just leave you to sit there.
So-
So
Sit there and soak.
yeah, get all sticky. Okay.
I'll just be sitting in my chair, just tapping along to the music. I'm gonna see. I want to see if anyone looks stupid, suspicious.
Okay.
I'm just gonna roll and get a nat 1 and just continue.
Yeah.
That's a nat 20.
Whoa!
Hey!
Nice. As you're kind of looking around, the only person that seems to be giving off any kind of suspicion is that the Queen and Kaothag seem to be discussing something that is making them both a little upset.
Can I hear them from where I'm sitting?
Perception check with advantage, but you're gonna have to figure it out. Okay.
19.
Cannot hear them from here. The music's too loud. People are talking, and they're speaking very, very, very quietly.
Is there anyone else still sitting down at our table that's closer to them?
No.
I mean, I guess I haven't said that if I've moved or not.
Blake and Yang are just kind of hanging out. Yuri is dancing with whoever.
Yeah. I'll move over to Winona.
Yeah, I think Winona was kind of like on like this the entire time, so like hasn't actually like moved all that much. She's just kind of been awkwardly kind of like not really leaving this area, waiting for shit to fly off the handle.
Can you dance with Theory yet?
No, dance with my dad.
Can I dance with Theory? I just want to see the size difference.
That'd be cute.
Yeah. You go and grab Yuri and lead him out onto the dance floor, and you swing him around.
Whoa!
Okay. So you were going over the.
Yeah. So how's your night going?
I'm a little on edge, and I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I know I said earlier I was preferred when there was assassination, but I don't. I take that back. I take that back so much. I feel like that was like this is some cruel god picking on
I
me.
know. God damn much. I just want to go to a party and not have like someone try to die.
I want to go home. I just want to go and chill with that cool pool thing.
Yeah.
I wonder how Chisa's doing.
He's probably having a great time.
I'm having a great time.
Well, from where I'm sitting, can I get a better like,
Shisa was the one that was
Here.
poisoned.
of them? Because I am directly.
Yeah.
Okay.
One more time.
19. 19. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27.
You can just catch as they are finishing their conversation. You can just kind of catch the queen as they're parting to say, guess we're on our into a second room to speak of that. The rest of them are not feeling very good. Well, then she kind of directs them and they both stand up and go off in different directions.
Okay, what was his name?
Keothal.
Keothal's not feeling too good.
I'm gonna go.
He's going to the restaurant now.
I'm running.
Running
Is
towards
anyone
Yeah,
else
in your
not
dress.
feeling good?
Oh yeah.
I didn't hear if anyone else was not
Actually,
feeling good, but
no. I'm gonna like briskly walk because running would attract attention from all the other people
Yes, it
around.
would.
So I'm gonna briskly.
Am I at a point where I could maybe slow down Keothal so that she can...
He's just kind of heading off to a side room kind of thing. So I actually need you to make an initiative check to see if you reach him before he gets to the room.
I'd like to go.
What do I add to initiative? 18.
Okay. And you can also head over as well because you rolled on that one. So he stops for a moment and kind of looks over the party and he sees you very quickly approaching him, and he kind of gives you a friendly smile as you approach.
Sorry, I heard you weren't feeling well.
You must have very good ears.
No, my friend told me.
All of us just kind of hate them.
Well, that's a very interesting observation, but I just get a little bit of an upset stomach when I hear.
Pleasure to meet you.
We've already met.
I cast Death Ward.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you definitely see the handshake as you walk
I
up.
got reincarnated, so
Like,
someone
actually
dies.
don't
It
think
might- Yeah,
say
it's
that
weird.
and stuff. I guess I'm just
It was real weird.
He's definitely
Okay. You're heading over to the queen.
well back to like the area where I was before, where I could like watch.
She actually just kind of makes her way to a couple different people throughout the party. Those of you, she does pass by a couple of you. She thanks people for coming. Thanks people for enjoying themselves. And then she makes her way over to you. Would you mind letting your companions know that after most of the guests have left, I would like to see them?
Sure thing. And I will just like really quickly embrace them do that.
She makes her way out towards the staircase. The herald announces her departure, and she leaves.
I guess I didn't say, but like as she was like coming up and leaving and everything, I do like a quick insight to see
Should
where
I
she's doing.
follow?
19.
She seems alright. Once again, she is very hard to read.
Hey, should I follow her? Make sure she's not alone, is she?
Well, but maybe have some of his
Her attendants were carrying.
Mattimeo, I might want to get at my bag of holding.
I'll turn into a mouse.
Yeah,
Or
sure.
something less like conspicuous.
She wants to get her bag of holding, so I'm going to find like an empty
even
coat closet or some
even a
shit.
fancy place now.
Okay,
my
you
snack
can go into a bathroom.
Yeah. I'll do that.
I just want my diamonds.
Alright, now throw the hole open,
Okay.
and I'll grab her bag of holding.
Okay.
Can I?
I would like to transform into like. Do I see her and can
She
I
has
follow
that.
her?
Yeah, you have the bag of holding now.
Yeah,
I
I mean, they announced it when she leaves.
Okay, yeah. I would like to turn into a mouse
I'm
and
just
see if I can
taking
follow
out
her.
like my
From
spell.
right where you are.
Oh,
And, like,
you don't want to keep the
I'm gonna
bag?
get close and not like
You
try
just-
to navigate on the dance
Alright.
field, but like as soon as like guards know stuff around, I want to turn into a mouse and try to follow.
Okay.
Alright, she's just taking components out of the bag, so I saw the bag.
I don't know if there's
Can I hide
stats
them
for
on me?
mouse.
How?
Like, just like stuff diamonds in random places.
What random places?
Places where shrimp go.
They're clean.
Wow.
I missed it.
Places where shrimp go.
Oh my god.
Ah.
Remember,
How many diamonds do you have?
I have 3.
3 diamonds of what size? Of what values?
2, 300, and 1, 500.
Damn.
I need those.
Those are
You're gonna get
Strange question, but how much room do you have?
How big's your bust?
Well, we didn't establish it. I thought it was very attractive. Let's go with big.
she's
I will say you can fit the 2 300s or the 1 5.
Let's
You
go with
can't
the
fit all 3.
2 300s.
God damn it! I have to post a video on.
Is it the boobs of
Yes.
holding thing? It's already on there.
No, not
yeah,
that
we've
one.
already
Not
posted
that one,
boobs
not
of
that
holding.
one,
I
not that
remember
one, not
boobs
that
of
one.
holding.
I showed you it literally earlier today. Yeah. Yeah, I did.
So everyone,
But
You
hand
want
off
to
the
use
diamond
this
to
as
you.
a
mine.
Alright.
I just
make a stealth.
hold on to this.
Do I get advantage? Because it's so small.
Alright. Is this the 500 diamond?
Unless I specifically do. Then no.
I don't know. I don't know the stats for mouse.
Go ahead, blow it down.
I have the other diamond.
You have the other diamond?
Of 500.
Maybe. I don't know. Let me see if I can find a stat for a mouse.
Might be swarm of rats.
Turn into a
Give me a second.
Oh, rat.
Rat works.
Rat. Keen smell. Bite. Uh-oh.
Need a small
Hey,
piece of
I
gas,
posted
plus
it.
0 to dex.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so just a straight roll.
Now I remember. I showed him yesterday. You.
You can stick to the shadows and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'll try to stick to the shadows. I mean, try to do the best I
Go
can.
ahead, roll stealth.
7.
So she does turn to go upstairs, and as you kind of follow behind, climbing up the stairs as best you can, one of her attendants just kind of glance behind, and she sees you, and she lets out this like blood-curdling scream.
I run.
Back downstairs?
Okay, what's my surroundings look like?
Just a staircase that's leading up and down.
Okay, I'm going to try to, I don't know, can I make a perception check to see, what my best way out would be?
Sure.
It's a bad situation.
Just kind of look
Bad
around for
situation.
any different escape routes.
19?
There, a couple of the stairs do have little holes underneath them. That you could.
I'm going to go right into one of them.
Okay, make another stealth check.
That is a 3, my dude.
This has been awful.
Have you been adding stuff?
My luck
There's nothing to add, it's a
My
mouse!
luck is worse.
Oh my god.
the
Oh my
attendant
god!
makes her way down the stairs, looks around,
Oh, so.
and she heads back up. And you
I'm terrified in the
you
hole.
have hidden successfully, but they make their way quickly up the staircase.
Okay,
So you can still follow, just not closely.
okay. I'm gonna attempt to follow, I guess.
While that's happening, what are the rest of you guys doing?
I have a.
Make needling. He's making small talk.
I'm putting the hole away, and I have a 500.
Oh, wait, hold on. I think I do
diamond.
actually have a thing to follow. I do
I
have keen smell, so I guess I do have advantage on wisdom perception checks. Just
Instead of all smell.
yeah.
I would like to step forward towards Lonnie and her dad and trade partners. I want to give Yuri to Lonnie,
Okay.
and I want to dance with your dad.
What?
You accept.
Okay.
So you give Yuri to her, and that was back, albeit very confused, who's leading?
I will bow first. Oh wait, how tall is he? Is he taller than me?
Oh yeah.
How tall are you again?
I'm 7'5", and he was shorter.
Yeah, he's shorter than you. He's about 7.
He's taller than me, so I'll let him lead.
He
Okay.
doesn't know what he's doing.
So he just kind of like swings you around. He doesn't really know what he's doing. But as it's happening, oh, you're very good.
It's gonna seduce your dad.
No, he's not going to seduce me.
And as he ends, and as Yuri's handing over you, oh, can we not do the swinging thing? My head hurts.
All the blood's
Okay.
rushed out of his head.
Would you like to lead?
Sure.
Okay.
So you set him down on the ground, and he just kind of puts his hand on your arm, and
I'll get on my knees too.
Oh my god.
that doesn't help all that.
Okay. Well, just a little.
You go from like
Oh, this is
7'5"
adorable.
to
Like 5 foot.
5. So he's and then he just kind of leads you around as you scoot around on your knees. People laugh. Okay. So you are.
Trying to follow, using,
Yeah.
like, trying to pick up the scent, I guess?
Yeah, it's pretty easy. Just kind of keeping. You don't even need to really use the scent because you can just kind of follow the sound of the footsteps. They go to the second to highest floor, so that would be the sixth floor.
Damn, it's a pretty tall palace.
It's a very tall palace, and they go into a large room, and the door is beginning to be shut behind it.
Since I'm a mouse, can I squeeze under doors?
That is tiny.
I don't want to risk getting slammed in the skin and fucking dying.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's definitely a
Okay.
a
Yeah.
gap.
Okay. So when they close the door, I'm gonna try to
Squeeze. Yeah, you can just pop right through. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay. You find yourself in a large, triangular throne room. You can't make out what the stained glass is because it is nighttime now. So
I do have dark vision.
yeah, that doesn't help with the colors
Okay.
and that kind of thing. So to you, it just kind of looks like this big thing of glass. At the end of the throne room, with the glass behind it, is the same throne that you saw on the glass downstairs, made out of stone with pillars of stone as the back to the chair. At the foot of the throne are bronze statues of lionesses, and the queen walks over to a group of people and begins to speak to them.
What do these group of people look like?
It's just other people that work down at the party, very nicely dressed. They're the people sitting up here. So yeah,
Okay, do I hear what they're saying?
they're kind of out in the middle of the room. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Do I get with advantage?
No.
Okay. That's not one!
You cannot hear them.
Okay.
The echo is a bit weird.
I was like the 10th one tonight.
Yep.
Run it down.
You'll have to count when you go through the recording.
It's probably our record for most.
I know. It's ridiculous.
And worldwide.
Well, it's a good thing that we haven't been in
Worldwide.
too much combat. Knock on wood.
Knock on wood.
So,
Man, it's weird how superstitious I get with D&D. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't believe in ghosts, but I was like, oh man, the spirits are infecting my dice rolls.
so what do you want to
Yeah,
do?
train
Well, I guess I'm gonna try to make out what I can. I mean, like, if I can try to guess, like, can I like make a perception check to see like how like their body like posture is, like what kind of conversation,
It's the,
or does the nat one still apply to that?
I was thinking the nat one probably still. It's pretty hard to tell. I mean, and their body posture isn't. It's not pronounced at all. They're keeping themselves very reserved.
Okay. I guess I'm just gonna still remain vigilant. If anything happens, I'll.
After a few minutes,
What else can I do?
after a few minutes, her people disperse, and she goes and sits herself down on the throne and just kind of seems to sit there and think.
I'm going to remain by the queen.
You're gonna go over there.
Well, not gonna go
The
right
throne's
up
on
to
one side, throne's on the exact opposite side.
I'm gonna like remain in the room with the queen. I'm not gonna go up to her and be like, "I'm a mouse, kill me!"
motherfucker.
Mouse, motherfucker.
The rest is
Squeak, squeak, motherfucker.
downstairs. So it's going to be about another hour before the party disperses. Is there anything else specifically you guys wanted to do in this? He spends pretty much all of his time with the princess until about a half hour later. She also leaves in a similar fashion to her mother.
Does he does say?
Well, he would tell us because he knows.
Mattimeo is gonna go over to Blake.
Okay. Him and Yang are just kind of watching the party. He seems to be smiling very widely and also just bobbing his head.
Well, if he's poisoned, he's fine.
Can I have my flask back?
I gave it to Winona.
Oh yeah, you did.
Does he have a glass of something in front of him?
Oh yeah, he has a couple of
Is there a full one?
Yeah, he's just kind of
Okay. Yeah, you want to dance?
Waiting for an
he
all
got
night.
persuasion check.
Persuasion check.
This is the next trick that we support.
17.
This is a important roll though.
I am dancing out on the floor
You see
too.
that she does have a half-empty glass in her hands. Fuck it. And she tosses the glass and it shatters on the ground. And she kind of stands up.
Good, I don't know how to dance.
You are whisked out under the thing for like drunken Yang, who just kind of once again swings you around.
Great.
No, she's drunk. That's not okay.
Okay, so. We have dancing, we have merriment.
We have a vigilant mouse
We have a vigilant
who will
mouse.
protect the
We have a
queen at all
vigilant
costs.
man. You're
Can
making
you roll
your
a
wisdom
charisma
check? If you would like, yes, please do.
If you would.
I mean, the Warhammer is not helping you with friends. As soon as you turn conversation to it, which
I will.
yeah,
Always.
people grow uncomfortable with
I just bought this axe too. Oh, would you like to hold it?
people kind of just generally. Oh, I got it. And they.
I'm just imagining. Look at my warhammer. This is the most advanced weapon system I've seen in my life. It's incredible.
Each chip has a story. Every blood smack.
I remember the one time I broke a man's knees with this.
Each
Oh,
chip has a story,
brutal.
and each story leaves a chip.
All right. So after about an hour, the princess leaves. The Goliaths do stick around, but eventually the Keothag and Jesus guys, I'm sorry, Kuma. Yes, I'm sorry, guys. I'm still going. I have to pee again.
It's like a weird. Like I remember one of them was Kumar, unfortunately.
Kumag. Keothag and Kumag.
I think like Weird Harold and Kumar.
They both come over and eventually retrieve your father from Yin. And they all three of them kind of come over to you as you are dancing with Yuri. That kind of comes over. Well, we must return to the tribes. We're traveling.
Tell him to say hi to mom.
You give him a big muscle hug.
Muscle hug.
You know that song was that
When can we expect you home?
I will try to visit
No, one last thing before we go. You spoke of possible poison drinks.
We did. Haven't found anything yet, but we're still on the lookout.
Yeah, thought kind of a little bit. Do you have any sort of plan for this poison?
We were given a vial of an antidote, but We don't even know if we can trust that.
I did find blood in the laboratory. And Graypaw picks up. Perhaps he has been poisoned.
Come with me, and I'm gonna find Naivara.
Oh wait,
Is
who
the one that
vomited?
vomited blood the one that drank from the chalice?
Yes.
I cast Death Ward on him.
Doesn't mean jack shit because the body still has poison in it.
Yep.
You read them over. All three of them you follow. And kind of is led over to you.
I'm with her.
Yeah, and so is Kaden. You guys are all just kind of standing at the edge of the dance floor waiting for the next song to start. Oh, hello.
He vomited blood.
Oh, my Death Ward is still intact.
Well,
What did he just say? He said what?
perhaps. Slower working.
What do I have that like specifically gets rid of poison?
Yeah, I can use 5 paladin points, but I don't know if it'll work.
You have an antidote.
I don't have it, but someone in a party has it. Who has the antidote?
But
Can the group gather, please?
By the way, did we decide if Winona can hear with in animal form?
We'll just kind of head off from here.
Who does?
Last time we talked, no, you couldn't.
Is it
Okay,
Gaiden
yeah,
heads
so I don't
off?
know.
Okay.
Does the group gather?
yeah.
I mean, I'm already next to you. I don't need to walk them over.
Winona is not there.
Well, what's up?
Since he drank from the chalice, we're assuming that was poisoned and he did vomit blood.
Weren't there supposed to be
The
3
queen
people?
drank from
The
the
queen
chalice.
also drinks from the chalice.
Could have been Mario.
Possibly. I'm going to see if I can use 5 points of paladin pool to see if I can remove the poison from him.
Divine intervention.
Okay. So you kind of walk up to him, put your hands on his leg. And you're doing the.
5 points to remove poison.
It's just alcohol. That's
You
it.
immediately feel that you purged all of the alcohol out of the system, which is not much.
Mhm.
And you do feel an extra sort of essence kind of leave.
I'll do another 5.
Okay. And you don't feel anything.
How do you feel now?
Well, I can't say I feel any different.
Because I removed all the alcohol from her blood, but then I also felt something else in there.
Is my Death Ward still intact?
Just remove the
We-
it's a poison.
Since it's a slow acting poison and you're kind of a big guy, we should see the queen right now.
I can't help with that. But she did wish to speak with you all. Now,
Now?
she's not gonna let you
Yeah,
walk up to her
do that
and use any sort of magic on her, at least.
without.
Her bodyguards won't.
Maybe we should explain.
Yeah,
We will return to the Great Mountains. Is there anyone that you can think of before she come on? No, it is a long list. Please.
anyone
Anything.
at the top of that list.
If it was even a year ago, I would have said the Griffin's Eye. Perhaps they're not as
Gone.
gone as we thought.
Well, you still have a death ward on you, and that should last for another 8 hours?
No, it's been hours.
7 hours.
Well, I thank you for that. But if that is all that you can do for me, the Methuselah should be able to help me further.
Yes.
Well, good night. Good luck. It's a pleasure. Likewise. Melania, it's good to see you. Your father gives you one more big hug.
And the 3 Goliaths leave.
Wow.
He's a nice guy.
He looks super
He
well.
Yeah.
That's the one thing he taught me.
Has Louis one?
Gotta dance.
Where's Louis at?
That's why I'm bad too.
Louis! Louis, would you like to come see the Queen and Princess with us?
Please.
You just
Did
yell
you
across the
want to
room.
learn
No.
to dance?
Okay. He
I like spending time with my dad.
perks up and he kind of comes over to you guys.
I like spending time with my dad.
The queen apparently
My
wants
aunt taught me
to
most of
see
what I
us
know.
in the throne room.
Well, of course, she usually does that. Yes.
Are you gonna come with us?
As our
Friend?
guide,
Please?
friend, yes. That's what we're working about.
Because the oh god, I'm
We
still
found the
bad with
first
fucking names.
We found the first poison victim.
It was the chief.
Kathok.
Yeah, thank
Jarl.
you. God damn it, Jarl. So he and the queen drank out of the same cup. That big gold thing.
Perhaps it was his.
Maybe, but
Let's check just in case, and let's not take that gamble.
It's going to be difficult to get up there until the party is over. That's when he gets the sun. I'm sorry.
How are you feeling?
I am feeling fine.
it's a good way to end a party.
Oh man, this is where we really needed to.
Interesting hypothesis. Perhaps we can create such a horrible situation. Guess we're looking to leave.
I'm gonna start drinking.
Please do not specify.
I like your.
I'm gonna start drinking.
Well, that like getting drunk is a good idea. It might bring a shame. Perhaps something that cannot be blamed for, but will still clear a room. No, not like a fire.
Like one of Yuri's farts.
Like bowel movement? Or
Like terrible singing.
Yuri.
Or, something
or
like
a
small-
loud
Yuri.
ass sound.
You wanna go get Yuri?
Yes.
Okay. So you can shadow the
You
windows.
have been asked to sing for the group.
Hey, where did Caden
I
fuck off?
what?
Yes, you've been asked to sing for the group. Come on, come to the stage. Come on.
He followed.
Oh man, what if he's really good, guys?
It's fucking windy.
So you just kind of lead him over to the stage?
Yep. And
Okay.
be like,
Can you do
okay,
that?
band. Yuri is going to be singing a song. You can join it or not.
The band just kind of nods. You kind of set Yuri up. The band begins to.
The duality of man.
Okay, where is Caden fucked off to?
You better not roll in that 20.
No, that's like the ninth now.
We need to make more playing
Roll
with
me.
me.
That is the
That's the one we wanted.
So, immediately,
He breaks his instrument.
Yuri looks out over this big crowd of people as the band begins to start, and you see the color kind of drain out of his face, and he just kind of sits there, and he doesn't say.
Oh, poor baby. I want to hug him. So sad.
Going to the stage to
No.
hug him?
No, Naivara's not that brave, but she wants to. I don't want to.
I'm gonna go up there and I'm gonna sing with him.
Make a performance roll.
What if I want it to be bad?
Yeah, right, that works.
It would have been a 17, so I want it to be bad.
Yeah. So you get up there, and you belt your heart out, and you purposely just try and fuck up as much as you can. Yuri still doesn't sing.
Oh.
But your horrible, horrible musings. You guys begin to see people kind of look annoyed at it, but they're not leaving quite yet.
Time to make a band! Woo! I'll pull out my wood flute.
Louis, you got any
Can
other?
I take a quick survey over like the crowd to see how much everyone's had to drink?
People who are drunk have been escorted out as they have gotten up. So generally, no, this crowd's not. No.
Okay, where is Caden fucked up to? Can I find him?
I can't remember. Does it cost you anything to make people sober?
What?
Does it cost you anything to make
5
people
points
sober?
It cost me 5 points to make someone sober.
Perception.
And I've used 10.
That's an 18.
You got a lot of those.
18. He is just kind of gone over
I still
some
got
of the nobles
25.
and begun to kind of.
Winona,
Okay,
join
that's
the
fine.
band.
I'm nowhere near here.
Louis,
I'd say you were.
Mouse.
Mouse guarding.
Oh,
I'm the
frick,
vigilant mouse in the night. I am the sword in the
Yeah.
darkness.
You didn't join the
you
band.
got any other ideas other than us singing like fucking
I'm
idiots?
usually fantastic at parties.
You are.
What do you?
I don't think I am capable of.
Oh, I am. That might be a little extreme.
I will plan.
Draw a lot of attention, start giving out weapons to people. And
Wait a minute,
Giving out the
I don't know.
weapons.
If that's
Louis. Would it be out of turn if me and Edmund got into a fist fight?
Off the turn, of course.
Would it get people out of the room and get us kicked out?
It would get you kicked out.
Is
I just really want to punch Edmund. No, I'm kidding.
who that is still in the party has the authority to like end it, basically.
People go as they want. They will all be kicked out eventually.
How many
So
more
there's no one
hours?
who really says like party's over right now.
Shit.
Would it be possible that I create a vision only in the Herald's mind, unfortunately, of the Queen saying party's over, kick everyone out?
Who's cooking? Me or Louis?
Louis. Does that make it possible? It would work, do you think?
I mean, if you can do that, I
That
guess.
sounds like a fantastic idea.
Party, what do you guys think?
Yes.
Go for it.
Cough, cough,
Squeak,
squeak,
squeak.
spell, cough, cough.
No, make it terrify this man.
No metagaming, guys.
Thinking about it, Gias would be better.
But
Just
not
because,
thinking
like,
about it.
Not thinking
Not
about it.
thinking about
Being
it,
Omar.
like-
Being Omar.
Being an
Being a dumb
intelligence-based subclass.
Omar didn't look at all his spells, but flipping through his spell book, he
Okay.
sees Gias.
Alright. So you're gassing.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Gias.
Going to talk to
Okay. Does he
Yes.
makes the saving throw, yeah? Or not?
I believe he has to make it.
It's like a minute passing.
I will. Yeah, there's a minute question, but it's
Pretty negligible at this point.
A wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Jeff has a modifier of making 12.
Alright, he fails.
Yeah!
That
About goddamn time.
Was that
Well,
another?
no, but like,
was 2.
he gets +0 to wisdom, so.
Okay, so they're not in that
Well,
one.
it's 6. So
You should make him say his name's Harold.
My name is Harold.
Okay, of course,
Bye.
you need to carry out some service. You do have to go up and give him the verbal command.
Die.
I will. That's
Oh,
that actually it's
30
explicit.
days.
I know.
Harold the
Well, I think there's also a condition that I can just like
You can
call
end it,
off at some
yeah.
point. But like, just for now, I'll walk up to him and say in about 5 minutes, just call the party over and ask everyone to leave.
His eyes are all glazed over, and he just kind of faces forward and nods.
Then I'm gonna walk away so that I'm not associated with it.
Okay. After about 5 minutes,
You don't call a party.
Get
he
out of my...
takes one of the trumpets from one of the trumpeteers, blows it very loudly and badly.
Party's over.
Everyone get out! Please leave! He shouts out loudly to you. Please
We
leave!
better listen to him. Let's all head up now.
And people are very confused for like a minute, and then people are asking him to be serious, but he just keeps going until people begin to leave, and he blows the trumpet in faces as they walk by. And they
don't feel bad.
and yep, after about 10 minutes of this, and people being very confused, the party is over. And the attendant does come down and take you guys up to the cell room.
Okay.
And we're going to take a brief break. I'm going to get your track.
I also need to pee.
Well, I'm surprised
I do
that worked.
Again, like,
I've
been drinking a lot.
I know.
Poor
I have two as well. I'm going
You guys broke the seal.
I know. It's
Damn.
I'm going downstairs.
Pee a lot. Holy shit.
I drank like
I'm gonna
a whole bunch of water and tea.
Yeah.
I drink an ungodly amount. And hot chocolate. Someone poisoned the hot chocolate.
Oh shit, we're all dead.
We only have the antidote for one.
Oh, now that we're not actually in these sessions, here's a video that I posted. It's about the diamonds and the boobs and shit. There you go.
Basically, it's a high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, some serious hunkers. A real setup for donkers. Back at some go-on hunkerers. Massive dohunka bangaroos. Big old Tanahanga recruiters. What happens next? Tracer student shows up one day with even bigger Barhanaga hoops. Humongous hunga-lunga no-no-logonkers.
There's so many.
It's the plot of someone's anime idea. And that's it. Just someone shows up with even bigger boobs.
It's just a name that they said.
The boobs just keep getting bigger and bigger. And then it'll end like with someone, like with a big twist be that Earth is boobs.
No, that Earth has a twin, so that's how that works.
Earth has a twin and it is also a boob.
Hey, I cleared my intent first.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of hope that the antidote is actually a poison, so we're just doing stupid shit like, here's the antidote. Poisons them. Oh, yeah, I think I'm poisoned. I just had mild diarrhea. Here's the antidote.
Oh man, I just realized it was healthy cough blood, guys.
Here's the antidote. Fucking kills
We
him.
see it every day. These like monster arcs, like for us to move to like our arcs that we like play at Target. And so we start doing like monster. There's a lot of players. Like,
I mean, what if it's like some bullshit where it's like the cure for all ills is death, so they weren't lying.
Some of the bigger times.
Guys, why are you rolling so bad?
It's the fucking ghosts.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about either.
Yeah, and then there's half.
My last roll was a nat 20, so.
I have rolled 2 10s now. Both for charisma, so I'm not.
I'm actually a little bit salty with these rolls because I tried to do some practice rolls for funsies.
Never do practice rolls.
2 nat 20s in a row, and then an 18.
Never do practice rolls.
Those rolls would have been used during the campaign here if you wouldn't have practiced rolls.
That's how it works.
Yep.
They have a preset die roll.
You really
RNG.
I should.
No.
I do so many practice rolls. All 4 before I
I didn't notice that there was googly eyes on one of the Kaya posters.
Oh, that's weird.
That's strange.
Why on earth would that be there?
That's crazy people.
Who put that there?
Handsome though, I hear. Very handsome.
You're quite charming as well.
Hey,
Very
quit
extreme.
juking yourselves off.
And I hear that they've got dicks that are bigger than kingdoms.
I also hear that. That's quite large.
Oh, so saw an interesting news article about the final step in pre-order bonuses. There's this new game. Have any of you guys played Conan the Barbarian or Conan?
I know Conan.
All right, you know how on the PC version you can actually like change the size of your penis?
Yes.
What?
If you pre-order, you get 2 extra inches.
No, there's a game where you pre-order, you get 2 extra inches on your dick.
That's the best pre-order bonus I've ever
Right.
Oh my god.
That is the best. It's like not even that important. But everyone.
But Parker,
You know everyone's gonna start pre-ordering.
Well, no, because like you're just walking around and you.
I'm a bigger dick than
know
you.
who pre-ordered and who didn't. That's all I'm saying. That's all I got.
You Parker pre-ordered.
What?
You're welcome.
Guys, I would like give me like a 3-inch cop. I'm not even lying. Like that'd be huge.
I was playing it on the PC,
Alright.
and
Okay.
I was playing it on PC in my friend's clan. The only requirement is that you had to have the smallest penis possible. And he
Small
just
penis clan?
he called it the micro dick tribe.
Oh my god, that's even better. All right,
Don't say anything else.
coming back from our 3-minute break.
3 minutes.
I'm still saving. I need to go.
But there
That's fine.
Oh, I'm gonna stand over here so I don't look at his notes.
Yeah, don't look at my notes.
Not yours, his. Your notes don't matter. Come on, asshat.
You are all led up the stairs, up several flights. The door opens when you're kind of right next to it.
Oh, no.
The rest of the party is led in. One of the attendants asking, and you're sure you couldn't find the dragonborn?
I want you to see if I can skirt out of the room and then like pop up and then just be like, oh, sorry, I'm late.
Oh, there she is.
Where the hell were you at?
How irresponsible.
Oh, I was just out mingling, you know, how they do these parties.
Okay. Whatever.
Good.
Hold on.
Not intended.
You guys are led into the large room. You guys see the same thing that Winona did earlier. This just kind of giant hall. It's smaller than the room below that you guys were in, but still just this large empty room with these wood tile floors that lead towards this throne that is made out of stone and rock. Sitting in it is Queen Eleanor, and she stands as you guys enter. She shoos a couple of her attendants out, and the other 3 people that you saw earlier entered back in.
Is Louis with us?
Louis is with you guys. All of your people are with you. And you are all led into this throne.
Is there anyone else in the throne room other than us, the queen?
There's you, the queen, there are those 3 advisors, and she shoots at the attendant that brought you in, but there are still a couple of attendants that like at the doors.
Okay.
So no, you are not alone.
Okay.
She gives you guys this very once again hard to read look.
Can I do a perception check to see if I can read this hard to read look?
That'd be an insight check.
Can I insight check that?
See, I was thinking about the that person.
That's a good look.
That's a dirty 20.
Okay. She seems like she has news.
Okay.
Good news or bad news?
I've been poisoned.
I'm dying.
And I did it to myself.
Oh man.
So,
I poisoned myself just to screw all of you.
So, as you kind of head in, she gives you each this kind of somber look.
Music.
Well, I hope that the party was your liking.
Yeah.
She kind of turns and walks back towards the throne. She heads to the window. From the view of the window, you guys can see the moon reflecting off of one of the far off distant lakes. The mountains just kind of illuminate a little bit as the clouds just kind of pass by the moon. I have been queen of this kingdom for nearly 40 years. I came to power when I was 12. My parents died of a sickness. She turns back around. When I was 41, I had a premonition. I was learning about the cataclysms that destroyed our old home across the sea. I fear that will happen to us here in Amyssia. So I went about creating an alliance that would bring cities together. What you all now know as the Silver Alliance. I did it so that my daughter would have a world to grow up in. I have received news this afternoon that Sapor is withdrawing from that alliance.
Is Caden with us?
Yep.
What's his face look like?
Very
Bullshit surprise though.
Huh?
Bullshit surprise though?
You can touch it if you want.
It's natural 17. That's 25.
Damn. He does seem a little genuinely surprised.
But it's weird because you already told me about his plans to. Oh, fuck.
You say that to him?
No. I don't say that out loud.
Okay. The queen does give him this kind of hard stare, and he looks as though he's about to speak, but she puts her hand up, and he stays quiet. This alliance has been 11 years in the making. It has been official for only 2 of those years, and it has not been. It has not been consummated. That was 6 days from now, when my daughter was to marry into the wealthy Elendron nobility, and 6 days from it closing. Sapor has brought out its end. My advisors tell me that the other cities are likely to follow. Sapor's fleet was a very important part of this alliance, as was the economic benefits of its membership. My advisors say that I need to take you hostage, Caden Clever, and use you as a bargaining chip if there are wars to come. You all have been to Sapor, I'm sure. You know Mr. Caden quite well. My advisors have given me what they think I should do, and she goes and sits on the throne. I would like to hear what she thinks.
I actually have another idea of some kind of leverage you could use.
Before we do that, we have reason to believe that you've been poisoned tonight.
Are you feeling well? Oh, thank God.
Inside check that?
She, the first person out of anyone would really be able to kind of look at her and see that behind her calm demeanor, she is deeply distressed. Whether that denotes physical or emotional health is a little bit hard to read. Her mind is definitely not on her health right now.
We're just really glad because we already got a hold of Keothog.
I was able to remove poison from his body.
And we weren't sure which cup it was in, and we knew you guys drank from that one together.
It would ease our mind. It would take no longer than 10 seconds.
don't think we're very welcome there anymore.
Absolutely not.
Omareth has some.
Yeah.
Since the absence of my own family, I am from House Ryder. Since the passing and the absence of my own family, much has changed within Sapor. So the withdrawal does not surprise me as much as I wish it did. I mean, no offense to you in saying this, Caden, but I believe the Gladrons hold much of the power in Sapor. And I have a way that you could leverage something against them. Talking to the Queen of the last bit.
Are you?
I am.
In a safe and trusted location is a ledger between secret transactions and discussions between the Gladrons and Castle Roth. I'll look at Kate real quick and say, your mother does have a copy of this book, and it is. We have a duplicate copy.
No, I thought she had the duplicate.
Who has
She had
the
the duplicate. We have the original.
Just saying, we have another copy.
He didn't say anything, but he looks very upset.
I am very sorry to you, Caden. From your behavior,
This ledger. What's so on about it?
From what I can remember off the top of my head, it is written in Dwarvish, and it had many of the names of the kings of Castle Roth within, along with different, there were prices,
Transactions,
etc. I don't know how much power this ledger has,
Well,
but his mother threatened
to kill us
of our
all.
lives, and not in a very nice way.
To quote, she threatened to hunt us across the face of Amyssia.
Yeah. I trust Caden, but I will never trust his mother.
How will this ledger keep the silver lines? Through blackmail? She stands up and she goes back over the window. I am not interested in subterfuge, heroes of Tottenham. I am interested in keeping war off of this continent. You said that Castle Roth and Sapor are close.
Yes. Yeah.
So, we have been aware of certain relationships that they have been building. Obviously, we know Mr. Lavren's presence in the city now. Do you have reason to believe that Castle Roth plans to move against us?
There were rumors. Well, we know that they were trying to recruit the stone giants in the Midlands to join them, and the large bandit camp that they attacked was a obstacle for them to do a full-scale war. But now that's been removed. So, with Sapor leading the alliance, it's anybody's guess now.
King Fergus of Castle Roth takes credit for killing Marcus the Mad Dog.
I'm sure he did.
That would be incorrect.
That would be incredibly incorrect.
She turns around once again, now approaches you guys.
sorry, I'm somewhat distressed.
Obviously understandable.
But from what I am hearing, my options are either bribe the Glaverans into staying with a book, blackmail them with their son, or blackmail them with the book.
What does Kesselbroth and Sapor have against Silverlines against you? Against
The Donna Glaverin has been a thorn in my side for some time. The Glaverin family tried to withdraw from the alliance once before, when Elendra agreed to join. It is our understanding that she has a personal history with the elves' home island. Do you know anything about that, Monsieur Caden? She looks very sheepish. My mother placed great dignity in their hands, Your Highness. She's always had a great hatred for them. To me, heroes, my options are very limited. And to me, the best course of action is to take Monsieur Caden and put him in my dungeon.
will that not just get more war? Think Sapor will just forget about Caitlin?
It is a safe conclusion. At the moment, all that they know is that he is a welcome guest in the city. And that is the information that they will continue to receive until we decide otherwise.
In the grand scheme of things, he is being treated better here than he was at Raw. They did try to kill him.
I'm not just gonna leave him.
Maybe showing a sign of good faith and returning him safe and sound to his mother, his family. A great deal for them.
Do you have any experience with his mother and her gratitude?
Yeah, she's a prick.
Tried to more or less more than once.
Easy about it.
Yep, she scares me.
So, if I were to return her son to her, how likely is it that this will all be forgotten?
She would see it as a sign of weakness.
How likely is
I
it
don't
that she's
think
going
she
to forget her son? She sent a huge half dragon after us.
Yeah.
As we were just returning her son to her.
I don't think she even said thank you.
You keep her son here, she will send man after man, army after army, until she has him back.
And you do not think that we can withstand
I think your goal is to keep the Silver Alliance together.
at this point?
Sounds like you're best trying to tear it apart by keeping captives.
I'm examining my options.
I think the
I
ledger might
advise
be.
you to not take
I apologize.
this ledger. Where is it?
Like blank indicating, but I'm not sure if I want to say it.
I must know if it is an option to me.
I will just do a quick message to her and tell her it's in Wheelers.
She can't respond yet.
I think so.
In the city. He sits back down on the throne. So you would have me return Monsieur Glaverin to Sapor. Keep this ledger as what? Blackmail, bribe, insurance.
Insurance, everything. Maybe kind of return Caden, but somehow just let on that you know about the ledger.
There-
Not even that you have it, just that you know about it.
Think about it this way: if she could start up a war to rescue her son, which more people would be on board with, but this book would bring great shame to her to start a fight over.
It would put her in the wrong instead of you in the wrong.
there are others in Castle Roth that you could possibly turn against the kings. There are a few that there's quite a few now that are aware of this relationship with Sapor. In fact, that's why Miss Glass ordered Caden's assassination. Is because of this relationship.
You have spoken very wise words. What do you think of this, Caden? I certainly prefer home to a dungeon. Very well. The young Lavrin will return to Sapor in the morning, and he will let his mother know of Eaglefeld's great hospitality and great generosity, and we will prepare for the possibility of attack from Castle Roth. Thank you for your insight.
If I may, there's a camp of refugees heading on their way here. They'd be more than glad to help you out in any movement against Castle Rock.
I will take that into consideration. Well, a healthy party was worthy of heroes. Now, if you don't mind, I think I will retire for the night. I have much to think about in the morning.
Before, may I attempt to remove the poison from you, if you are?
It's just a safety measure.
Make a switch.
18.
I have very capable doctors.
Please see one.
If you feel that it is beneficial to me.
I'll go up and I'll take her hand. Then I'll do 5 points. And if there's anything, I'll do another 5.
You don't feel anything?
Nothing?
Is it like just small traces of alcohol from the wine? And that's all that seems to leave your body.
There's nothing.
Then who else was poisoned?
Seems as though something for you all to. Good night. I hope that you do stay in the city for a while longer. Perhaps I will be in need of your aid soon. She makes her way out of the throne room towards the door, where her advisors follow her out, and you are all ushered out of the throne room.
Then do you still have the antidote?
Yeah, I do.
Can I see that?
Well, I hand it to him. There's one thing on there that you might want to notice. I pointed out the Wheeler's mark. From Wheeler's shop. We need to go see that.
I'm gonna cast Detect Poison at the 2nd level and use like another 2nd level spell slot. I want to do it on the antidote.
On the antidote?
Yeah.
Was it actually a poison? Time to find out.
That was poison. You are holding it.
It's poison.
Why don't we do that in the first
I called it! I called it! I called it!
So, Trish, she was in Wheelers. You think she might have been here in Eaglefell?
Probably.
Wait. Wait, so.
But that could have been.
Wait. That doesn't make any sense though. If that's poison and then what the fuck did I take out of the chief?
The Jarl?
The Jarl. What the fuck did I take out of the Jarl? Because there's alcohol and something else. True.
I think we should maybe check up with the Jarl, Nalane.
Louis, what do you think of all this stupid bullshit?
I think that I am going to go back to where I live. And I am very willing to speak to you all in the morning. You will have to find me anyways to get to your griffin.
Right. So let's get back to the usual inn.
Caden with us?
Nalane, did you want to go check up on your dad?
They already left.
I can catch up to him.
He didn't drink anything.
So, Caden, that was fucking awkward, wasn't it?
I suppose we should return and I should.
Yeah.
Is there any way you could persuade your mother to stay with the Silver Lion?
By the time I reach home.
War will have already started. It's a long boat ride.
We could cast sending.
Alright, the queen was... Yeah. I'm gonna do 5 points to remove all the alcohol in his body again.
Are you really?
Yeah.
There you go, you're sober.
You remove all the alcohol from his body. Oh, that was not that time. Okay, so you guys are all returning.
Can we stop by Wheeler's first?
It's
It's fucking late.
Alright.
It's
We're gonna have to wait.
So you guys are going back to the inn, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You return to the cathedral then by horse carriage. Louis drops you all off. Gives you guys a somber good night. You guys make your way back up the elevator. The elevator attendant just kind of pulling you guys up. It seems as though you guys have woken him up to return to your rooms. He just kind of broadly pulls you up.
This is an all day.
The elevator clicks and you guys make your way into the room.
Alright, I retrieve my diamond from you in my
Yeah,
bag of
I'll give
holding.
you the 500.
And I pull the diamonds out and put them in the bag again.
Yeah, I'll pull everything out and give everything else back to everybody.
Didn't you also say there were snacks in this room? Because Winona didn't actually eat dinner.
There are snacks, yes.
Okay, Winona starts chowing down like, okay, for real though, I was real hungry, guys, and
I'm gonna
Winona gets poisoned right here, right now.
I'm gonna go get
Don't worry, I
a,
have banana though.
I'm gonna get a fucking drink.
the cure for all ills.
Yeah.
Alright. Is everyone going to bed eventually, or is some people going to stay up for it?
Winona's gonna
I
chill.
want to
in the
ask
pool for a
Caden
bit.
why he was acting so surprised.
When you're alone with them or with everyone?
Everyone else. No, alone, sorry.
Unless you kind of get into your room.
So why were you so surprised?
I thought that my mother would at least wait till I was home to do such a thing. Why would she? It's almost as if she doesn't want me back.
Oof.
That's an oof. That's an oof.
That's an oof, alright.
That's an oof, ladies and gentlemen.
Oof.
In the words of Avatar: The Last Airbender, my girlfriend turned into a moon. That's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy.
Well, I don't know anything about your mom. She wasn't the nicest to me, so.
I don't really know what to do. I'll be going home. You won't be coming with me.
Do you want to go home?
I was hoping it would be in a manner less shipped off and more triumphant return. It's been a long time. Almost 6 months.
I don't even know if I'm allowed back in Sapor.
Sure. Some of your more unruly friends, perhaps.
He means non-human.
Oh.
Forgetting the fact that we killed like the baddest bodyguard on the planet.
Also, I rode a T-Rex down the street. That probably wasn't very.
Yeah.
Wasn't really cool of me.
I'm alright. My mother, the reason I was sent to Castle Roth was to develop a war plan. My mother plans on going to war against Elendra. Castle Roth plans on going to war against Xiloscient. It wasn't supposed to be next year. I don't know why she's moved her plans on.
Did she know about the completion of the Silver Alliance?
Yes, of course. That wasn't.
What could have changed her mind? Okay.
I'm going to approach Blake.
Okay.
I'm going to ask him to peer into Aiden's dreams tonight.
Hard for me to do this kind of thing. I'm hungover, but I can definitely give it a try.
I mean, I would do it if I knew how.
I'm gonna have to wait,
That's fine.
but I think it's been a rough week. I'll stay up.
I mean, can't. You don't have to. But, I mean, you'd kind of like to know the information before he's gone for what seems like maybe forever.
What are we looking for?
I guess the interactions between his mom and his secret plans. And
Alex, hold on. I want to make something clear. With the wizard, I dug pretty deep. That kind of digging does damage. What kind of damage? The old man's mind was already fragmented and broken. But we can permanently erase certain things if I pry too deep. I can enter his dreams tonight. I can control them. But I can't choose what he dreams about.
okay. And I don't think so. Never mind.
Well, if it's not that important to you, I think I can get some sleep tonight.
Well, good night's rest.
Thank you. He goes to the door. Anyone else you guys want to talk to before y'all get nice, restful sleep?
No, just chilled in the pool for a little bit and ate food.
I will join you.
Drinking heavily at the bar.
Well, wait, what's Yang doing? Is she still schmammering?
She is kind of chilling right now as well. But she seems like she's making her way towards her room.
Okay.
Naivara's gonna go get a drink because she didn't drink anything at the party.
She doesn't seem that affected by this.
What's Yuri doing?
He's chilling in the pool.
Yay!
He seems sleepy though.
He's gonna wake up.
Aw.
We also embarrassed him in front of a lot of people. We put him through that.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Honestly, sleep.
I'm gonna carry Yuri to his room then, I guess, and make sure he's dressed.
Yeah. Okay, you tuck Yuri in.
I'm gonna get a drink and then go the fuck to sleep.
Okay. That's nightcaps. Omareth.
I think before sleeping, I'm going to like sort of talk to my ring, kind of hoping that in time I might be listening in. Just saying we're in Eaglefell, the hotel that we're staying at, and kind of a brief summary of what's going on.
Oh hey, are you in like the main area? Would I see you?
I think I would be doing that in my room.
Okay, then I don't see you.
So everyone's gone to bed.
Yep.
For now, we're still
Yeah. So since everyone's asleep now, I'm gonna head on out of the room and everything, and go back to the
Guess I'm sleeping
what's
with
that
Yuri.
headquarter?
Griffin Cloud.
Yeah, Griffin's headquarter.
Okay, so you make your way into the city. I'm gonna get back to you.
Okay.
You are awoken tonight by a very sharp pain in your eye. As you kind of wake up and look around the room, you see a very familiar figure standing off in the darkness.
We lost.
Come forward a little bit into this just pale moonlight that's coming through a little window in your room. It's been a while since we've been able to talk.
Since you ran away like a goat.
The monk is not awake to help you tonight. I am here.
I know the truth about all of them. I'll no longer be your puppet.
Oh. Then, perhaps, you will be my partner.
Partner in what?
These rings are dangerous to your destiny.
That you've laid out for me, not you.
The master oversees all. If these rings are found, it will smell doom for you.
So what would you have me do? Prevent them from being found? I don't even know where they are. I don't know what they look like.
If they are found, destroy them. Melt them down to one piece of metal. The souls trapped inside will no longer be able to come out. Once the rings are mingled, the magic becomes contaminated.
You know what? I think I'll let Piernar get back to me on this.
Fool. These rings will spell your doom.
It.
Just go to sleep.
Naivara, you have another very, very vivid dream of falling. Yeah. You make your way through the city. back through the streets. Lamps are lit. People are kind of walking around, but there's not very many people out at night. You see a lot of town guard making their way throughout the streets, checking in with people. And finally, you arrive back at their headquarters, where they are not streaming in and out like they were the day before. But every once in a while, they kind of go in and out.
Okay. I'll go ahead and I just kind of wait off. Like, is there an alleyway or something that I can wait off and just kind of sit around there, see if anyone comes by?
Make a perception check.
18.
You rolled a 2, probably.
You just kind of lean up in the alleyway, kind of in the shadows, just watching people go by.
I need to sit somewhere else.
After a while, you just see a couple people passing through, guards walking back and forth. And then after maybe 20 minutes, you do hear from behind you, Ned!
I look back.
You see a Goliath coming through the alleyway. As he comes into the moonlight, you see Wheeler kind of standing before him. What are you doing out here?
I could ask the same for you. Isn't your shop closed?
Yeah.
Past your bedtime, buddy.
He's aggressive this time, Jesus.
Wrong, you seem a little aggressive.
Well, you see, I got a note with this poison. And it was supposed to be the antidote to 3 drinks that were supposed to be poisoned.
Okay. Was this at the palace?
This was at the dinner night.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
But they gave you an antidote.
They gave me the poison, which is in that vial, and they said it was an antidote, trying to set me up to poison someone.
Give them the vial.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
See,
From my shop.
Yeah.
I don't sell poison in my shop now.
Are you sure about
Then you
this?
disappoint me.
What are you talking about?
You didn't find a single glass before it was too late.
But, Wheeler. What?
Too late then. They all drank it.
Yeah. I kept them safe.
No. When you came back to the city, I thought that we'd have a little bit more fun in this, but as I can tell, you've changed.
Wheeler, I've known you for a long time. What are you talking about?
Oh, I've known you a lot longer than you think I have.
What's that
Benny.
supposed to mean? Better start speaking up. Are you part of the Griffin's Eye?
Welcome back to the city now. Turns and begins to kind of walk in and out of it. Very slowly.
I'll pull out my crossbow and I shoot at him. I mean, not lethally, but
Okay.
that
Oh,
would be
not
15.
He's intimidating.
15?
Yes.
not lethally sneak attack.
Okay. You turn and you let one of the bolts fly. And it just, unfortunately, doesn't miss. It just kind of sails past his ear. And it stops. And from not facing you, try that again.
Calm down on it.
No
Alright,
walls.
that's 27 this time.
As you shoot at him, the bolt sails through the air and it right in the center of his shoulder blades. That's neat.
I believe it's a. Well, I'm just using my
This is
single
Oh,
shot.
your single shot? Okay.
That'd be 8.
Okay, 8 points of damage. And Wheeler kind of reaches back and pulls the bolt out of his back.
I wasn't done talking to you.
Well, I am. Maybe someone else can talk a little bit nicer to you. And as he turns, his form shrinks into a 2.5 foot tall half. What about me, man? Would you like to talk to Yuri? It's been a while since you've been back in the city, man. And I've missed you quite a bit. As Yuri begins to stroll forward, he grows in size until he is turned into Yin. He kind of strolls up to you.
I rolled at the point that stay back.
Yin changes into Mattimeo, who changes into Edmund, who changes into Yang, into Blake, into Caden, into Naivara.
I will shoot. Who are you?
Finally, in Naivara's form, there's just kind of a smirk. And then it shifts back into a Wheeler. I'm the faceless. It's been a long time. But, perhaps we can talk about,
No,
some things that you've done in the city.
I'm not going to talk anymore.
Well, you're going to need the real antidote, aren't you?
No one's poisoned.
Oh. 3, 4 people.
What am I supposed to do?
Well, I guess you don't have to. But, in about 3 days, I guess you'll find out if I'm lying.
No, I guess we will. We're done here. I'm not part of the organization anymore.
Bring me the rings then.
I turn around and walk away.
That's what we're going to do.
I thought it was gonna be the plot twist. It was Yuri the entire time. I was just like, no!
I would have been so pissed.
I was getting excited for a hot second because I thought you were going to imitate me. I was like, he's going to do what I
waiting for you to turn into Chisa.
Will you talk to Chisa? Absolutely.
I'm so sorry, Chisa. I never got to you.
I never taught you.
Oh, my little baby.
If it was actually
Yuri
Yuri,
was poisoned.
Guys, I did forget one very important thing.
What?
One of the forms that he changed into was the general that Chiesa was handed to.
Oh shit.
Now we're gonna.
I had a bad feeling about that.
Alright, guys, that was a very good session.
No, it wasn't.
well, since
Honestly,
we did,
when she got handed off, in the back of my head, I was like,
None of you
this is the
inside
shit
checked
she
that.
did.
No, because
you
he.
did.
No, I didn't.
Did you?
Yeah, you got 25.
Okay.
No, it was a 30.
Yeah, he got like a 30 on it.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can see the uniform as well.
Yeah.
So, since you guys, we didn't use it, here's what they printed off, and here's what we would have used.
What is that?
Stuff to represent the characters.
Just little printouts.
This
for
is
now.
yours. Ooh. This is yours.
Oh, should I leave the T-Rex here?
Yours.
No.
Of course, this is yours.
When'd you give me Ratatouille?
And here's yours.
Because it's fun.
Here's yours.
I don't really have a good place.
And here's yours.
Okay.
Here's how they would have fit if someone wants to give me them.
See what that is?
Yeah.
I'm trying to
That's
figure
one of
out,
the art
like,
pieces
are these
that
just
you
random
can
pictures you found off the internet, or like...
Here's how they would have fit.
I might print off my sister's.
They fit one of the squares, remember?
Is yours actually Ratatouille?
Yes, it is.
I want to see. Show me.
It's Ratatouille.
The one you picked from mine looks so much like Dr. Voodoo.
Well, you can always print them too.
Oh my god, that's great.
I'm not entirely sure.
So like that.
Fairly accurate. Are we supposed to hold on to these or do you want them back? Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just make sure you guys actually have them, because I'm leaving these holders here for you.
Okay.
Because these can also be used as just general cannon fodder.
Sounds good to me.
There you go. There's 7 of them right there.
Alright, guys, just a reminder, Monster of the Week.
Oh, that's right. I need to.
Yep,
Oh, yeah.
I need dreams from some of you. Don't tell people what your dreams are because, well, it is kind of a designed by you guys session. I do want all these responses.
I was gonna ask about that. Is it like a chocolate
It's you'll kind of know when you know. Like some people like don't really need to worry about designing it too much, depending on what you
I was
picked.
just mostly like, cause my mom's coming that night.
Right.
So I was like, didn't want to like keep her alone until like 10 at night.
Gotcha.
So I was
Well,
wondering if it was like something I could do like mine first and then like.
yeah, we can work something out.
Please.
Think.
Good session, guys. Another kind of RP heavy one, if that's alright.
Yeah, that's
fine. I like
it.
RP.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for it. It was going so well, and then you did that.
I hate you, Parker. It's too good.
But I got to see my dad. So like,
You
yeah.
did.
Caden
You kind of reminded me of like
Before
my
he
actual
dies.
dad too, and I love that so
I
much.
try.
So, like my dad's
I did a
like,
lot of research on your dad, so.
that's very hard to do because he has no social media. But okay.
Yeah. No, I followed him around.
I know where he lives.
He's just a chubby 8-year-old, and it's great.
Okay. Yeah, man. That's my throat really hurts. I did like 3 Goliath voices.
And then you drank lava.
I drank lava, 1 angry angel voice, like 5 different French accents.
Yuri. On top of that.
Blake. Oh, Blake's such a
Right.
Yang. Damn.